treasures I don't hold, and though the shine is dulled, that's how I'll always think of you. You were a young one then, but everyone begins. We were just children, heaven was a dream away. Running from monsters, I wish I could say that the keys that you were searching for, and the giants of the past have turned to dust. The world is ours to take, and no, it's not too late. The world is ours to take, and no, it's not too late. Children, and heaven was a dream away. Running from monsters, I just wanna say that the keys that you were searching for, and the giants of the past have turned to dust. The world is ours to take, and you know it's not too late.
Good afternoon, morning, noonday, night. Hello, hello, everybody. Hope you're having a good day today on this Saturday. Hope you're all doing well today. Give me 1 second here. Let me open up my game. Oh, we're vibing. Oh. We're doing good. We're up a little bit earlier than, normal. Well, not normal for me, but you know what I mean. Mm-hmm. We're up early today. Give me 1 second here. My game's opened up. Feels good. There we go. Ugh. Yeah, I was thinking of co-streaming some of the matches today. Maybe oh, wow. Let me fix that sound very quickly. 1 second. I wish I had to do that. I don't know why it doesn't, just save what I have for settings there. It's kind of frustrating, actually. I feel like that should just be saved as a setting. But anyway, we're live. Good morning, everyone. There's a lot of OWCS matches today, so I'm like, maybe we'll watch some of them. Yeah, I thought there would be yesterday, but then I realized they don't showcase matches much, which is kind of feels bad, but yeah. I live in Europe? No. Like almost 8 a.m. here. Bam, bam, bam. I went to bed super early last night. Like I was not kidding when I said I was tired. Like I was yesterday when Chad was like, "Oh, you good?" I'm like, I did not get much sleep yesterday. So I went to bed at like, I think I fell asleep a little bit before 9 p.m. I'm not even kidding. I was tired. I woke up at like, I don't know, like 5 or 6 a.m. Or like 6 a.m. I feel well rested. Yeah, I mean, I'll still have like that, you'll still have like, sometimes we'll have a little bit of that morning grogginess still, right? You know what I mean? But yeah, I mean, I'm vibing. But thank you, Rex. Appreciate that. And John Mamin, thanks for the 2 months of the French press. Thank you, appreciate it. Thanks. Sometimes there's like, waking up early. Yeah. Yeah, I was like exhausted yesterday. I can't even begin to like explain. I was just tired. So it worked out, but man, let me tell you. Whew. That's all good. We're vibing. It is all good. Well, I ended up having like no hours of sleep yesterday. So like, yeah, that was it. And that's why after like I think it was like almost 7 hours yesterday, I'm like, I was not going to be entertaining yesterday. I was out of it. Plus I got the rest of my voice a little bit. I didn't really talk much yesterday after stream, which is good. And I just kind of chilled. And then I just like, I'm not even kidding you. I was already like falling asleep on the couch at like 6:30. It was a grind just to get it to, like, it was a grind just to stay up till 9 p.m. Oh, the Diva video come out on YouTube? I have no idea. That's stuff I don't really know how long it's, like I've said, you gotta get it to the editors, and then from there the editors, get it ready and all that stuff. How long that will take, I couldn't tell you. It's a bit of a longer video, so it depends like what we're looking for. I think is the most important part of that. Like, how long of a video are we looking to do? And I think that will be the question. But yeah, I don't know. It's probably going to be worked on for a while. And it could take a week. It could take 2 weeks. It could take 3 weeks. It just depends what the editor decides to do. I usually will, unless like, for example, like if we want Mystery Heroes Tuesday, usually out on a Tuesday, right? But like, you usually get like, let the editors have that type of creative control on it, and then we can make adjustments after. So, kind of like Mystery Heroes Tuesday, like I want to change a little bit how we do that, and things like that, but yeah, that's how we do it. Hello, everybody. You're so excited for the next season. You've missed Anubis. You're glad it's coming back. Yeah, I mean, it's obviously going to be a bit of a different Anubis, but it'll have the same vibe, which will be pretty cool. I'm looking forward to it. I mean, next season, like, is looking to be a great season, so I will not complain about having a stacked Overwatch season, that's for sure, so. Yep. Look at your date cancel on you last minute, so you went to bed early. Hey, I mean, honestly, you got to go to bed early, so that's nice, right? I don't know. I hear that, I'm like, that sounds like a nice time to go to bed early and just relax. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. How do I deal with games where I just massively underperform? I mean, I can just, honestly, it just happens. That's it. I know that's not probably helpful with what you're looking for, but that's just how I deal with it. Just sometimes you have bad games. That's it. Like, I don't know. Sometimes you legit just have bad games. Yeah. And I just, once that, like, you're gonna have games you don't play as well. You're gonna have, times where, your games are just a bit more scuffed, and that's okay. Kind of happens. Am I feeling rested today? Yeah. And like I said, I'm probably going to still be like, my voice will still be a little bit like this today, just because, like, it takes a couple days. But, yeah. No, we're vibing. Went and saw my house area yesterday. It was, like, it's crazy, because last time I went there, it was just, like, a bunch of, like, rocks that they, like, dug up. And this time around, it was literally all, like, they still have more to do, but, like 60% of the land was, like, already, like how do I explain it? They like went over it and like filled it and stuff, and like it was smoothed out, and like then they restaked it and all that. I was like, holy crap! They did it in like 2 days, like 3 days, because the last time I saw it. So it was good to see. It made a ton of progress. Like it's been pretty crazy, because like it went from like absolutely zero progress happening to like now it's just, it was like already like getting smoothed over, and they were making like, I don't know, this is cool to see. Cool to see, basically. So we got to see that yesterday, and I almost fell asleep in the car. I was that tired. That's the best part there. I still almost fell asleep in the car, because I was just so tired. I don't know. I must have gotten less sleep yesterday than I thought. I think that's what happened. I think I got less sleep than I expected. Like I thought I got like 5 hours yesterday. I must have gotten like 4 or 3, because it was like abnormal for me. I was like, that was not ideal, but yeah, worked out. It worked out. Feels good. Feels good. What's this one? Yeah, I mean, like, I think, like, it's always good advice to, like, just kind of focus on, like, improvement, because you're not going to be able to, I don't know, at least in my opinion, you're not going to be able to consistently, like, it's just, you're going to have bad games, and, like, unless you're 5-stacked, the consistency of how your games are going to be a little bit just worse in general. So that's why it's, like, always one of those things where if you focus so hard on, you know, if you focus so hard on, like, a specific loss in your games, it's going to just feel not ideal, right? Do I think get Discord notifications when I go live on the second channel? I mean, eventually, yeah. I'm sure it would take like 2 seconds for Zam to set that up. It's just, I've only gone live on it once, so there's not, I haven't missed much yet. It's because I haven't been like, I haven't gotten to that grind yet, where eventually, it's there so I can have the option now. I still got to set up I was going to set up the stuff yesterday, but I was just, like I said, I was exhausted, so. It's all good. We're chilling. You know, that's what it's all about. You chilling. You know? Oxoff, thank you for the 47 months of the Future Prize. Thank you. Appreciate it. Probably still won't be able to hit the freeze today on that, but we'll do our best, all right? But yeah, I think we'll also co-stream a little bit today. I think it'll be kind of fun to maybe watch some of the matches today also. We haven't really watched much OWCS, and I was thinking maybe we watch at least the NA. At least like the Europe matches today, because I don't know how long the schedule will go for the NA matches, but I think it'd be kind of fun to watch and how long we stream today. I was gonna initially take like today off, but then like we couldn't get anybody to watch the Cats, so I'll probably take Monday off. It's my next day off, or maybe even Sunday. It's one of the two. So I definitely have to take Monday off because I need to go and sign some stuff at the house, but and then something else, but yeah. And then we're into the season grind. Are there some heroes that should off angle more than other heroes, or is it entirely situational? Yeah. 100%, yeah. Like, you don't want to off angle as like, I mean, like, yeah, like you want to off angle as some heroes, but like I don't, like, if you're off angling as Rhine, you know what I mean? Like, I'd rather, you're gonna want to like look at it this way. If you're off angling as Rhine, probably not the play, right? Like, maybe there's like niche situations where that will work. So yeah, if that answers your question. Like, that's the first example that comes to mind. Like, you're not gonna want to off angle as Rhine, right? But like as Sigma, it's a viable strategy, and that's why I always tell people, you know, sometimes your teammates are gonna tell you to play a certain way on Sigma, but like in reality, a lot of time people aren't actually telling you how to play Sigma correctly. And that becomes a part of the problem, is like people are just not telling you how to play Sigma correctly, so they just like, they get mad at you they'll get mad at you if you like don't play the way they think Sigma needs to be played, because that's what they want you to do the whole time, which obviously becomes a part of the problem, right? So definitely various levels of how that will work. You love off angling as Ryan? I'm sure your teammates love that too. I'm sure that's something that your teammates love to do too, so. How do I feel about reducing mobile heroes' HP pools? Yeah, sure. I think a lot of that just comes down to, I think a lot of that will just come down to what's it called? Players struggle against mobile heroes, so they need to find ways to. Like, I think the best way to explain it when it comes to that type of stuff is like, remember that a lot of players aren't going to have the same aim as, let's say, top 500, because I'm sure you'll see like. And I wouldn't doubt it. I haven't really seen too much on Twitter, but I'm sure there's going to be like top 500 players who like get really like who complain about like the mobile hero thing. Like they'll be like, "Oh, I can't believe they're like, you know, nerfing mobile heroes and doing this and that." The problem is that like you have to look at the overall scope of the game, and if you're in top 500 and you have a bit of an easier time against mobile heroes, that makes sense, right? Because like you have the aim to do that. But in a lot of ranks, imagine like, you know, a rank where aim isn't as strong, and like you have heroes above you with a lot of HP that you can barely get multiple shots off consistently, never mind, you know, what is it, like 3 shots right now consistently if you really want to do something, you get what I'm saying? So like, Zayra, thanks for the raid, I appreciate it. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great stream. Yeah, I think we're gonna co-stream a little bit today, a little bit.
Hello,
yeah.
emongg comfy.
You get what I'm saying though to that? Like, it's one of those things where it's an interesting discussion, because I'm sure you'll see people like say that, but you know, I used to be sometimes in this mindset too, and I've learned over the years to. But yeah, hope you had a great stream, Zayra, and thank you for the 23 months of the tier 1. I appreciate it. Thank you. Where like when it comes to changes like that, you have to take the whole scope into the whole idea into the game, right? So, like I said, I'm sure you'll see top 500 players or like teams come, "Oh, I can't believe they nerfing mobile heroes, etc." But like sometimes they just need to do that because players in bronze don't want to go up against a Pharah and an Echo and get annihilated. More so Pharah. I think Echo requires a bit more. I think Echo requires a bit more of probably like some plays there, but you get what I'm saying, right? Like it's just one of those things where I think you'll see kind of, yeah. Yeah, it's just one of those things where sometimes you need to take into account to the whole game, and people will argue like, yeah, you need to like do like certain balance from like top end, etc. And in some ways you can do that, but in other ways, just to kind of like reset back to what we're saying, it's not going to be fun for the overall player base if the mobile heroes are dominating everybody. So, but as I was saying, like I'm just vibing, doing my thing. So I know I'm not too worried about it. I also play heroes like D.Va, so I have a little bit of an easier time because I can mechanically play D.Va like very well. I find a little bit less issue with that. Doesn't mean that like I don't get rolled by a Pharah consistently and things like that. So, like I said, a lot of different variations of things that can happen. But yeah, so I'm doing good. How about you? So people don't help you on... Yeah, I mean, that's going to happen. I mean, I don't think the concept of peel is a huge thing in bronze, which is totally understandable. It's sometimes you're in bronze and you're just trying to figure out how your buttons work. You know what I mean? Like that's just the truth. Like sometimes you're just trying to figure out how your buttons work. Never mind like having to worry about peeling for your support. You know, that's also why we have the spectating series. It kind of opens the idea up to people, and if people use that information, it can only make the game better, right? So. Yeah. Oh, I mean, I'm always, you know, saying you need to peel for your supports, but like sometimes it's really difficult to get that to do because like what is peel to people? Like how do you peel correctly, etc. Once again, it's why I've gotten a bit more. Maybe it's why the spectating series is taking off more, is because like I'm getting a bit more in detail on stuff, but like not in a way that's like do this and you'll be top 500, and if you play exactly like a top 500 player does in this way, like so I try to like kind of simplify what you want to do, and I can kind of like I don't know. It's funny because I've always learned like. I'm sure years ago I would have looked at the basics of something and been like, not bored by it, but like, oh, okay, that doesn't seem like useful. But now, like, as I've watched so many different ranks, I realize how important it is to talk about like the basics of something, and starting with the basics and the fundamentals, because you hear about it all the time in sports and everything. Like, start with the basics. Everyone's like, that's stupid. And then it's like, now I'm like, definitely start with the basics, because you won't be able to do the advanced stuff. You won't be able to do the advanced stuff if you don't do the basic stuff, and that's the part I'm been happy with seeing and all that, so which has been really, really cool to see. So but yeah, I think playing today we'll probably do what I was saying with that one. We'll probably watch some OWCS, vibe, relax. It'll be a good day to like chill. I can talk about like the gameplay that's happening, so a little bit more like useful information on that one. If you haven't noticed, Dirt, I will find ways. Okay, and I'll just be transparent. I will find ways not to play ranked at the end of the season. If there's an excuse not to play ranked at the end of the season, I will find it because of how horrible the games can be. And you've seen it. It's just like that's another reason why like you see them adding things like drives is because like even Blizzard's recognizing how awful end of game experience is. Like they're like, dude, this is awful. Like Blizzard's like, this is terrible. Like why I don't even like. They're just this is terrible. So they literally are coming out with a system in place. So, you know, hey, get to watch some cool matches, things like that. I'm all down for that, right? Have some fun, you know. I'm all for that, right? I'm all for that. Yeah. So, and like I said, you hear about it all the time how scuffed end of the season ranked is. So, you know, yep. You don't even think about touching rank. Yeah, I mean, most people who've played Overwatch for a long time know that, right? You know, people who started in Overwatch 2 may not see it as much yet with end of season rank, but we usually talk about that. Yeah. You want the Jade weapons, but definitely not worth them the last week. Listen, that's why I'm saying they need to come up with Twitch drops where they give a little bit of competitive points. I seriously, I'm sure there'll be like some people who won't agree with it, but I definitely think that like with them doing like battle pass tier skips, I think that they would be a really good concept if they eventually just like gave out, you know, a certain amount of points of end of the season comp points for like Twitch drops instead of like battle pass tier skips one time. You know what I mean? It's not going to be enough to get a weapon, but it's going to be enough to help like, you know, get you closer to a weapon, right? So, and like people are like, oh yeah, but like, you know, what's the point of the rank rewards? You know, they have things like drives now and other variations, and you know, it's, believe it or not, more players play Quickplay. More players play Quickplay, and more players play casually than they do in ranked. So. How is my Marvel Rivals gameplay? What do you mean, how is it? Am I good? I'm okay. I mean, I'm not going to judge my skill level off of the first, you know, week and a half of, like, an alpha and a beta. I mean, I'm okay at it. I have an understanding. I probably would grind into the higher ranks of the game. But where would, like, my overall skill level be? I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? I'm probably not bad, but I mean, am I as good as I used to be at games? I don't know. Yes and no. Does that make sense? Yes and no. I'm probably different in certain areas of my game now. Maybe my aim's like 2% less than it used to be, but like my in-game smarts have increased by 5%, so maybe it's like a net positive, you know? Like I don't know. I don't really keep track of that stuff. We'll just see. It's kind of how do I like it so far? I enjoy it. I think it's a fun game. No, it's going to have its, just like with Overwatch, it's going to have its issues, but I think it's good to have competition. I keep talking about that. I still haven't recorded the video on that one yet, but I think it's good that Overwatch has competition in some form, because like it only makes the game better if they want it to be better, if that makes sense. You say we keep tracking your cook, bro? Yeah, true. I don't know. I mean, it's funny because now you see it now, I raise my sensitivity, my aim looks really good again. And like, I'm not gonna say really, really good, but like my aim is clearly better right now on 19 cents and 17 cents, and it's just like, yeah, maybe I should have just made my sensitivity better for a little bit, and that would have been better, right? You know what I mean? Maybe that would have been the play. What's my off stream go-to game? World of Warcraft. But I'm gonna be honest with you, I haven't been playing much off stream because I've been going to do my puzzle. So I'm just preparing. I'm preparing for War Within by leveling up characters, like with the new like echoes they have. Like my shaman's about to be level 70. I'm level 61, and that's just running through echoes, and like I'm AFK half the time. So yeah, I mean we're getting to the point where like, you know, we're getting closer to that. But I usually just like, most of my streams are around like 10 hours long. So like sometimes I just hop off stream, you know, and just go and chill with money and just relax. I don't know. That's a good amount of, you know, game time. So yeah. Pickle Sip, thanks for the 19 months of the Fish Prize. Thank you. I don't really think my shaman will be my main, but like I feel like with the current World of Warcraft like echoes system they have in place for leveling up, like it's almost worth leveling up a bunch of alts just to have them. So like in case I do like War Within, I now have a bunch of different heroes I can play and gear up if I decide to, you know what I mean? So never been this early. Well, welcome. Just talking to chat for a little bit, and then we'll figure out what we're doing. I think I have like TikTok reacts. We'll see if we have like matches though. Elemental looks incredible. Does it? Yeah, I haven't, like, I'm not... Shaman I haven't played a ton of throughout WoW, but why not level up characters? I like playing healer in WoW. So I'm leveling up... what I'm doing right now is I'm leveling up all the healers, and then I'm going to level up tanks. Is my next step. I'm going to level up tanks. So that way I can have a tank, and eventually maybe tank in this game. Chat, you're gonna be baffled by this, but believe it or not, people don't like tanking in World of Warcraft either. So tank is the least played role in World of Warcraft. Can you believe that? I know people probably have their surprise Pikachu face with that, but yeah, believe it or not, that's the thing. Yeah. Yep. And I know, in every game that there's a tank is the least popular role. It always has been. I wasn't laughing, but I was like, people were like, yeah, have you seen the percentage of numbers on, like, you know, tanks right now in Overwatch? I'm like, yeah. They're like, dude, they're like 15%. I'm like, yeah. Okay, so what's the surprise here? It's like what's the surprise here? Dude, you see how low it is? I'm like, 15%? That sounds high to me. Are you kidding me? Like, no, dude, the game's dead. Like, no one's playing tank. I'm like, no, that's normal. They're like, what do you mean it's normal? I'm like, that's tank. No, dude, it's because of, like, balance and this. I'm like, I mean, yeah, you can have your numbers go down on tank for sure. But, like, I think at most it's going to be 20%, right? Yeah, but, like, dude, if they just made tanks, like, dominate, then people would play them more. I'm like, no, that would just make DPS players play less. You know what I mean? Like, that's what would happen. It wouldn't make more people play tank and make less DPS play. Oh yeah, like right now, if you're a tank in any version of World of Warcraft, whether it's the classic version or retail, you will never have to worry about waiting for anything. You will get guild invites. You will have constant groups. People will add you to friends lists just to message you to always. You will not have to worry about ever having to not find groups. You'll be the most decked out character in the game too, because you'll be the only person queuing tank at that point. Is Lonnie vacuuming at 8 a.m. or did the cat just turn the Roomba on an accident? Y'all hear that? What? Alright. The verdict is in, chat. The verdict is in. The cats turned the vacuum on. They knocked the vacuum off because, like, it's the vacuum to, like, clean up the litter. And they just knocked it down on the floor, and that was it. I was wondering, I'm like, why is there a vacuum on at 8 a.m.? Did Lonnie just get up and be like, I'm just gonna go turn the vacuum on? Yeah, they knocked the vacuum down, and then it just started playing. It started just going off. I was like, dude, what the heck was that? Sully just ran. You know what the best part is? Sully is the biggest baby of all the cats. Who's vacuuming? It was Arnie. So Arnie or Sully, one of them knocked down the... Yeah. Like, Lonnie was in bed last time I saw. Now she's in chat going, who's vacuuming? It was legit. It was Arnie. Like, I'm not even kidding you. Arnie just, like... I went out there. Arnie's just sitting next to the vacuum staring at it. Sully hears the vacuum. Sully hears the vacuum. Right? And just books it. Just books it. Arnie's just sitting next to it going, dude, what is this? Meanwhile, Sully, the big giant Bengal over here, big tough guy, just books it out of there. Wasn't Arnie afraid of the Roomba? No, Arnie's not afraid of the Roomba. Arnie just follows the Roomba around. Like, whenever we run the Roomba, you just see pictures of Arnie all the time, because he just follows it around. He's like, you mess with anything, I'm going to get you. Yep. Oh, no, by far, Sully's our scaredy cat. Luna doesn't care about anything. Luna just stares at you and goes, yeah, I don't care. Right? That's Luna. Arnie is getting less scared, but Arnie also was an outdoor kitty. Like, we didn't have him as an outdoor kitty. We adopted him, and he was an outdoor kitty. Well, like before he got like the adoption process. He was an outdoor cat. So he's got the, he was outdoors, so he's used to like random sounds and random things. Sully is the big giant Bengal baby. Sully's like 2 times the size of both the cats, but he's the biggest baby of them all. He's like, oh, no, I'm hiding. I guarantee if I try to pet him right now, he'll jump 10 feet into the air. Yeah, we posted on Twitter a while back. It's just pictures of Arnie the whole time. Just, like, following it around. It's just funny because he's just the biggest baby. Did your dogs like your cat's like that? She keeps the dogs in their place? Yeah. Yeah, no, Luna doesn't care. Like, she's just whatever. Sully just is a big baby. Yeah, like, if you, like, say Sully doesn't know you're gonna, like, pet him, and you, like, come from an angle, he'll go, like, 20 feet into the air. I'm not joking you. He will go flying into the air. It's great. Well, yeah, because, I mean, Arnie's the only, like, Luna wasn't an outdoor kitty when she got adopted. Luna had to, her previous owner had to give her up because they were, I forgot what it was. Lonnie might know. So Luna was like an indoor kitty. Sully has always been an indoor kitty, and then Arnie was, I forgot Arnie's full backstory. He was like a, I don't remember the exact story, but Arnie was a, oh, okay, so the previous owner of Luna was going to a nursing home. Okay, that's what it was. And then Arnie was at like he was an outdoor kitty at like an encampment, and then there was like a fire, I think. So when they went there was a bunch of cats. And they brought him in for like adoption, and then the way it works is like down in like Florida and like Alabama, etc., they're not known to have the best shelters, if you get what I'm saying. So the company here will bring them up. The company here will bring them up from like those states, so that way they go to shelters that will legit take care of them and not just, yeah. That's where Arnie comes from. That's his that's his backstory. So, and actually, it was funny because Arnie wasn't even like, when we were looking at cats, there was this another cat. We were like, oh, this cat's like, oh, we like this cat. And then the lady, and then they responded to us saying, oh, this cat just got adopted, but here's a couple options that we think you might like. And we both saw Arnie and we're like, I like that kitty. And then now Arnie's our cat, and we couldn't think of another one that we have. So, yep. So now we have Arnie. Yep. I'm not sure what that means, Elcor, to be honest with you. Like the second part of that sentence. I'll be honest. So, yeah, that's how that's our kitties. Yep. They're good kitties. Okay, so today my plan, I guess I'll watch the matches and then we'll co-stream. Sound good? Oh, okay. Like Malamutes? Okay, yeah. I know what you're saying. They're like the massive huskies, right? Is that what I'm thinking of? The ones that are like massive huskies? Or they look like massive huskies? Maybe I'm thinking of a different dog. Or like they like, I think I'm thinking of the right one. They look like massive huskies. Yeah. My mom has a Pomsky, so like I get to see a little bit of that husky personality at times. He thinks he's a husky, but he's also a Pomeranian. So, Horror, thanks for the 7 months of the tier 1. Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you.
Emongg comfy.
I was gonna say, because yeah. I think fluffier huskies. Yeah, I've seen them. I think one of my favorite Instagrams. You ever gone to like an Instagram where like somebody owns like 3 or 4 huskies? Have you ever seen that one? They'll own like a bunch of huskies, and then like they start hollowing together. They all start hollowing the whole time. They're good. It's great. Oh yeah, and when they get going, they get going. They don't stop. They're just like, it's great. I love it. I love the noise. I couldn't imagine imagine having like living in an apartment and your neighbors have like 3 huskies or something. Dude, like that would be some noise complaints. I wouldn't complain, but it's always funny doing that. So if you wanted the husky as a kid right now, you could never have one due to their dramatic personalities. Only room for... Oh, there you go. Okay, fair enough. Hey, whatever works for you, right? Yeah, but see, you say that now, but like, let's say you end up having a husky in front of you, and you're like, that might change, right? That might change. But yeah, huskies are they're good. The only thing like I wanted the husky growing up too, but like truthfully, I think it would be tough for me to do that only because the amount of attention I would need to... I'm trying to explain this. Huskies require a lot of attention and energy. I already have a Bengal to begin with, and like getting his energy out is tough, and with how long I stream, I feel like it'd be like, with how long I stream, it would be a little bit unfair of me. You know what I mean? At times. Cats are simpler in that end. Or like, let's say I adopt like a pug or something, right? Like, you know, I grew up with pugs. They're like, you know, they go outside, they walk 4 feet, and they're like, I'm good. You know, that's good. I'm good for the month, right? Huskies, like, you need to run with them a lot. Like, I already have a Bengal, you know, who we need to get his energy out. So that's why it would be a difficult choice at that point. Now, if I had more time, right? Like, let's say, like, out of nowhere, I just, you know, wasn't doing that, then I could find more of that. But yeah. Yeah, keeping them cool in the summer. Yeah, that's something that Angel has right now. What Angel's my mom's dog. He's a Pomsky, but like he has the husky like fur, so like he has really long fur, and he overheats very easily. So like he can't go outside for too long. So he loves the winter though. You know what? I have never seen like a dog love the snow as much as like him. Obviously, huskies are the same way, but like just. He loves snow. He will go outside and just roll around in snow. It's great because he has that husky in him, right? Yeah, he has that husky in him. So he's like, let's go. Goes outside, he rolls around in it. It's great. I love it. It's like super cool to see. So, what was the question here? I thought if you games and stuff, am I just gonna sit here and talk at the camera? Oh, are you mad that I'm not going right away into the stream? I can give you the rundown of the stream. Usually I come in here, I talk to chat for a little bit. Then we get into games. My streams usually are around 10 hours, so the lack of content usually isn't there. I've just learned that it kind of gets me to the beginning of the stream. If you're expecting me to grind 30 games in a row of ranked and do that, it's just something I don't do that right from the get-go because like I enjoy the process that we do now. So I'm sorry if it upsets you. I just kind of how we do it, and it's become a fun part of the stream. We just kind of vibe for a little bit, and then we go into like the stream and all that. So yeah. I think that's fine. I think 1 hour, that's fine. I now see why Tim did this for so long. Except Tim did it for 3 hours. Sometimes it's cool to just talk to chat about random things in life and whatever, you know? But don't worry, we can rush to get inflamed by our teammates in a little bit, right? You know what I mean? You know? So. Yep. Beaver saying, just don't know. Wow. Good morning. I'm not playing any games, but I'll say good morning. That's what I'm saying. It's just a good chill time. Yep. You have 2 dogs who were rescued and they just want to lay in the sun on the hottest days. Some dogs are like that, yeah. Nico, thanks for the $2 super chat. Thanks, appreciate it. You just learned that dark roast coffee is weaker than light roast? Did you? I learned that a long time ago. Yeah, light roast has... And I don't know how it works specifically. Like, I don't want to, like, say it has the most caffeine, but, like, it's stronger in some way. I don't know. It's like a weird, like... But yes, dark roast technically has the least amount. Yeah. And like less caffeine. Medium roast is kind of where I'm at with my coffees. I usually have medium roast. And then light roast is the most, yeah. Or like blonde roast, I think they call it. Right? I think it's they'll either be light roast or blonde roast, depending on where you get it from. Yeah. That's the thing. There's one more match in OWCS. I could turn it on and just watch it for a little bit. It'd be kind of fun. I probably won't be playing too much rank today. Going to co-stream, so just let him know. I was responding. I was letting him know. Yeah. I'm down to do that in the future. I'm just letting him know. Absolutely. Oh yeah, I can respond. Absolutely. Now I feel like I don't want to do that now. The comment in the chat. Is that bad? Is that bad that I see that and I just go, now I'm not going to do that? Little do they know. I did too initially, meme, and I'm like, listen, I'm like, all right, let's go. And then I read that, I'm like, no, I'm just kidding. It's more along the lines of, if they did the 100 bits, I would obviously be saying that anyway, right? Like, that's the funny part about it, is like, I would be saying that, but they're like, no, you do this, or I'm like, okay. Cube, thanks for the 4 months of the tier 1. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate it. He says, you think I start streaming at this time on weekdays as well? Are you saying, are you asking why people watch my stream? Do they... I'm confused with what you're asking. You're bringing up... You're saying that, why are people watching my stream with, like, school and work? Wait till you find out that a lot of people right now are actually at work watching the stream. That might get you even more heated. Wait till you find out that a lot of people will have me on their second monitor while they just vibe out and do whatever they gotta do. Thank you for the 100 bits. Appreciate it. Pickle. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Wait till you find that out. Did working on Saturday or get you heated? I mean, some people have the schedule like that. Like, we have, like... Isn't there, like, some schedules where people have, like, Mondays off instead or something? It's kind of how my dad's schedule was when he worked nights at UPS, because he wouldn't get home till Saturday morning, so he wouldn't go till work till, like, Monday night or something. So, like, his schedule, because of, like, his times was off. Because my dad used to work nights at UPS for years. Like, his, like, schedule would be, like, technically he would go in Monday night. So, you watch me during your afternoon college lectures, and then they ask you what you know, they ask for your feedback on the lecture, and you have no idea. You're like, yeah, that was a lecture you did, and I agree with your stuff that you said. You said you work 7 hours a week, and my favorite part of it? Heck yeah. Can we get the blank in the chat from Meme Machine with the 5 gifted? Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you, Meme Machine. Appreciate it. Did your coworkers poke fun at you for being a Twitch chatter, and your tech librarian offered to give you a second monitor? See, they get it. They get it. Your dad was military, so he always has the weekend off. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, it's very common for, like, that's like the... It's very common to have the weekend off, but it also depends, like, what you do, too, right? Like, for example, like, if you're in retail, usually I know a lot of people would work weekends. I guess it depends, like, I imagine it's more likely that, like, someone in high school working retail would work the weekends. But, like, it would just depend on a few things, right? You know what I mean? It just depends. I mean, some people just do it because they want to. Some people just, you know, I don't know. I'm waiting on this match to start, chat, and then we'll watch the match. Does that sound good? It's just, they're still in, like, the interview phase. All right? Yeah. You work for USPS, and your coworker, you swap who has Saturday off. That's kind of nice. At least you have, like, that rotation with each other. Like, I guess it's always good. I guess it's always a good sign when you, like, don't hate your coworkers. You know what I mean? It's probably a good thing, right? Where you can actually, like, have, like, this really good communication with your coworkers and not have to worry about that. Isn't that great? In chat, once again, I'm just waiting on the OWCS match to start. We'll just watch the OWCS match, have some fun. Why not, right? Have a good time. I just feel like vibing today. Coworkers can make or break a job sometimes. Oh, I imagine. I'm very lucky to do what I do, and I very much recognize that because I'm a boss. So, or you can go the Tim way, where technically Chat's my boss because, you know. Yeah. I'm stretching. An Elden Ring boss. Also, in the meantime, Chad, I'm almost level 70 now. Remember when I said I was level 61 a second ago? I'm about to be 68. I told you it's really easy to level in the War Within thing right now. So by the time this match starts, I'll be level 70 and this character's all done. I can make another one. Rinse and repeat. You reinstalled Overwatch yesterday on the condition that the first map you loaded into wasn't Antarctic Peninsula or Ilios, or you'd uninstall again. Was it Antarctic Peninsula? I still hate that map. That map to me is I'm gotten better at that map and I still don't like it. And that's how you know that map is rough. Like, you know, you can start off by hating a map and then like as you get better at a map you can still like it. I win on that map now and I still hate it. I'd rather play Nepal 10 times. And the only reason why I say that is because I've lost about, what, 4 rank 1 games on Nepal? For anybody want to know the story here, I had about 4 games on to hit rank 1, and I got Nepal all 4 times. And every single time, I lost in the last team fight on that map. My rank 1. And then I would kill 3 and we'd still lose the team fight. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, one of them was also against a cheat in Orisa. Yeah, I almost won the game. But the other team started hard pocketing the aim bot and Orisa spin button. So I couldn't do anything about that one. So, yep. You hate almost no maps except Antarctica? Yeah, I mean, I obviously I have my hatred for Dorado, but that's because, like, that map just sucks. That's it. There's no other way to put it. Hopefully whenever they make changes to that map, it will get better, right? You know what I mean? So, like, there is that chance and opportunity it will get better at some point, which I guess is the good news, but that map's awful. It's because its second points is terrible. I can't stand it. I just cannot stand that map. It's great. Who's getting the mythic skin in season 12? Reaper. Reaper is getting the skin. Yep. All right, so chat, tell me about these teams. Who is the so? What time do EU matches start today too? So we can figure out like our schedule for like recording. You missed the lunar colony outside area with 0 gravity. I mean, I never got to use that area because I was in top 500. So if you even remotely try to have fun in the top 500 game at all, you get yelled at and people get mad at you for weeks on end and then throw your games on purpose. So we weren't allowed to go to the no gravity zone in top 500 games. It was unacceptable. Any ounce of fun was unacceptable. Those are super serious games. Okay? You don't like the new push or flashpoint maps too much either. I do like the new, so I'll be honest with you, I do like Runasapi. And Esperanza, I do like both because I think they learn from each other. I do think Flashpoint will get better, right? I do think Flashpoint will get better with the speed boost change because it will allow for more team fights. But I can see like where that is, where like it could be a map that some that people don't like. I understand it. So, yep. So for anybody who doesn't know the new changes they're doing a Flashpoint. The new changes they're doing at Flashpoint is you get a speed boost out of your spawn doors now. So when you spawn up on Flashpoint, you actually get back a lot quicker now. Yep. So, for anybody wondering, I think that's really cool. I think that's really, really cool. So, you're going to be able to get back now. So the new change, I think, is going to make the map a lot different. So I think they're making positive changes. I like Runasapi because it's just the way the map plays. I also have a video coming out probably this week that I recorded scripted is being worked on right now that actually gives you like starter tanks to start on push. And if that ends up doing well, I'll do more on that stuff to help people with push. I'm trying to launch a new video series, but also make it like very well. Like it's gonna be well done. Very well done. In a good way. So I think people will like the content that will come from that. Hopefully, right? That's the hope. Hopefully, I say, right? But that's gonna be something that's gonna be coming out sometime very, 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 very soon. Very soon. So, can we miss some end of this? I think we're gonna watch some matches today. I think that's the play. I do like co-streaming matches. Like, I don't know. I've always enjoyed it. Yeah. I think my favorite part about watching OWCS matches is that when I get copyright strikes on my YouTube every single time. That's one of my favorite ones. Because like they'll play music that I'm supposed to like not get rolled by, and then they get rolled by it every time. Like, yeah, no, you can watch our stuff for no problem. And then they're like, oh, never mind, sorry. Oh, thank you. I feel like I got you baited. That's what it feels like. I just get you baited when that happens. Also, I'm about to hit level 70. I'm level 69 right now in my shaman chat. I'm level 69. That's how quickly it takes to level up right now. I think I have 2 more memories to do right now, and I'm level 70. Oh, I love copyright strikes. Oh, it was awful. They kept telling us like, oh yeah, you won't get any copyright strikes if you watch OWCS matches every single time. Copyright strikes. Wait, thanks to the 28 months of the free prize. Thank you. Without fail. Like I couldn't even upload the videos because like I would legit get copyright strikes. And then they'd be like, yeah, we'll lift them. And then they wouldn't get lifted. I'm like, dude. Eventually they did, but like. We want them lifted, like, right away, because that's going to be better for us. Yeah? Like. Will the speed stack with speed boost? I mean, yeah. Like, it will stack, but you have a cap. I think the cap is 75% speed. So, like, you get... I think they even mentioned it, like, I think it was Gavin who mentioned it during the... I think it was Gavin who mentioned it during the interview, or during his blog post, that was like... Technically, you can get capped out, but the sweaty play is to use the speed boost out of spawn and then use speed. I think that was the sweaty play. Okay, I think I'm about to hit level 70. Ellie, thanks to the 11 months of tier 1. Thank you. I'm going to AFK near near Hogger. And then...
11 months? That's almost a year.
Like, this match hasn't started yet. Thankfully, I wasn't just sitting here watching absolutely nothing, because the match still hasn't started yet. Just so you know, chat. Also, this player has 7 water balls. How much water is he drinking? But like it's like they took a sip on each one. I've been there before. Thank you, Ellie. Yep. Where are we at? Yeah, they still haven't started the match. I'm just sitting here waiting for a match to start so we can just co-stream and have some fun, and still nothing's happening. It's great, isn't it? Frogger mentioned. I mentioned Frogger the other day, too. Frogger's great. I don't get that ever play games with Frogger or talk to him because he's on the exact opposite possible schedule ever. But the first sip of a new bottle is the best. I don't even like... I just have like a water machine thing. Which I'm glad I got. I have like one of... You know, like one of those like water like things you have like at like a workplace. I got those. Like, I get, like, the stuff delivered, and I just send the bottle back, and they just, like, keep recycling it back and forth or whatever. That's what I get. Like a water machine. Oh, yeah, match still hasn't started yet. Wonderful. I forgot what it's called. What is it called? Like a... Yeah. You like carbonated water? Lonnie does, too. She's a huge fan of, Alright, chat, here we go. About to hit level 70. I just need to finish this. We need to poison a pumpkin, apparently, on this quest, and that's it. Come on. Let me do this. Oh, come on. There we go. We're good. And... level 70. Alright, we're good. So, best thing to do right now is immediately log out of this character. No, I gotta go buy some stuff, and then... anybody who knows War Within, I can buy all the level 70 gear and then transfer it around, right? Or do I, when I buy the level 70 gear, is that transferred to, like... Can I move it between characters if I put them in my warband? Anybody know? Yeah, I have like water cooler thing, yeah. Because like I have enough to buy all these memory things here. So I just want to make sure that I can like just do that. Dude, how do you unlock backpack size? I don't get it. Punk's trunk? Like, what is this crap? Oh, I see now. Much better. There we go. You can send? Okay. Thank you. I'm gonna go buy all these. I have enough of these memories to buy this stuff. I'll buy it after, though. Do it later. Okay, cool. Let's do this. Dude, this match still hasn't started, but I'm gonna at least open it up so people aren't just sitting there going, what are you doing? Get into stuffer. I'm mad at you, you poo-poo head or something. Watch more WCS chat. We're vibing.
My matrix was double matrix, so I'm like all the way
Some of my coins? I wish I could give people my coins. I don't need them for anything.
Like, almost 3 feet up.
I have everything in the
so
game.
I'm actually very high.
Almost.
So, and the Maryland had 3.7. I know you're gonna laugh at it. I know you're gonna laugh at it, but
it's enough to be like, oh, this sucks.
I still need to go live on TikTok one of these days and farm the last 28 subs I need so I can get gifted subs unlocked on TikTok.
I think during college.
Then once gifted subs are unlocked, then I can start to
because
grind the. They give you. Let me see.
Nothing was shaking, but just my.
Looking at TikTok right now.
Just my
10,
bed because my bed was
25%,
so high, and then I was panicking
40%.
so hard, trying to call my friends.
So if I get to,
no one was picking up because everyone was just sleeping.
If I get to 1,000 subs on TikTok, they give me 40% more every month, like money wise. I get paid 40%.
There's nothing calming about the entire earth.
But like I need to get to 50 so I can get gifted subs unlocked.
I get it, man. I'm with you there. I will never get used to it.
Yeah, but I have it at like a, I have it at a
like
smaller.
Our issue is resolved. And we can no longer regale you.
Yeah, we're almost there. I mean, yeah, bro, we're at.
Earth slightly shaking, terrifying me on an existential.
Oh, okay, so.
Instead,
on paper,
Zeta Division try to improve their record.
Who should win this?
So far.
Zeta Division?
Trying to get those map wins, map sweeps.
Right? Like, shouldn't Zeta just win this, or am I wrong?
Make sure that everyone in the audience can catch a lovely train home.
Yes, it's Saturday, so I think we have about 2 hours until the last train, depending on where you have to go.
A 3-0 will get that done. Generally, if you want to try to figure out how long a match is or whatever, especially with the
I don't know, I
production
can't
that
tell.
we have in WDG, every map is about a half hour. That's what you can figure out. So if you get 3-0s all night, you're still at a 4.5 hour broadcast.
I think they can all catch the interview even. And
Yeah, like Zeta on paper, I see that roster. I'm like, this team should just win, right? Like, I don't even think it's like a question. But like, I don't know enough about VEC on how good they are. Like, I will be honest with you, I'm not as well versed on a lot of like the new players.
30 seconds if you run.
I like the team's commitment to using a number as a letter, though.
But until you hear that dubstep, start the game faster, as you can say all day long. But
I like their commitment to using numbers.
Yeah, maybe in the future. Oh,
we don't deserve that.
Have they been playing together for a while? Because their numbers add up to 1, 2, 3, 4.
We know it's ready.
I would start it with like a 4v5 and be like,
look at
you can't figure out your headphones. That's on you.
Because Minute has 1 and 2, Gurm has 3, and Dart has 4. So have they been like teammates for a long time?
That's exactly why we want that 5v5.
It would
I know it's
really
been a while.
incentivize teams to figure out,
Right?
It would
That's
really,
clearly on purpose.
Light a fire under somebody. You start in the lobby, and it's in like the.
So I wouldn't doubt it that they've been like a core 3 for a long time.
Bet you they'd figure
the
out
first
how
one
to
to
get
be
their
fired.
headphones.
I know, guys, it's been a while, but first map is Nepal.
Violet on support? Yeah, I mean, Violet is a support player, so I'm not surprised.
Well, one of the interesting things is that Bernard is in, so it does.
We'll see. I want to see how it goes. What is the comps being ran right now?
Maps, and Nepal is actually a map that the
Ooh, wonderful, an Orisa map.
And Bernard, a very.
I got to give credit.
Ooh,
I would hate playing Orisa on this map. So.
Finn is tired of getting snubbed for player of the match.
It's not Violet this time. It's Finn.
Finn could have deserved it probably the last.
So basically, you're running against like the pretty much default Bappa Yari comp you see in ranked. So like, the comp that Vec is running is very much the comp that you would run in ranked. Like that's like a normal default like support line. Zeta's running more of a team-based comp, so if you look at their comp, what makes I'll turn the volume down a little bit more. What makes their comp so strong, like just watching, like looking at Zeta, is like, well, they just switched off of the May. But what made the comp so strong, at least in my opinion,
Thought they had it.
was that like it's just very much a deathball comp. You work together as a team. But Vec did a really good job of getting picks with their Pharah, and they gave themselves opportunity. So
It's really good if you have control.
Yep.
He's going to have to go to the Echo to try to help out. It's definitely going to help out.
when do we hate running the Rissa? Oh yeah, I don't want to play Rissa. It just doesn't work for me.
Nylon. Aggressive comp coming from BEC. They know that. Oh, another flip.
Echo's good here. You go Echo against the Pharah. That's a really good swap. A good Pharah is infuriating to play against. Oh yeah, I mean that's.
We should add.
I mean like
Favorite player.
technically,
Lord,
like believe it or not, bronze players have been warning us for years about Pharah. Like I'm not even joking
For
you.
the better. 2 gets caught.
For years, bronze players have been warning us, like, please, do not let this hero become even better. And then they did it. And then bronze players are like, told you.
Okay.
We told you.
Up E.
We've been telling you for years. You don't want to deal with this at all.
He has start available, but
Yep.
use that.
Because that was always like, you ever notice? Okay. So I kind of talked about this a little bit, but it happened more in Overwatch 1, a little bit less in Overwatch 2. But you ever notice like when a hero gets nerfed or buffed, and you get so confused? It's because that hero becomes a problem in like bronze and like silver. And for the longest time, in Overwatch 1 especially, you'd see like these random like Pharah and Reaper buffs. Or like, no, sorry. You'd see these random Pharah and Reaper nerfs, and you'd be like, dude, why? Those heroes suck in top 500. It wasn't because of top 500, it's because those heroes were just running loose in like bronze and silver.
Watching. A lot more towards the right here. Minute. Luisa just burns.
That was a good trade back there. They had the ults actually.
Keeping everyone alive.
What is?
Or elsewhere.
Honestly, there's a chance that Vec can actually get
Other
2
work.
team fights win
Nylon
here
first and
because they can. I mean, this is tough. Because what they're probably gonna do is they're probably gonna Sigma ult
Flora gets caught.
and then a Yari ult or vice versa to get cleanse out. More than likely Sigma ultimate because they have to cleanse it or forced to.
But if you lose team fight,
I hate that you have to play around in the
they
abilities.
got
So tough like that.
80% off PC.
That's what they're doing. Yep.
Vec's gonna try to set up a flux into a captive sun very likely.
Yep.
It's one of the best ways to try to get value out of captive sun.
That's exactly what that is. You lead with Sigma ult. Actually, what a play here.
Some first. Lego. Hear the beat. Alpha E with the flux of his own.
Yep. Didn't work as planned. So they didn't really showcase what happened there strategically, but I thought that was great. Oh, that rock almost hit.
Counter.
So what was really good about that play was Zeta actually did a flank strategy. What they did was they sent people on the flank, but they also had their Echo go Sigma to create an off angle, so they got stuck in the corner, and then their play didn't go as well. That was really well played. They played that very, very well.
Echo of their own gonna need the fight win if they want
That was
to
cool.
extend the map. But Vec has made a lot of compositional changes that are gonna be behind the 8 ball in a lot of these.
That was really cool.
Running in overtime. Room back in Diva.
Still a good regroup here. The only problem is they're going to all in the Diva and kill the Diva.
Down. 2 low members for Dark.
Kind of worked, though. I think the target focus ended. Oh, never mind.
Zeta with Flora.
Sorry, my bad. That was,
No
wow.
idea how Bernard's still alive. Just absolutely none.
That was looking like it was an easy team fight win to that.
I thought Groom was holding this position.
Holy crap.
In fact, it was Bernard and Flora.
When I say that what Zeta's running is the meta, I can almost guarantee that won't be their comp next round. I almost guarantee it.
Down to the abyss. Love it.
Yeah, so despite Violet
Guarantee it.
dying first and alone 3 times in a row, Zeta Division will come back and win that after some small comp changes. BEC now knows kind of maybe what's... Yeah, this is a great Terra Surge. Knows the composition perhaps that Zeta wants to run, but this is going to be...
What's the meta? I don't know.
So I think Zeta's going to try to force the play again.
I haven't watched enough esports the last like week or so.
Grasp takes so much help.
Because they yeah, look at the comps.
Okay,
So one of the cool things about Koth maps, I call it Koth, like King of the Hill, but like control maps, is that every map is different. And like it's why it gets so frustrating when people give up after losing 1 round, because you can easily change a different strategy and just win the next round. That's why it's not uncommon, especially in top 500 games, to see the team win the first round but lose the next 2, because your team comps are better.
On this map,
It's also why like
This is a composition that
ball one tricks can do really well, because it's like such a good map. Sims are really good on Koth. So
yes.
You go to sleep, have a good night.
Coming back into the point can be tough, but
I'm enjoying the spectating videos lately. Let's go. Love to hear it.
Minute very low.
Love to hear it.
Group is there, but we'll be lacking some damage now. One. Trade. Bernard just doing his duty.
Yeah, the deep. I see. I've been playing more Diva on this map, and I usually win against the Ramatra map, the Ramatra comps. I've had a few Nepal games where I go Diva, they go Ramatra, but we win it because like you can just play angles and not really engage the Ramatra, which makes the Ramatra have to go to the back line. But if
the other team tries to
take a look at Zeta's comp. Let me ask you this question, Chad. If you're on Ramatra, who's your target?
For a flank or a counter aggression.
Who's your target?
Just a fake teleporter. So they're going to give it another go here. You don't really want to be switching comps too often. And it can, I mean, the beam team.
If you're on Vec, who are you going for?
Heal? Oh, that was so quickly done. The build was out so early.
Yeah, you have no idea exactly, because like every single one of them is so mobile that like you have to do exactly what they did there, where they just all in a Diva, and then the Diva kind of stayed there a little bit long, and they won the team fight. But like if you're playing Ramatra, and if you look at the ult charge on Ramatra, you don't have anybody you can go on. Everybody's so mobile.
Just saw the aggression just go right.
I mean, yeah, you're gonna, yeah, on paper, you're gonna go for the Lucio or the Kiriko, etc. But like, they're so mobile. It's like Ramatra benefits from people stacking, and if you can't do that, you're gonna get nothing done. So like now, Ramatra becomes more of like a block bot, and you just have to hope that like everything else goes into play. So,
in Violet,
I mean, they're flipping the point on him. Oh my. That was actually kind of an early. Okay, they had beat to go with it. I was gonna say that felt like a very early play. Look how close they were to capping that point, chat. Look at the. That's as close as it gets, by the way.
2 HP recalls.
Good target focus, dude. What a blink melee.
Nice melee confirm.
Like, do you see that blink melee? Like, that's what I mean when like I go against players who like blink melee against me. I can't do anything. He's gonna Ramatra ult if need be. Doesn't have to Ramatra ult, but once they all in the Ramatra after Nemesis form, you're gonna get ult forced out.
Nice ball to isolate.
All right, Ramatra, there it is. Which, by the way, is the correct play there. Like, if you're Zeta, like you're not necessarily expecting to win that. You're just trying to get the ultimate out. That's what they did. And that's like a victory for them, right? Like getting an ultimate out when you know you're probably gonna lose it is the play there, rather than just staggering. That was a really good play.
Walled off and completely isolated. Like
Zeta has 1, 2, 3 ultimates. They have Beat, but I don't think Beat will win this fight. Maybe they engage with Beat. Yeah, I like the idea of engaging with Beat here because they're not gonna beat. They use Beat. Oh no! Oh no! Ult economy. It always comes down to that in these type of games. Is ult economy like? That's a situation where you know you're going to lose that, right? So what you want to do is you want to just save your ultimates so that way you can go into the next one. I've talked about this in spectators too. And basically what happens there is they already lost 2. Why use beat? There's no reason to use beat at that point because like you need that ultimate and like now you probably won't build beat in time. Because look at the percentages. There's a chance, but it depends how much damage you take with surviving, and I don't think the team fight will last long enough for Lucio to get that beat by the time they need it for the last fight.
Oh yes.
You said, but you're saying it was just to get him off point. What? I'm sorry. In what context is that too? I'm sorry, I missed it. They're gonna knock the ult down. Yep.
Got this minute.
Yeah, it drops because you can push it as Baby Diva.
You know, without just trying to remake, but sometimes you can still get it a good position on it. Now Zeta Division has got themselves in a great position to be able to close out this map. Both support ultimates up. Alpha E still with Duke.
Yeah, that was Echo Push basically not really having to use much of the resource from Zeta.
Oh, Ramada's good for controlling the point. Yeah, but like they can surround him though. That's the problem, right? So Ramada's good for controlling the point, but the comp they have surrounds him. It's working in a sense, right? They're doing well. Right now they're going to slow play it, so you're going to watch the overtime. It's going to go back and forth. Zeta recognize this. They don't want to give that opportunity. They know they have to build ults. So Chad, do you see what Zeta did right there? That's what I talk about sometimes in spectators too. Right? So that's what I talk about a little bit. And I'll mute for a second here because they're going to go to the end of the round there. But like that's what I talk about where like sometimes you just like need to recognize they're close to something and that the other team wants to slow play it, so you don't let them do that. You set the tone, you set the play, and you go right in. And that's what just happened. So you don't think there was a world where they win that? There actually was going to be a world where they win that if Zeta didn't do what they did. So if Zeta waited like an extra 5 seconds to make that play, the Mei ultimate becomes a little bit easier to use it as a defensive ultimate, which means they can get through about 2 of their ultimates. Then it becomes more of like a 60-40 type of situation where Zeta has the advantage, but like like they can still kind of like bring it back and win it. It was a timing thing. Like that is what I mean about timings. Every notice time when we talk about like random things, we talk about timings, right? All the time. Timings. That's timing right there. That window. That's why I always talk about it. Like the better you get at your timings, and the better you're willing to make your play, and like your reaction is to do that, the more likely you're going to win. Now, granted, it's a little bit harder in ranked because this is a team set and these teams practice this, so they understand that. But that's why it's just like understanding that concept. Mm-hmm. Yep. And now we wait for the next map. Chat, you fine with some co-streams today? You fine with some co-streams? We're vibing. Gives me a little bit of... I feel like rank's going to be awful. I feel like ranked is going to be awful again today. Check one thing on my phone. I just have the sound muted, chat, just so I can take my headset off sometimes, and I can know the volume. Although I will say, I definitely love them adding the drive system in place because I feel like they're trying to address. Like I think next season, end of season rank might feel better because of that new drive system. Like those are cool rewards to try to get that with drives. I like that. I like that. I should give you the play-by-play. I enjoy the commentary we do now because play-by-play, like I can do play-by-play, but sometimes, but like I'm gonna be honest with you, I after that Diva stream, I still need a day on that. I can't. I'm just being smart at that point. Otherwise, yeah, I'm just being smart. You said you think next year will be great because you'll finally get a Venture skin? Ugh. See, I feel bad for Aaron because I know Aaron meant well with that tweet. Like Aaron meant well with that tweet, but I guarantee you, I haven't even looked at the tweet, but I know the comments are just going to be people just getting really angry because like he just wants to know, oh, we have something exciting coming, but like season
almost
14
a year
like
with the best community among blankies.
December or something. Wanton, thanks for the 5 months of the tier 1. Thank you, PJ. What was it? Basically, to summarize it, Aaron basically made a tweet saying that like they know people are excited about Venture like getting skins, and that they actually have a really exciting skin in season 14 for Venture. So, did you not sure I read YouTube chat? What do you mean? I responded to you earlier about when you were complaining. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, he means well. That's what I'm saying. He means well, but like, it's Twitter. It's Twitter. You know what I mean? Like, of course people are gonna hard focus that. But he means well. I will say from like, kind of like in the middle of that, I do agree that Venture should have at least some like starter skins. You know how like a lot of heroes will get like just kind of default skins, like basically, and we have to obviously see the patch, but like let's say Juno releases with a bunch of like recolors, you know what I mean? Like we just kind of have like the basic level skins that like heroes get. People are gonna be pissed because Venture released with like no skins. If Juno releases with skins, like, and releases with like default ones, people are gonna be mad because then they're like, well, why couldn't you do that for Venture? So if it's consistent, then that's why. But I think the best thing they can do is just explain to people why skins can take long. I think that's more of what would be the best way to go about it. People won't agree. They'll come up with like, oh, I get it. But I think people want to know more of the why Venture doesn't get skins more than, oh, we're gonna give you a Venture skin in season 14, which is like, I think it's like December. You know what I mean? So even then, people will still say something. But yeah. Instead of a buffer Ramatra, Annihilation no longer forces Ramatra to enter Nemesis form. I get what you're saying, but I just feel like that would feel weird. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it'll be fine. Do I think that the season 4? I don't think it's a. They said, do I think it's a Venture Mythic? I don't know if it comes off as a Venture Mythic. It comes off as more of like a collab. That's what I'm guessing. It's probably some cool collab they have that people will love. That's what I'm guessing. That's what I'm guessing. Okay. Next map.
Yeah, it was either going to be this or probably Circuit Royale, which is also a map that BEC likes to go to. And likes to
Circuit Royale's good if you have like a sniper base when you want to play Sigma.
So
Yeah.
one of those two. I mean, if they lose Cervaso, we might see Circuit Royale. Those have been kind of the picks that they've been favoring.
Yeah. Well, a
yeah.
lot of Circuit Royale from
Here we go.
BC. Actually, that's the
I'm up early. I went to bed at like 9 p.m. When I said yesterday I was tired, I was not joking, Chad. I was not memeing you.
Ooh, quick music. I like it. Let's bring up the energy. Comes Flashpoint. Soravasa will be the second map. BEC's map choice. Looking at this.
Yep.
Humidity, I can feel it.
Okay, here we go. So Vec is gonna run. Ooh, are they a Wrecking Ball team? Because this could be very interesting.
He's going to run anything a little bit off here. Mostly, I'm thinking like Dart on Venture.
Zeta's running the Queen comp. Okay.
But it does seem like
I like Queen.
well, it's hard to tell until the very end. It's also
Diva?
the map we mentioned too.
Okay,
that-
so
that
Diva-
midpoint, the mid-fight
Oh, I thought they were gonna go
can
with ball
really
comp, just for
go
fun.
Poke. And mostly, I feel it favors double flex a lot too. So that's what Zeta Division. I think Zeta Division has the best double flex.
First time being able to catch stream. Welcome. We're just kind of co-stream and watch some matches. We'll probably
They're
record
gonna,
a video in a little bit
but
while we wait for like the next set of matches, play some games, and then kind of just do that. It's a fun day today.
It's just
Probably a bit more relaxed day, but a fun day at that.
Yeah, this is
mostly the
surprising.
damage.
Dark might have a tough time because this Cassidy is one of the scariest Cassidy in Korea.
I always love how each team has different routes they like to take.
Also the map where he
Like, I always see it. So you see where Zeta went?
they just couldn't go
Teams
up.
always go there,
And
and then they somehow win the team fight and get it at like 30%. But I hate that. I like the other way. It's all player preference and team preference.
Haven't been able to
What I
find
will
it.
say, Vec did a good job of denying that space. I think a lot of teams give up that space too much, eventually get grinded down.
moments there.
Whether or not Vec wins the team fight here, I still think that was the correct play and reaction.
Keep this Cassidy out with the
I think this was exactly the correct play. Whether or not they win or lose it,
Bernard.
I look at the percentage up
on
top.
defensive mode.
They bought themselves probably an extra 20, maybe even 30% by just doing that play.
Yeah,
Deep
there's
darts.
Because, like, I always see the same thing. Teams go there, they stand still.
Letting him go, okay.
Like, they go there, they stand still.
just a little
They get
tired,
grinded down to
sitting back
25%,
there
not even
waiting
worth it.
so
But
the
58%
moment
on a
that
lost
step
team
forward
fight,
to try to get some damage on, he
I
was
take that.
hunting
I am happy.
on
I think that's good.
zone.
Pinko, thanks for the 11 months of the feature surprise. Thank you, appreciate it. I take that any day of the week. Any day of the week, chat, in my opinion, I take that.
Can't really- That was the only way, as no one was hitting him.
Because why not, right? Like, at that point, you get to, like, legit just make plays.
93 off of E Flora.
That was a good stagger, yeah. I agree.
Close, Lego Sound Barrier. What else?
Okay, so Zeta has...
The Nano Diva should be the next play. I mean, the
Nano
Nano's gonna
Divas
be
probably
huge
is the play.
advantage.
Ooh, they use Honor Grenade. They know it, too. They're going to take map control. They might flip the point.
Any recall? No pulse yet. Rock.
Vec's waiting for Kitsune. They're slow playing this for Kitsune. That's why they're not engaging yet. They want a
Ultimate's
Kitsune
coming
in.
online
Ready,
2
set, go.
seconds.
3, 2, here it
Immediate
is.
Captain Stun from Violet.
Ooh, nice
when you had it.
play.
Yeah, it's just in the back line. Finds a nice angle.
And I think that's why a lot of people...
Pulse.
I think that's really why a lot of people enjoy playing against a Yari, that you can you can shoot
the
it off of a
definition.
wall and have it be better than a pulse bomb. I think that's what makes people excited
dead.
about that. You know what I
The other
mean?
4 are alive.
That doesn't matter. They are going to be slower.
That's pretty
for points
sweet.
And slower for rotation.
You know?
So, because Violet is well, never mind.
Lucio
Violet
Nile.
will-
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
I guess that's why he immediately pressed the Q.
Perhaps.
Here we
Also,
go.
I mean, Alari is just really good on that first point.
Got a
There's
complete
also
3
another
days. Are you excited to just sit down and focus on the
there's
stream?
a couple
Yeah.
other points where you can run Alari.
Yeah, we're going to do more co-streaming today, I think.
But yeah, gonna get the speed boost. Try to make.
Gonna hit the sun into a pole or into a DM.
Still has self-destruct.
Kind of like me when I played a Yari the other day and I just went right into on Circuit Royale. That was great.
Or did I?
I will say, I do like the change of pace here by Vec. It's not necessarily working, but like I like their change of pace. They're not like just slowing down. Oh, actually, they might still win this thing. I was gonna say go Diva and then go defensively. I love that. So what I see there, by the way, chat, is rather than fly and shoot at the Diva of the other team, they went back to peel for their team to guarantee a one-team fight. But basically what I'm saying is, before they played a little bit more defensive in the previous Koth map, now they're bringing the fight to Zeta. And you'd be surprised that like when a team is like clearly the team that is supposed to win, right? Just on paper, sometimes the teams will play scared and they won't actually like make plays. They'll play super defensive. I like that there's kind of like bringing the fight to them, right?
Then, you know, it puts you one
You know what I mean?
fight away from winning it. I mean, the percentage ticks up so fast in Flashpoint.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Pretty neutral fight here.
No, this is a match. This is a legit match for OWCS.
With the,
What time do EU matches start? Actually, I say that now. I can go find the
but
schedule on.
it can be used very defensively on Flashpoint. You can just drop it on the point, and even if the other team.
So this is a slow play fight for Vec now to get Kitsune. They're going to play around the map. They're going to have the Tracer tap the point a couple times, maybe the Diva. Then they're going to Kitsune immediately. Zeta might recognize this and just Diva. No, they won't Diva. There's no reason. They got to use it defensively. Ready, set, Kitsune. Very, very soon. Maybe now? Yep.
It's coming. There's a rush.
They're going to counter with beat.
Counter.
Yep.
Laura.
They ate the pulse bomb. Good eat. They might trade on their Kiriko. Yeah, that might be a huge pick for them. It really depends what happens here. If because they have beaten 3%, so they might be able to all in the beat. They still might. I think they might go for this still. I think they want to win this right now. They might use beat. I wouldn't use it. I actually would save beat. I would save. Correct play. Correct decision here, by the way, chat. Remember how we talk about ult economy?
Again, a little aggressive on that sound barrier.
If they use beat there and they lose that team fight, it actually wouldn't make sense. The problem is now, though, is Zeta's going to be in the same situation that Vec just was, where they're going to slow play it slightly, and they have 4 ultimates to go with it. So, like, on paper, Zeta should win this point. On paper, I say.
Really going to be on
Is it going vent? Did they start in 69 minutes? Nice.
Use as many ults as
on
possible.
paper is how I see this one. So we'll see, though. We'll see.
And the problem is, even if they win this fight, like, Zeta should have barrier for the next fight because Violet charges it so quick.
They're coming. Violet just used his barrier last fight, already up to 69, 70.
You might get it this fight.
I really think Vec needs to just, like,
they're looking for
they need to, like, make a play here.
Not duplicate.
Remember how I was complimenting how they were playing fast? They slowed it down now, and now look at Zeta. They're just it's going to be an ult stack game here, but like Zeta's going to have the advantage, and then they're going to reset and like this is a toughie. I don't know. I don't know who's going to win this.
Trying to respond.
I think there's a chance that they.
He does.
Yeah.
Response. A lot better in timing. End.
Looks the server crashed.
No.
So.
What?
Well, that's also a strategy.
I haven't seen that in quite a while.
Dude, how often are servers crashing right now in esports?
Going straight forward.
Have you noticed that?
And then,
yeah, I knew immediately that's.
No.
I'm like, oh, that's something that's gone a little bit bonkers when the.
It happened in
going forward.
Didn't it happen in like Japan too? Right, because like that's the tournament Frogger's playing in, right?
There was. Don't look.
Yeah,
so like it just seems like they're just having issues with servers recently.
Maybe, yeah.
I don't think they go back to.
No, they're on land, yeah, but like I mean, my
according to
understanding
rulebook,
is that even when they're on
maybe
land, they
the
use
rulebook
servers.
that we want to say is
As in, like they
2-1
use like
on the
I forgot what
flashpoint.
they did. I remember specifically it was something like
2-0
that.
on the flashpoint, right? I believe Zeta got the first one too.
Happens more often now. Yeah, that's a feels
If
bad.
That happens. We just
That's a feels
need
bad right there. I
to
gotta check one thing.
because this did happen a couple of times
Where's
for
my-
Japan, and it wasn't exactly the same case. Very similar.
I'm trying to check the schedule for EU today. I know
But
that
it's
I know how to plan the day.
rare to because they're all playing.
Not losing my
LAN and
voice.
on the Korean server, I believe.
I will not lose my voice today.
Well, the
We'll have an
players look
update.
about as happy as I do right now.
I don't have you on camera, but I can see you.
You can hear it. It's been,
Yeah, it's like
been a
3
really
MS,
rough
yeah.
night as far as getting through some of these games.
Yeah, they play
Yeah,
online,
especially
exactly.
the
My
Turkish
experience
team.
ever at like a
Some
LAN is you
days,
play
I mean,
online.
we're
You
still
log into like
in the
separate tournament
middle,
accounts and you just play
fourth
online
match-
with like low ping.
third or fourth match for a lot of these Korean teams.
So
Still got 2 weeks.
Says
to go.
Valve solved this problem for CS years ago. Yeah, but I feel like Valve
Yeah, that's not really on the that's not on the venue.
at
or
times
anything. This is
all-ins
not
on their
like,
esports
an
more
audio
than
issue or something.
Overwatch
This
does.
is a server issue, so
You know what I mean?
hopefully it can be resolved.
Yeah.
Oh,
I know.
9 a.m. PST
I
for
was
today and
there
tomorroh.
at Japan.
Oh, okay. So like in
okay.
in like 3
No
hours,
one
so less than
asked.
3 hours. Okay, thank you.
But-
Thank you, Nicole.
This is the different
Yeah.
settings.
I think that's how they've always been. They don't all in their esport as much. They just kind of like they're like Valve hasn't happened. I know Valorant hasn't happened. Like even then, like sometimes server issues just happen, right? I will say it's been happening a little bit more frequently. I think, and I think that's the problem that people are kind of running into.
Actually, seeing the game just straight up crash was a little bit.
It actually looks like it starts at
disconcerting.
1 o'clock if my timings
Yeah,
are
I think
correct.
it has to be the server issue, not the game client, because everyone just.
And it
sees
says 10 a.m.
right? At the
PET for
same time.
EMEA,
Yeah.
and it's Space Station versus Ohana. Does that sound
Worst
right?
case scenario.
Wait, all 4 matches are playing
We have
today,
to
so
see.
maybe we can do Overwatch. Maybe we'll do Overwatch Red Zone today. Does that sound
Worst
good?
case Ontario.
Oh, got some match.
Let's
Thank you.
think about the worst case possible. I mean, we were talking last trains, and
All right.
people might be checking their last train schedules.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we'll let you guys know if we get any updates or anything.
That
right
Overwatch
now,
Red
we
Zone's back?
are about as informed as you
Yep.
are. The server.
As long as I have an
crashed.
Octo box, I technically can.
Optimism's still in the.
I technically
status,
can
though.
have like an Octo
That's
box,
about
but
it.
like I don't think there'll be as many matches.
Two fans still loving it in their seats.
Skill issue.
How like
Skill
so
issue.
like when they're talking about the train schedule in Korea,
Wait, what a moment! I don't.
like is it like
Hey Hex, I know you.
if they
catch
miss the
walkable
train,
trains
how
in the United
walkable
States.
is a lot of the places?
Ever have?
Is it like
This
if
is a
like you're on the
moment.
opposite side of New York City, you just can't do that,
don't
or is it
know.
like
I
is it a
don't
little bit
know.
closer?
I think
I-
it's the first
sorry
server
for my
crash.
ignorance on the
just
size of the
straight up
city.
everyone out from the game.
Yeah, I mean, we've had like
According to
just
Wikipedia, I was
random
just looking at the
issues.
Discord
Usually it's just,
that
like,
they had
phone
here
issues or
on.
something.
So I looked at the
I
esports
don't know, I'm
Discord, and
starting
it
to
says it's
blame
1
players
o'clock.
for
It
that
says
stuff. I don't know what they're doing to their headsets.
it says the matches start at 10 a.m.
Treating them
PT,
roughly because it's been like audio issues constantly.
which I think is that
still
right, and
waiting
then
for
NA
response.
matches start at 4 p.m.
Yeah.
Eastern. That's what I'm seeing on the
Well,
stage
it's-
3
no,
schedule
I
for
don't think
today.
we've seen the
That's on
servers
their
straight up
Discord. Maybe they got the number,
crash,
the
but-
times wrong.
It's
Who
rare
knows? But that's what it
for
looks
the
like
Korean
on their
server,
thing.
especially with
KMC, thanks for the 30
Twitter,
months of the
like,
free
it's
sponsor. Thank
literally
you,
just
appreciate it.
one
Thank you.
digit ping. It's usually less than 10
Yeah.
milliseconds for the ping because the server is so close, and South Korea, it's not too far away. Even if you go to the island, I've checked.
The esports schedule says
from
they start at
Jeju Island,
11:45. Maybe they moved it up.
almost,
Yeah, if it
18,
says 11:45 a.m.,
19.
maybe they just moved it up an
Well,
hour and
also,
the
you
schedule
guys
was wrong
have
on there.
Fantastic
Right.
internet infrastructure. So there's. So
Yeah,
is
we
that
saw the
as
service
well.
crash. Yep. mhm.
Yeah,
I always get jealous of like seeing the speed tests there. It's always
yeah. Speed
nice.
test
but-
usually if I go for some type
Dude,
of
Hex must
YouTube
have the
video
worst sleep
or-
schedule right
or
now.
Netflix download just to keep it on my iPad for the flight.
Hex just wants to go to bed.
120 to if I get a good day on a good day. On an afternoon, 140 megabytes per second. It's
He's
really
over here like
slow.
he's over here
It's
about
not
talking about
nice.
catching the train. Meanwhile, he just wants to go to
Overpowering, I
bed.
thought.
He's like,
Mine's
dude.
not
Well,
bad.
I only pay
My
about
upload's pretty low,
$25
though.
a month, so it's not the best.
I mean, if it says that on Twitter, then that's probably right. I mean, I'm just looking at like the
Gigabit
screenshot they
style,
sent, so
so
they might have just
I
like
think we're gonna
changed the
go
schedule
to a short
around.
break and see if these servers.
me see, I'm gonna click
resolve
Twitter from here.
themselves, Hopefully, this one's
hope
out
it's
of
a
our
short
hands.
break. I hope it's a short break, but we will be back, and hopefully with a good news, guys. We'll take a break, and you guys should.
Unless they're doing like a long
stretch
pregame,
and
maybe they're
get
doing that.
some, rest because I don't know how long. It's
Hydrate.
gonna take, but we
Hydrate and
will
posture
be
check.
back after that time, sometime.
All right, well, now we just wait. Now we just wait. Ah, okay. I mean, I guess that makes sense. So maybe it's like possible. So people were asking why they were such low energy at that point. Well, I mean, because they get a lot of cash. Like I said, like I mean, Hex, I don't know. He might. I don't even know if he's West Coast. He might be West Coast because he's done a lot of stuff for Blizzard over the years. But like, I don't. Even then, it's like 6 a.m. there. So I mean, like, he's just on an opposite sleep schedule than he probably normally is used to. You know. That pulse bomb by Becky there was huge. He said you can confirm it's 6 a.m. and you're exhausted. You woke up to feed your cats and now you're here. Welcome to having cats. I've been pretty lucky. My cats are on like the 8 or 9 a.m. schedule. But when Lonnie goes back to work, like not next week, but the week after, they're going to be back on an early schedule because like she gets up at 5 a.m. so she feeds them by like 6:15. So they're gonna get back on that too. Yep. They're gonna the yours were too. You don't know what happened? Cats. Oh, my cats are happy now. Sully's up on his cat tower, passed out. I fed him earlier. You know what? I'm trying to get Sully to learn how to use the buttons, and he still doesn't. He just doesn't pick up on it, and I don't know why. And by doesn't pick up on it, he knows. He knows the button leaves the food. He just knows I press it. He's like, yeah, well, you're pressing the button. He's like, you're the one pressing the button. Why would I? He goes, if you're pressing the button, why would I go press the button when you press the button to go feed me? Right? You know what I'm saying? Dude, by the way, chat, I love how we're on day 4 of the South Park stream, still being live. They've had a South Park stream playing nothing but South Park episodes with drops enabled for 4 days. At this point, I just laugh about it at this point. I'm like, dude, honestly, I got nothing at that point. It's literally just South Park episodes. Yep. I'm just like, you know what? At that point, if they're not going to do anything about it, then that's it. That's what it is. Emborg, thanks for 1,000 bits. You said you love the Bluetooth feeders for your kitty. Oh, the ones that like automatic? Yeah. Have you ever seen the videos of when cats like have a general understanding of the time, so they'll sit there and just wait because they know? Yeah, that's exactly what it is, Vent. No, I imagine Hype has zero control over that type of stuff. It's the same thing of like when people like ask Gavin in the chat about like balance stuff, and like, Gavin's like, dude, I don't work on that. Like, Gavin's like, I work on systems, not balance. Yeah, so we don't have the Bluetooth feeders. We have the chip feeders. So like, we don't. Basically, the cat. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's not like that's something that it's just different areas that people are in that you just have no control over. It's exactly what Gavin would say for like other stuff. You know what I mean? Like, it's the same thing. Cats have like the automatic, like we have the Bluetooth or the chip feeders. So like Luna is a foodie. So like Luna constantly. I don't even know what that means, man. I don't even know what that means. What's up, Ed? Thanks for the 11 months of the tier. Thank you, feature. Thank you. Where like they have to like walk up to it to open because Luna would try to steal their food. So now we do that. So what happens in 5 minutes? The next match. Unfortunately, they're having issues right now. I don't know. Servers crashed. I don't know why. I generally don't understand why it takes as long as it does to restart the match. Unless they're trying to solve the issue, but like sometimes, who am I rooting for in OWCS? Good matches. Whenever I like watch matches, I just want good matches. You know what I mean? That's what I want. Yep. Is the chip in their collar? It's like not in their collar. It's like in their. It's like on like. It just like I don't know how. I'm not gonna act like I know how it works, but like when you're, usually they can like chip your cat so that way you know. If they ever get lost and somebody finds them, if they bring them to a vet, then they'll have their chip. I think the tracker one is the one that you put a collar on for them, if I'm correct. Right? If I'm correct, like the tracker one is the one that you can like put on like their collar, and then if they ever get lost, like you can know where they're at or something like that. Yeah. And I'm watching Zeta Division. What does that mean, Bad Part Chamari? Is it like a team that and they're good, right? You didn't cheer for them, right? Like just to make sure. I want to make sure they win. Your thoughts would be Malgazaria for what? Oh, if 6v6 happened? I mean, everybody's under the assumption that, like, you're asking about the 6v6 question. Oh, yeah, I mean, I know Vile is good. I mean, he's still good. It's just, like, sometimes alt management, right? My guess is the number one problem that he's been running into is, like, and maybe I'm wrong on this one, but Zeta seems a bit more structured in their gameplay style. And a lot of the teams Violet played on before had a bit more of like loose gameplay. You know what I'm saying? So like when you play on a team that's a little bit more like just kind of they play a little bit more loose. When you get into a much more like defined strategy team, it can take a little bit to adapt to that. I've seen that happen before with like players in any game. It's like whenever ever seen a player in Counter-Strike who's like an absolute just like absolutely dominates, but then he goes to a team where like they play a little bit more strategically, and then they get there and they struggle for a while, and they eventually get to the player that they are, but it takes them a while. That's probably what's happening. It just takes a lot to like readapt to like play styles and things like that. Is more of my guess. You said Ryan Zarya would make a comeback in the meta? Don't get me started. I got to play Orisa Sigma for years because Ryan Zarya was almost impossible to play in top 500. Well, hopefully they're able to find her. Either Cat, Effington. Empty Clips, thanks for the 13 months of the Futures Prime. Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I honestly didn't get to see the clip of the. I didn't get to see the clip of the beat. I heard it was pretty rough. But I mean, there's been so many players that have had a bad ultimate before it happens. It just in some situations it can be amplified. You know what I mean? Even in like, you know, the NFL, the best of the best make a bad play, and you just step up the next time around, right? I grew up a Patriots fan. I got to watch Tom Brady play for like 20 years. He had plays that you would watch and you'd go, "What in the world was that?" You just got to bounce back. That's how it goes. You know what I mean? It doesn't mean they're not good. It just means that they know. You see, you need a Ryan on that one. Yeah, I mean, I have no idea how 6v6 will be. Obviously, they're gonna. I think they said season 13 they're gonna start doing some like tests on that stuff. But like, I don't. You couldn't do it as is with current balance. And even then, like, I know they've been running like codes, but even then, it's you need to get like the whole player base in there because like what works now in like a very like small testing area may shift when you have a bunch of people test it out. You know what I mean? Okay, am I reading this timer correctly, or am I? I'm sorry. There's no way it's 20 minutes. Nah. There's no way it's 20 minutes. Okay, well, I'm not sitting here doing nothing for 20 minutes. That's not what's happening. That must be like a glitch with like the timer. Like it just resets to 20 after 0 is my guess. So, yeah. I'm going to go and like, let me know when the match starts up again, chat. Does that sound good? Does that seem like a fair trade-off here? I'll go like play some quick play while we wait. I'm not waiting on that. Hana, thanks for the 4 months with the British Prize. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Just let me know. I'm not sitting there and waiting through that. That's not happening. Oh, someone in the chat there just said, we'll be back as soon as possible when the issue is resolved. So, like, the timer is just like a default timer they put there. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't feel like that's the play, just to put, like, that much time on the clock. Do you know what I mean? Like, because people are going to see the 20-minute and just, like, AFK out. Like, they're going to, like, leave the channel. They should make it, like, 5 minutes every time. I mean, who knows? Aren't they like putting drops separately on the esports channel? Which once again, I still can't believe that they're not taking they haven't been taking the feedback on that stuff. Been very interesting. Been very interesting. All right, let's go get these dubs.
29 months of watching you yap and throw. Where does the time go? Keep
Absolutely.
it up.
Monocrix,
Play
thanks for the
more
29 months this
Junkrat
year.
for
When they compete, thank you.
Warcraft
Tell me when the
and
match is up. I'll go play some Doomfist or something. I'm gonna look, but like, yeah, I'm not doing that. Good there. Okay, who should I make next for my character chat? And wow, what do I need? Who else can heal? Do I have a paladin on this account? I have a paladin, a druid, a priest, a shaman. Does a monk heal? I think a monk heals, right?
Our future will be forged by unity.
They have the default stuff. Monk. And yes. So is monk the last one I would need to get? I never played monk, even though I've played WoW since it came out. I didn't play much Mist though. So is that it? Just monk? Anybody else that I need to level up healer wise? I think that's it. And then I'll just level up tank. So warrior, evoker. Oh, evoker. Yeah. Okay, so evoker, and then I need to level up an evoker, and I need to level up a monk. Okay, that's it. Easy. Then I'll level up a tank after that, and then should be good to go. Level up a warrior, and then level up a someone else. Yep. A gnome warrior? Yes, of course. Gotta level up a gnome warrior. Do passives even matter as much now in WoW? Like, haven't they like changed how passives work? Like, because you wouldn't go a gnome warrior during classic because like I think it was the human passive. I think it was the human passive that was that was like really strong because of like the passive you had. So I don't think you go that anymore if I'm correct. So
I rise again.
yeah. Yeah, druid. I have a druid. I have a paladin. I have a warrior I'm starting to level, so yeah, I'll need to do all that. It's just so easy to level right now in War Within that I might as well take advantage of that. Yeah, the passives don't matter as much as I thought. It's like if you were a human warrior, then like that was the like it was worth it. It was also the same thing with like you needed to be a troll for like you wanted to be a troll for like casters or something because of like for DPS casters, but then like you also wanted to be you needed like a dwarf priest so you could have like fear ward, things like that. So I imagine that's changed now, right? Yep. So they killed the human rep passive after 20-something years. I mean, I understand why they're trying to stray away from that. I'm not saying whether it's a good or bad play, but I've heard positive things about War Within. I'm excited for it. It's been a long time. Like a Dragonflight, I looked at and I was like, okay, that's kind of cool, but like there wasn't anything that really pulled me into Dragonflight. And even when I tried to play it, it still felt very much like the same rotation. It sounds like they finally broke out of that rotation with War Within, which is good. Well, that's a good elf, by the way. Holy crap, is that a good elf? You're fine. Hey, okay, this is on you. I was gonna let you go back to spawn, and you just sat there and started shooting at me, okay?
My might.
And then they try to res. Also, there you go. You said that the racials matter at like, at like top level, yeah. Like if you go for like mythic plus raids, right, or something like that, or like, yeah, if you're going for mythic raid. I will say, I also do enjoy watching like the world first in WoW, even though if I don't like play in the raids, it's always fun to watch. Here we go.
Meteor strike.
Huh. They might get me though. I think at a certain point they're gonna get me there. I mean, if you hear me minimizing or see me minimizing, I'm just going to check to see if this is gonna load up. Okay, we're good. Better on the world rank? Yeah, I mean, like, what would Team Liquid run right now, though, is the question. You know what I mean? I am fully focused. Gracias. Did I ever watch the BFA one? I'll be honest with you, I don't think I watched BFA.
30 seconds.
Stella, thanks for the 5 months of cheer. One thing, thank you. I wasn't. BFA is when I started to kind of like check out a little bit on WoW. Actually, I'm who am I kidding? Warlords of Draenor was where I started to check out of WoW a little bit. And then I started to look back at it when Legion came out, and then BFA was, I want to say BFA was right before COVID. And I started to play it a little bit, and oh my. I wish I had my second channel then for like streaming WoW. We were in tears in that game. We used to do like late night. We used to do late night, we used to do late night mythics with Steve. So Steve's my friend, real life friend who, my roommate for a bit. You've seen us play with him in Overwatch a little bit too. And he runs mythics. That's like his thing. He runs mythics, carries people through mythics and all that, like helps people out. And we would run mythics with him. And we had a mythic one time where we had
Thanks for being such a
185
wholesome
deaths.
streamer. Well earned on this sub.
Darkness, thanks for the 3 months of the tier 3. Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you for the tier 3. 185 deaths in a mythic, and we were crying. It was so bad. It was that bad. And I was like really tired. I'm not talking like, you know, like, okay, I'm a little bit tired. I was overtired. I ran back like 50 times and kept pulling a mob, and then I would show up on accident. So I didn't even know I would pull the mob. That's the thing here. I would pull a mob, I'd show back up to the group because they couldn't res me, and then out of nowhere, you look behind me, and there was just a train of mobs running. And then I wouldn't do it, somebody else would do it, and it would be the same thing. Next thing you know, it's 185 deaths like 5 hours later. It was amazing. I was in tears. You got timed out because of the link there, but you got your expansion breakdown from Raider.io, and you played nothing but Evoker of this expansion. Hey, if you had fun, right? Why am I playing Quickplay instead of comp? End of season. Comp's awful right now. That's it. End of season comp is terrible. So I'm just playing Quickplay, waiting for the match to start up again. Do. That's it. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. I play a lot of comp still. I mean, even this season where like we had Marvel Rivals, like I still play a good amount of comp. What, 489 games this season? Season 1 was 969. Season 2, 863. Season 3, 988. Season 4, 941. Season 5, 602. That's because we had esports. Season 6, 809. Season 7, 667. Season 8, 706. Season 9, 743. And then this season with Rivals and just chilling, 500. I don't know. I'm okay with that. I also got like, I played a little bit less this last month because I was getting married and stuff, so I had a little bit more time off. But yeah, I don't know. Okay, so just I love the segue into this question. You ready? You go, why are you not playing comp? And then you follow up with, I just played a comp match where my DPS died 22 times and they were playing Reaper and Bastion and Soldier. Doesn't that answer your question? I feel like that should answer your question before it was even asked. Oh, what the heck? I just played comp. It was awful. Why aren't you playing comp, by the way? Get in there. That's funny. I mean, end of the season games are just rough. They just are. I mean, that's just how it is. No.
They said you were the best sniper in the
So, am I going to play it at launch? I mean, I'm going to play a bit of it at launch. The Overwatch season, of course, is timed at the exact same time of the release of War Within.
Hello.
Sometimes Blizzard's timings on their release dates are very interesting. War Within comes out, what, the 25th or 26th, but early release starts, what, the 22nd? Luanta, thanks for the 4 months of the Reach Prime. Thank you. So I'll play it, but like I won't be able to like level up fast. But aren't they actually doing something about that? Aren't they making it so like you're not gonna miss out on a ton if you don't like max level right away or something? Is that correct?
enemy over here.
The objective
Points
is
good enough.
Wither away.
Like they're time gating it for like a couple weeks? Yeah, so I guess it's not bad. So.
Scratch, you'll be fine. Dream. I'm under attack.
they're gated for 3 days? Well, I imagine they're gated for 3 days because...
Objective is under attack.
Oh, nice. So do you love when the hook goes through the wall? That's my favorite part. Oh, wow. I just kicked a field goal with that.
I needed that.
It's because, like, they're doing early release, so they don't want it to be, like, pay to win. If they let you get the currency right away, I imagine people will be pissed off if you don't, like, if you don't play the first 3 days prior. Wait, Mythic Plus doesn't start until September 17th? Oh, we have plenty of time then. We have plenty of time then. I'm not even worried then. Plenty of time.
You're powered up. Get in there.
Tremble before me.
Much better. Nodding
This
off.
hog does not care about the point. They just want to hook people off the map. It's great, isn't it? Legit, that's all they want to do.
I see you. Help me. I appreciate this.
Oh, that didn't go where I thought it was going to go. Perfect tackle. They said 2 months to tier 1. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks.
I won't let you fall.
That's why Hog is the best tank in the game, a true playmaker. Yeah, see? And Hog legit hasn't touched the point. They sat here for literally 90% trying to hook people off the map. And they were trying to hook a Doomfist off the map at that.
Incoming.
Run away. Back away. I saw it on an 8-year-old YouTube video, so it makes sense. Yeah, true. Oh, man.
Score 1-0.
Dude, I keep minimizing to see when this match is going to start, and it still hasn't started yet. This is unreal.
Not fear.
This is where Aurora changed the world forever. I am
doing
gonna
our
freak
thing.
out.
Tampa Bay. Be here in a second. Put that on a grenade. Wonderful. I hit somebody with it. Or I hit a few people with it. I got 9% ult charge, so that must have been a lot of people. Where's their hog at? Are they looking for a sick hook? Look at these honor grenades, Chad. They're getting pissed. Playing the statue now. See, I'm just focusing on good position while we just sit here and queue up. Okay, we have a piling up. Our trade should be fine. Oh, what a hook! That's going in the hogtage. Probably gonna get me soon. There's a couple on point. Maybe not. Maybe I just go in. Oh, the hog ran it down mid finally. Dude, that hog is probably so confused because the objective sound went off. They have no idea what it is. That's the best part.
You'll have to try harder than that.
I'm back in a bit, chat. I don't know where that's gonna go. We'll see.
Healing you.
Look at that sleep. Missed by a mile, but it was on purpose. It cleansed, right? What that means? Nothing really. I can't do anything with it, but.
Adaptive circuits engaged. I'm on fire! Plotting out the distance.
You're powered up. Get in
Have
there.
fun. Oh, thankfully the hog hooked our Doomfist who was nanoed with 1,000 HP. I purpled him though. Yeah, that's what you get. That's what you get! Like how I did 3,800 damage. I just throwing honor grenades at teams. I barely did like a ton of like zoom in damage. I just kept honor grenading people.
This is not.
Look at that. Just a quick play double. I wait for the matches to start again that are not even started yet. Isn't that great? Let me minimize again randomly. Yep. Do that. Minimize for a second. Feels good, man. Checking something. There's no sound because I'm just minimized. Like, what do they have? Did the servers just crash like completely? That must have been what happened, right?
Excavation initiation!
All right. We're vibing. Ugh. All right, let's keep it going. Did they try to restore the match to the same spot? It depends if they have like something in place to be able to even do that. I don't think it's as simple as that. At least I don't think so. Yep. Let me check something here. That's why there's no sound for a second, chat. We're vibing, we're chilling, we're doing our thing. Yeah, yeah. Oh, I gotta stretch. Get ready for the Juno Instapick moments? Why not? Any updates on the what? The charging, huh? I don't even know what that means. Checking my phone for a second. Oh, for my car. Oh, okay. I got confused. I'm like, the charging bandit. Okay, yeah, so for any context of that, yesterday, it happened again, by the way, chat. Somebody went to where our car was charged, unplugged the charger on our car, and plugged it into theirs. It happened again yesterday. Second time, same person. They just unplugged our car and charged their own car and just left. No update. I expect zero updates. I think they were just... I think they were just being nice. I think they were just being nice. Like, they're not going to do anything about it. Yeah, it's the second time they've done that. I mean, we know who did it. Like, we know who it is because we've seen them before. They work at the place where we charge the car, and they decide that they're, you know, they're the main character. And if their car is at 85%, it needs to get to 100%. So they're going to unplug everybody else's car because it's all about them. So, yeah, we're going to have to buy a lock for our charger so they don't do that. Which it feels bad that you even have to do that. Like, there's people that just do that. It's just like, ugh. They're gonna restart from second point. Oh, are they? Okay. Is it going live? Do I have time for one more? Or do I, you know, I don't even. I'll look in a minute. Are they gonna get a shock when they get fired? I wouldn't even want that. Is that bad? I wouldn't want that to be the thing. I just want them to not do it. I'm not that type that would want to see that happen. I just want to see them not unplug my car. That's it. what I mean? That's it. I'm that's how I am. Looks like they're restarting the match now. Okay, they're setting it up. I see what you're saying. Yeah. That's where I'm at. I just don't want him to unplug my car. That's it. Just don't do it. I don't. That's it. Well, some of the charges you need to get an extension for them, Dilly. So like for example, like Tesla has like their own chargers, but like sometimes you don't have your own charger, so you need to use an extender. Does that make sense? All right, they're still just vibing right now in that match. Okay. Oh wow, it's not a good start for us. Okay, gonna wait. Kill the torp turret. Got it. I don't think I can actually do anything. I actually think I need to get out. Yeah, I actually want to not waste time. Yep. They just restarted? Oh. Okay. Okay, give me a second. Let me see. It may not even be worth watching that match. I'm gonna be honest with you. I might just watch the next map because I'm looking at it right now. They actually forced them out on like a percentage there. It was weird. What a shot by me. I know I just got hit by the Junkrat passives, but what a shot.
Over there. Over there.
What a pile drive! You know, now that I sit here, I still wonder. Like, now I'm thinking about it. Like, I'm just like thinking about, imagine getting somewhere, seeing that a car is charging, and your first reaction is to unplug it. I don't get it now. I'm just trying to think about that, like that whole process of showing up somewhere and going, I'm gonna unplug this car because my car can't be charged right now because somebody else is there. Like, I'm just thinking about that now. How's that match looking right now? I mean... Yep. Oh, no, like I said, to people saying just get a lock for it to, like, not be unplugged, I get that. I get what you're saying, and we're gonna have to get a lock for it. What I'm saying is it sucks that you have to get a lock for it because people will do that. You see what I'm saying? That's more on the thing that I'm saying here. Like, I know you can do that. It just feels like it's just so stupid that you even have to do that because that's the thing that, you know. Ready, shot, here we go. This is why I'm so good at Wrecking Ball. People call me one of the best. Okay, we'll try one more time. Yeah, I know it's back on. I'll just switch over to it after this map. That way I don't want to leave my teammates, you know? I feel bad. I'm constantly checking though. I'm constantly checking. Yeah, it's more the principle of it, you know what I mean? And like I said, I gave the benefit of the doubt the first time. It's like, okay, maybe they got there and like their car was at 1% and they had to charge it, otherwise there was gonna be an issue. And I'm like, you know what, I'm like, okay, listen, I can give you benefit of the doubt once. But like then like when you see that their car is also at like 90% battery when they do it, that's the worst part there. Think about that, by the way. Is it going wrap? Their battery is at like 85%, and they're unplugging the car when ours is like, and on the screen it shows you what our battery's at. Our battery was at like, the first time was at like 15%, and theirs is at like, oh well, theirs is at like, oh wow, this team came to, oh wow, this team came to play. That is why tanking is the best right there. Okay, the game ended, so I will leave the game now, and we can go watch the match. There you go. Oh, this is good quality.
Alpha Yi in the previous fight.
This is
stickies and get the 2v1
there you go.
Dart, and ever since then it's been Flora and Alpha Yi just getting the better of it. Bernard's been really good at the hunt down. Violet does have a sound barrier up. It's about one.
Did
fight
Lonnie
away.
find out if it's an employee? No, it is an employee. We know it's an employee. Like we've seen them there before.
Walk back. Yeah, it is last point.
Like we've seen the person before. She's like our age.
Early up, walk on for a minute. Walk on Violet, perfect target. So here we go. Good. Still not done. Still not over. 86 and building up. Still a lot of members left.
Dark got Alpha Yi. I mean, I think Flora's gonna
we'll see.
Contest this, but play a
Pull it
little
off.
bit passive.
Ready to go for a minute first.
Yep.
Chase 99% still on this. Flip. Not come through.
Oh,
Flora trying to one-man this.
I mean, he's not trying. He did. 3 kills. That's enough for me to call it. Like, that's insanity.
All right.
Okay, I'm voting for my MVP now. I'll just do it.
The 1v1 Tracer was good enough. Then he comes back, and it's a nice little track onto the Echo, dodging the beam, and then the stick onto the
all right.
Kiri. So nice. I don't know if I'm going to join you in the voting.
Wait a little bit.
Well, that was definitely worth the 25-minute wait for that.
You remember who did what in map 1 now? It feels like
that was
so
definitely
long
worth the
ago.
25-minute wait.
I know what map it was.
Flora played some Cassidy, I believe. Or
You racked up a win and loss over the week, but over win streak. I mean, that's still a
That's
good record though. What, 13 and 4?
Hey, we had Bernard Orisa. I know that for sure.
You know?
Yeah. Okay. So I know that Zeta won it. Florida. So that's a killer play right there. The three person play. I mean, it's always nice when you cap it off with a pulse too, especially on a support. So sure. I mean, your player of the match is already registered in there.
I hope they can take a map. I mean, they're capable of it. They just need to. I mean, they just need to go in aggressively.
Yeah,
that's as simple as it is.
Really was just individual.
Oh, Sereno, thanks for the 10
that
or
were
60
from
months
the
with the free
damage
prize. Thank you,
tools.
appreciate it.
You know, I've mentioned that minute.
Thanks for the 60 months. Wow, you're right. It has been 10 years. Thank you.
Alfie and Flora on a whole different level.
So,
you know what's interesting too is like, not so much Alfie, but Flora was regarded as a pretty inconsistent player. That he could have matches, but you know, also Alfie and Florida always felt like guys who were never put in a position to really succeed. And now that the rosters have been forming organically a little bit more than they were in the Overwatch League, you're seeing players play with people that they like, respect, and trust, and the consistency has been there for Flora and Alpha Yi since they've joined Zeta Division.
Yeah, that Zeta Division now, that's one of the core power in the team. The DPS lineup is just so strong.
Hopefully the next map is good here and they don't wait an hour and a half in between this map. You know what I'm saying? That'd be nice.
Small break.
Yeah, that's a good record though. Yeah, 13 and 4 in your last 17 games is a pretty good Overwatch. So, all right, hope everybody's having a good day so far. Like I said, we decided that we're gonna probably do more like co-stream and watch matches, chill type of day, which I'm fine with. Have I been doing our thing? Nah, damn, look at that. Look at those plays on Tracer. Holy crap. Which tank would Mauga pair well with? I mean, the problem is that, like, that's a good way to explain this. I once again think that whenever they try 6v6, they can't use the same balance. So who has an idea on what Mauga would pair well with? I mean, probably like Diva or something. Arya, right? But like even then, like You have to. There would be other changes. Yeah, they only did a 2-minute timer on there, so we'll see what their next map is. Probably a push map, right? I started watching Marvel movies like a year ago. I mean, I still think you gotta watch Iron Man, first one. That's one of the best. See, I like Marvel movies, but I definitely miss like the, and I don't know if it's just me as like how I consume movies, but I enjoy storyline based stuff where they tell the story and like they build up onto stuff, and I really like that about the first Iron Man. It's definitely strayed away from that over the years, but the storytelling was always a good part. Now they've leaned more into like the action side of it, but yeah. Yep. We'll see, though. That Iron Man 3 is underrated. Whatever happened to that character in Iron Man? Did they ever bring that character back in some way? Is that the one with, like, the kid that he, like, met? Did they ever bring that person back? You don't have to watch the Marvel movies. You've already read the comics. Hey, my dad has a bunch of those comics, so I get it, Rap. My dad has a ton of, like, the old comics. He has, like, a ton. Like, he collects them, like... Oh, the kid was at his funeral? Oh! Okay. It's not really a spoiler, that's the... You didn't know that happened to the Hulk? Yeah, one of the, I think Arnie or Sully turned the vacuum on.
Potentially the last map is
I was sitting there, I'm like, dude, why is Lonnie vacuuming at 8 a.m.? And I'm just sitting there, and Arnie's just sitting there low staring at a vacuum.
Certain, yeah. Again, I could be forgetting
right near
stuff.
the
You know,
water
it's
thing
hard
out there.
when the time zones
I was
are
like, okay.
for me, but memories don't necessarily get locked in as hard. But I don't recall seeing any Eichenwalder.
Oh, and Eichenwald.
Well, definitely not yet.
I like Eichenwald.
I think in the first 3 days, so...
I like Eichenwald.
Not in Korea. We had one in Japan about 3 days ago.
All right.
It's mostly been Paraiso, King's Row, a few Blizzard Worlds, but I don't think there's...
Second one thing on my phone?
But, you know, I could be wrong on that. Just kind of scrolling up
to the
through my
castles.
info sheets.
Did I see Guardians of the Galaxy 3? Yeah, I liked it. I thought Guardians of the Galaxy 3 was a good...
Tonight played Eichenwalder, so that's...
A good story.
6 teams out of 8.
I like Guardians 3.
We know there are 8 teams. I still say...
But we're not going to see anything like that anymore because
So
isn't James Gunn now at DC?
Falcons played Eichenwalder, then we have it. This would be the first. So this is VC's map pick. Maybe just trying to get something different going on. Here.
You're not going to see
like
like
VC
anything like that.
Adventure before, so maybe that works on the first map. But I think once you get to the second point, you almost have to run a Diva, almost have to run a Winston, something like that for the high ground.
Which if you saw, what was it? Peacekeeper. Peacekeeper was pretty good. Plus, Peacekeeper has one of the best intros of any show I've ever seen.
Behind the wall or stay on top
So,
or drop down.
if they can do things like they did with Peacekeeper, they'll probably end up in a good spot.
And there goes Winston.
Probably.
It depends, but I think DC just needs to like almost not reboot the movies. They need to redo how they do the movies because I think sometimes, and it's I don't know if it's just a me thing, but doesn't it feel like sometimes the DC movies come off as a bit more cheesier?
Maybe not for the first
in a way.
But starting for the second point and on.
But you know, is that, you know what I'm saying? Comes off a bit more like cheesier, and like it's not because of the characters, because of the way that the characters were initially written. So it's like they can definitely bring it back. Not all DC characters, of course. Like you know, Batman's a little bit different, right?
Not super outranged where you have to hit like 4
You know what I mean? Like Batman's a different story.
But we're talking Flora when we talk about Cassidy, so I do have full trust in.
I haven't seen
output
Reacher
numbers that he can provide at milliseconds of those headshots. Yeah, it's been a long night, so players do come.
Did we have Marvel movies at home equals DC? Yeah, but I think they can change that. I think that's probably why they brought James Gunn in, because they saw what he did with Guardians. Because like, think about it.
I think it's
when
about
Guardians of the
their
Galaxy first
stamina
released,
now,
nobody
also
really
not
cared
just for
because Guardians weren't like a huge part. Like obviously they're a part of the Marvel universe, but
And that ends
he
up
managed
being
to
a skill,
take
too,
like
you know,
it is.
you know,
what would
as
be
much as
considered
no
like
one
a
likes
C
a
tier
long break, it's
like
no one's
Marvel
fault,
group,
but
right? And make it into like
bit.
one of the most like
Doing
famous
nothing
groups and
really
like a
is
huge
better
part of
than
it,
that.
right?
You know, so
You know what I
we've
mean?
had longer nights on broadcast, and that's fine. But they're going to
So
Mount
like
Fives and
he
stuff,
can
so
very much
how
do that
long to play
in the future.
Is
Yeah.
you have to mentally recover from that. Howdy, Scrappy.
You said Nicolas Cage is going to play John Madden in a movie? I mean, Nicolas Cage plays everybody in every movie.
Yeah, which is gamer time, so no one should technically be.
So-
timed, but
Same thing happened with
Great.
Peacekeeper. Think about it. Peacekeeper, if you is a great is really good, right? It's a little bit
especially if you are
aggressive at times, but like
what
it's
you wanted.
people like that show a lot, and
Get
that
stressed
does
out.
once again not a character that you would think of in the
Defending
DC
first.
universe as much. You know what I mean?
All good.
Matt and the side.
Well, thank you, admins, for
So-
getting us into games quickly. That's going to be the
Yep.
perfect placement anti. Unless he gets beaten up. No, hits Finn. So, hey, free 5%.
Yeah, there's a three. And
Yep.
there's Cassidy. Oh, some switches coming from Zeta. Alpha E back on.
Oh, my dad was excited when Guardians of the Galaxy popped off. He has all the original Guardians of the Galaxy comics. He has number one.
Zeta is probably
Because my dad collected comics for so many years, and like now all of his comics are like just.
most maps.
If he went and like resold all of them, you know, and he has a lot of them like properly graded too. Like he has like a ton that are like been sent out graded, like all of that, and like
A lot of damage done, but
he
no
had
one,
so many of.
luckily for BC, lost.
So he grew up. My dad was huge into Daredevil, so he has all the Daredevil comics. I think except for number one.
So all about the
He has like
attack.
every Daredevil except for like number one maybe, or he might have number one, but it's a very low grade. So he's been vibing, and now Daredevil's making a return again soon, right? So
Anti from Jinsung, they
Yep.
got them both. Finn died, Violet stayed alive, and that will
So.
be first cap for Zeta.
Yeah, look at that pylon on the payload. And the respawns are coming.
yeah,
from
he has a
the
lot
way.
of. Also, good start here by Zeta again. I mean. So just to kind of go back to the match here, sorry, Chad, we're talking about like comic stuff there. Zeta just goes the surround you type of the idea of like the Pharah here is to basically just go around you and force you to have to like look in every direction. Vex didn't really do a good job of controlling one side of the angles, and they lost the team fight. Don't be surprised to see Alpha you switch off of Pharah maybe after the first ultimate here if they don't snowball them. So like let's say that like Vex stops them, I could see a Pharah swap right away.
Up here with the axe.
Yeah, one of these days I want to like sit down with my dad and look at all his comics because like I haven't even done that yet.
Coming soon.
But when I say my dad has a lot of really good comics, my dad has a lot of really good comics. Like
And that blows up.
he has so many number ones of like of versions of stuff that it's like unreal. Or he has a lot of like first like introduction comics too. You know, like not even necessarily number one of like
Other angle.
the comic book for the character, but like they're the first introduction of like a Marvel character in like a comic book. Like because like sometimes. You know, a character won't show up. Like, their number one comic is their story, but it doesn't mean that they haven't been in a comic prior to that. So he has a lot of those, too, like, first introduction of, like, this character, that character, etc. So,
Vex has just not been
For
able
that
to.
brooch.
some of them he got when he was a kid, and other times my dad used to go to, like, yard sales, and people would just sell, like, their comics
Bashed, I believe.
at yard sales for, like, a really cheap price. And then he wouldn't know what was in them. It'd be, like, a mystery, like, a lot of people... it became a thing at like yard sales to just do like mystery boxes where you just sell like your bunch of comics and you have no idea what's in there, and he would buy them and like he would just have so many different like of these like unreal comics at the time.
Tracer that just gets deleted.
So
That was only with the
my dad's only cool dude he is. Yeah, my dad's very chill.
Overwatch, no Deadeye. Still got the explosion.
All right, Zeta. Yeah, Zeta's just gonna snowball him on third here. I mean, it's just they're out of position.
And more.
Good dynamite though, but I don't know if. Oh, wait a second. Never mind.
I'll bring things up.
Okay, that could change how this goes. Do they have? Who's gonna touch point? Tracer.
but
Tracer needs
it's
about.
not going to be awesome.
They're good. They're good. I think they actually hold this.
It's going to
From the
have
back.
more.
I still think that flank might have been enough. If the D.Va gets there in time, ah, no, they're gonna be done. What a Hinda! Yeah, they're done. They're back in time. Damn, that was a. They almost made that a play.
Eva can hold a little
They
bit.
just know. Yeah, they're gonna play defensive now and just slowly grind them down. I mean, they still got the time down a little bit, which I think is really good. But there's too many ults here.
DPS yet to come
There's just too many ults coming in.
Take some time. And the damage has been done. That's a second point.
Oh yeah, they've been around for a long time. Yep, exactly.
When everything breaks down like that strategy-wise and it just gets really scrappy, then you're always going to favor the team with just the straight-up stronger roster.
The Deadpool? I think my dad has some Deadpool stuff.
People at low
Yep.
HP getting healed off.
Yeah, that was
Zeta
what a
division
hint of that
one
was.
out. In the end, Dart ended up being on card.
Does he have the intro for Deadpool? I'd have to ask him. He might. I wouldn't doubt it if he does.
So, Zeta division does a good job.
I know he has some Deadpool stuff. I don't know what. I'm trying to think of some of the intros he has. I'd have to ask him, but I know he has a good amount of intros for comics. He has a lot of like highly graded comics too, like 9.0s and stuff.
Ready?
He has a lot of that stuff. So Vec is gonna have ults now. They're gonna have to bob now. They have to bob.
But looking at Dart.
They know that they have to bob soon.
People kicking down with the Matrix up. Tinsung.
Yeah, they waited too long. Hey, remember how I talked about earlier? One thing that Vec was doing a really good job of was their timing. They started to like bring the. They were too safe there. Like they're basically going, oh, they have this. We're gonna react to it, and that's the problem.
They're gonna switch to some stall heroes. They switch to a Lucio, switch to a Venture.
What team I rooting for? I'm just rooting for a good match.
That's a self-destruct from Bernard.
I mean, maybe a good pulse bomb here could lead to a. I mean, okay, Barra's a little bit out of position right now. This could lead to something. Nice stick, but lamp.
3-man down. Again, VEC. Mech, Lego down, Kurum down.
It's always, it feels bad nowadays in current Overwatch where you watch the successful pulse bomb and then you're just like, damn, what could have been, right? What could have been?
It's a hard map to finish, and they did so with plenty of time left on it. One thing I learned about Eichenwalde is that there's a lot of really good pylon spots. Violet seemed to really get a ton of value out of that pylon. And that's the kind of hero that you want to play if you're Violet, because Violet's got that god tier aim. So just don't have to.
Meanwhile, Yari would have successfully killed Vap. Yep, because the lamp would die to the AoE, and then somebody else would get hit by it, and they would fall over.
Alfie and Flora continue to just absolutely pound.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll have to, one of these days I'll have my dad bring out his comics and show me. I'm actually kind of curious now. Because he has so many of them, and like I don't think I have an understanding of his comic book collection.
I wonder how VC will approach.
Is that your friend just did the art for the creator of Deadpool? Heck yeah.
All the way with some time bank.
Yeah, my dad has a ton of stuff. He has a ton of stuff. He also used to go into comic book shops with my my uncle. When I was like probably like 5 years old, and he would go into comic book shops and they would buy all these comics, and like it was just unreal collection. Even my uncle has a good amount of really good ones, just because they would go in there and just buy them for cheap.
I think you were.
In comparison, maybe this is well before the Marvel universe is where it's at now, right?
Receipts.
He has DC stuff too. I don't know what he has for DC, but I know Marvel is a lot of his collection.
White Fever, Mercy, Mercy. Okay, so just to Tracer. Pull and the switch.
You're just going for the shot.
That's the last thing I'm worried about that one, casual in that one. I more just want to see like what he has. That stuff excites me. It's cool.
Yeah, especially when you know that Alfie is probably going to.
I think as I've gotten older, I've gotten more interested in it. You know.
On the far edge. It's not a bad gambit to take.
He's on the ground. Ground Pharaoh is the best. At least with the team.
Yeah, it's easy to heal with a Moira when you're on the ground.
Of course, not in this game. Flora.
If I can pick one actor
to
play my dad in a movie about my dad, who would it be?
Still kind of just taking their
John
time,
Cena.
Trying to just hope
just because like my
be aggressive, Lego.
At work, his coworkers used to say he looked like John Cena at times because of how his forehead is.
A lot of damage. Trying to take him down. Alpha E is successful. Flora does the other job.
He's cranked in a lot of directs.
He has like the John Cena like what do you call it? You know the John Cena. He has the.
I mean, it's been pretty one.
Even I have a little bit of it. Like when you like scrunch your head.
And the team wipe. That's a few minutes gone off the clock already.
Yeah.
Dart.
So
called there.
And John Cena's from Massachusetts, right? So it only makes sense.
Done with probably the nano that they're gonna do.
You know?
I don't expect them to nano the Tracer again. The damage has been too high. The nano has to go in on Guro.
I mean, some people just like to vibe out in chat. That's you'd be surprised at how many lurkers there are in general. The person talking about YouTube. I'm from Massachusetts, yeah.
There go, Winston stepping in.
I mean, by the way, I'm surprised they run the. I guess they run the Kiriko here because even though Anna Brig's really strong,
some ticks.
The spam is just too much.
Great window positioning too.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a good defense. Now they have the bob. They're giving up like the angle. Like, yeah. Ooh. I mean, they might be able to take it though. They've grinded them down enough. It's such a good defense right now. So what? By the way, what they're doing right there is you push the bob a little bit forward. You can do the same thing with devolve.
It's gonna buy some time.
Someone's got to be on.
You're currently at work listening to this as a podcast. Hey, you know, podcasts are good. Nice sleep.
Just waiting on it.
Yo.
Here we go.
Honestly, good play. Good reaction, too. That was just a very, like, swift play. Gotta give him credit.
There's some ultimates. Rally. Start down. No Terra Surge available now. That should be the first point for VEC. Took them a long time, but finally done it.
So Vesta, combining on that play is their support players, right? And I just,
All right, so they got first point, which is good, but like they're already losing out on time. They need to have a really quick second point, otherwise it's just a lost game or at least a drawn game. There's just no way they'd be able to win. Where's their opening at right now? They're gonna kill the Winston probably. They already got cleanse out. They have a Rissa ultimate coming up. They have Window. They have Farrer out. They're gonna have another Bob soon. Like, I just don't see where they get this. I mean, it's gonna come down to Dart.
Nano coming soon.
Getting a good pulse bomb, but even then, like with just they have a BAF who can just lamp it. So it's like, how do you make a play here is the question. We'll find out, I guess.
Side matrix and the
Nice stick.
Away from it.
As I say that, they force out lamp and make a huge play.
Where is
Alpha E?
They did so. What? Okay, I just want to point out what Zeta just did right there was next to perfect.
Yeah.
You see how Vec was able to win the team fight? Look how much card time. So the moment they recognized they were going to lose that team fight, they actually just they ran it right down into their spawn, traded out 2 Olymps so they couldn't get map control. That was very, very well played, by the way. Very well played. That was just a good job, straight up.
This is a dangerous position to have.
They didn't even use Nano.
They're up here.
Yep.
That away. Nano and Kuro.
Purpled, but good lamp. I think they're going to run out of steam here in a second, unless they need one more pick right away. If they don't get the pick right now, they're going to lose. Ooh, but wait a second. I say that now, but I didn't realize they had Carry Goal. Yeah, but they get the pick. I mean, there's a chance here, actually. They know they got lamp out, right? Oh.
There is.
Thinking about that rage, but that would be the time. The push has been.
I mean, they got the card to a good spot, but Eichenwald, it doesn't matter here. The problem is it's all a time game at this point now, right? Like, if they don't finish with 0.1 seconds or above, they won't have an opportunity to get an attack. And like Zeta knows this, so they just need to like play it slow and methodically, which allows them to get back into it. But it just comes down to time. They're just gonna run out of time, and that's gonna be the problem here. They're just gonna straight up run out of time.
It's too much of a vulnerable target.
A little pressured. Top down from Flora. Still up here. That last hit. Ooh, good catch by Lego. The switch.
Back away.
Still 4 men up. DC's got a minute. Let's go, and Lego from the other side forces out
the lamp out. That's good, but they're gonna get recalled in. Nice stick. And then they immediately bring out.
The rally does come in though. It saves.
Pulse bomb is terrible.
And now we're at 46 seconds, and it's gonna have to be a pretty hard reset.
It just doesn't get. There's just too many things in the game now. Remember how I said like in like top 500, even more so in pro play, you need like 7,000 college degrees to get your ultimate to work. It's ridiculous.
Plus, if he dies, if he falls here.
I think Finn just spawn camped with his amplification matrix.
Hello?
Got a minute.
Yeah, it's that's how they have Overwatch nowadays. Ultimates don't feel like ultimates; they just feel like it is at higher ranks. Obviously, in other ranks, it will shift a little bit, where the ultimates will feel better. But as you climb, your ultimates just feel like an ability with a longer cooldown.
Twice he got minute on this.
But this payload's pushing. Less members around. There's a Terra.
Yeah, Yari Pulse Bomb, exactly. Oh, I know Lady of the Phantom Knights. I know, but I'm saying, like, as you climb, it starts to, like, the ultimates lose value so much.
Reaper?
Yeah, they're just trolling.
Yeah, they're just going Reaper to get back to point quickly. That's it.
A little bit trollerific epic.
I don't even know if they're trolling going
everyone
Reaper. I
around,
think they're just
man.
going
That
Reaper
will
to get
put
back to
an
point
end
after the
to
Pharah
push
swap.
of VSC.
There you go. Well,
Just
you know what? That was worth
continue.
the really long 20-minute wait. Now, if I'm correct, the EU matches start in about an hour and a half. Is this correct, chat? So give me 1 second. I'm going to go to the bathroom, and then we'll continue on, and we'll play some games for a little bit, and then we'll watch the EU matches, which are going to be casted also. Co-stream those. Have a good time. We'll open up some Overwatch Red Zone, too. That sound good? So I'll be right back. I'm going to go to the bathroom, okay? Give me. Oh. I'm back. Alright, we'll play a bit more quick play. Fix the sound issue now. What I will have to do when the EU matches start is I'll have to figure out the timings on everything so I know like how to like where to watch the matches, etc. At a certain point. But I will find streams and we'll do some Overwatch Red Zone for a while. That'll be fun, I think. All right. All right. What was I looking for? I was looking for something. Should be good. Okay, let's get it done. Excited for Juno? Yeah, I mean, Juno's gonna be fun to play. Let me guess, they got tank? Yep, I'll go Wrecking Ball. Hopefully they have a Sombra. I was just hoping that if my game gets ruined by somebody just trying to ruin the game the whole time, it would be a good time. Do our thing, 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 do our thing. Yes, 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 yes. All right. Get these dibs.
Let's hurry this along. There's a beaching treat with
Let's get it done.
What beautiful weather! Oh, did I bring my sun cream?
Wrecking Ball's fun.
5, 4, 3, 2,
1, and let's go.
Capture the objective.
Wrecking Ball's a good hero. I like playing some Wrecking Ball. Oh, there we go. This is no Sombra. That's the good news right now. I think I heard a Hanzo on high. Run through. You have to push in if you don't want. They went Orisa. Alright, that's always a treat. Some movement right there. Go for a power drive that won't get anybody, but start pressuring their back line. That's fine with me. Gonna be annoying on their back line. No Sombra yet. I mean, this Hanzo might if I get a kill, but their Life Weaver keeps saving them, so. Get the health back, so no. Did I even have HP to... Okay. It went cast now, so that's step 1, right? Okay, we got the Hanzo. We'll see if that shifts anything. I'm not even going to hit tab to look. I want to be surprised if they do it. They might stay on Hanzo, though, because they might have their ultimate coming up. It went cast. I see the Hanzo still. Oh, what a shot! Not bad. Got him. Enter now. Get out. 10-20. It is. Here we go. Go back in. Back away. Grab a health pack. Okay, so first round, we got away with playing Wrecking Ball. You know that won't be acceptable going to the next round. Cast left, they did, but now they're gonna start setting up on their intense Sombra gameplay. Get ready, it will happen. It will happen. I think, at least. Maybe, maybe not. Who knows?
You are not prepared to see Wrecking Ball in action.
Great character.
Hype sequence concluded.
I hate to work on vacation.
Let's do this. Wrecking Ball. It's like how this is like a Pokemon ball, Pokeball. I mean, I don't even play Pokemon. Like I even recognize this. Well, that was intentional. Wait, no Sombra still. I think. I hear a cast. Nice Hindo. Holy crap! What a Hindo. Grab a health pack. Roll through them. Okay, now I gotta wait because of my cooldowns. Oh, what a Hinda again! I didn't know we had a Hinder and Hank. Here we go.
Well done.
Hey, still no Sombra. This is a good sign. Look at it. Back away. We'll get a health pack. Got him. Ha! Debated. Oh, what a boot. Good. Thank you for the heals. Should be one. Here we go. Sombra. There it is. Ah, we did it. Took a little bit, but there's the Sombra. Now I'm not going to engage them. Their Sombra will stand there AFK. Watch. My new strat. Just sit here. Notice how you don't hear the Sombra shooting? There it is. Now I can go in. Hey. Oh, what a bash. And there you go, just like that. See? It becomes a part of it where, like, Sombras become so concentrated on trying to kill, like, the ball that if I don't engage, I basically take them out of the team fight and I can... Yep. Chat. Good. Good to go. Pretty cute. Like, basically, they'll just spend the whole time trying to, like, hack the tank and go AFK, that I can just basically do what I just did. Which is great. Ugh. Ow, that hurt. Why'd I stretch that way? Ever, like, stretch in a way that, like, it doesn't even make sense as to why you're doing that, and then it just hurts, and you go, why'd I do that? That's what I just did. Mm-hmm. Love to see it. Love to see it. All right, check on one thing here.
Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
I mean, I might as well go Genji, right? Feeling better? Oh, yeah. I mean, yesterday I was on, like, no sleep. I mean, I was not... When I said yesterday I was on no sleep, I wasn't kidding. I was exhausted. So... I just had no sleep. But now we're good. Now we're vibing. Now we're vibing. Now we're vibing.
Not start the mission yet. The mammal has something in his teeth. Okay, go ahead.
This should be a place of reflection and learning. It saddens me that it is in
Chilling,
danger.
we're vibing. Alright, get ready to watch, you know, some dominating Genji chat. I don't want to brag, but it's gonna be pretty dominating. Alright? Just letting you know. Let's do it.
Capture the
It's
objective.
kickoff.
Yeti, reporting in.
Itchy nose.
Checking in. I am empowering you.
Thank you. Oh, I almost got him. Don't you love a good deflect, chat? Don't you love a good deflect? Feels good. Oh, I love it.
Over there.
Mistakes. will
Just
always
making
be
the
I
point.
love it.
Push them off. Focus on the objective.
Oh, they didn't deflect that time. Now I look dumb. Back away. Like how we still lost that, by the way, too. Now, will they expect a really quick blade? Well, I gotta get the blade first. Let's do it. Okay, in my defense, I thought the Mercy was still damage boost to me, and I think they left the moment I popped blade. Based off what I'm seeing, they did. That was my bad.
journey has its trials.
Lily Nightfall, thanks for the 5 months of the tier 1. Thank you, appreciate it. Thanks for the 5 months.
Heroes never die.
Nice shot. Holy crap, I didn't know they came to play. Back in a bit. Dude, I am vibing. God, as an April Fool's joke, Lifeweaver should be able to pull enemies, so like just Roadhog but better. I don't even think that'd be an April Fool's joke. That would just be, see, I don't feel like that'd even be an April Fool's joke, in my opinion, because that would just straight up just be like something they'll eventually do. Because like think about it, like isn't like a lot of heroes just a better Soldier 76 now, right? You know what I mean? So, like, that just sounds like something they'll do in the future anyway. Just with a different kit.
0 to 1.
I don't really have to imagine that Alios well. That's just exactly what happens with Roadhog. They're just more accurate. Let's do this.
This one might get tricky. Can I count on you to watch my back?
Of course. You are like a brother to me.
You've told me about your family. Not sure that's a compliment.
Oh. Let's get these up. Good morning, shoot. I remember 10-second DM? No, was that a thing? It was longer than what it was, but yep. Alright, I'm gonna show you how to play Genji this round. Let's get out of there. And I just hecked up my reload somehow. I don't know how I did that. Look at that movement by me. Oh, nice shot. Wait, are they aimbotting? I want to watch that one back. Oh, what the? Okay, I mean, what else can I say at that point? Maybe they are cheating.
Finally, a real challenge.
I don't think it was 10 seconds at launch. That would have been ridiculous. But yeah, it was pretty long. I don't even, you know what the thing is? D.Va wasn't even that good at launch. D.Va was good when they added the armor change. I think it was armor they eventually did. Very much like D.Va is now. Yeah, they were like somewhere near me on that, so. What do you get for looking at me or something? Gotta be careful. This Moira's just been dominated. Oh no. Nice shot again! You're a Cassie skin? I don't even know how the Cassie skins. I have Blade coming up. I like how the second Blade didn't hit the BAP, and now here we are. Wasn't that great? Did y'all enjoy that one too? I certainly did.
Over there.
Doot, doot, doot. I'm saying at the beginning of Overwatch 1, D.Va was like okay. D.Va struggled until they did more buffs later on, yeah. And then D.Va became really good. Pretty much in every team comp. get the Mercy to pocket me during the ultimate, I'm not gonna force them to pocket me. That's up to them. I don't care. It's not gonna bother me. This is what it is at that point, you know what I mean? Is what it is at that point. Almost here. You're in here in a second. Oh, big slam! Thankfully, I ended up on the ground over here somehow. Huge Moira ult. There we go. And chat, guess what? I got Blade coming up. You know what that means? I'm gonna get no limbs with it and then be mad. Oh, it's gonna be a treat. Let's do this. No, the orb! I'm dead. This is my bad. Okay, at least I get to watch myself go back to spawn. DJ Murda, thanks for the tier 1 for 3 months in advance. Thank you for the 12 months. Thank you, appreciate it.
Let's go
Thanks.
another.
What ranks my DPS? We don't talk about it. It's too dominant. I don't want to embarrass anybody. How good it is. Where's the Moira at? Probably saving their kill death ratio. Ratio going to point. They really were saving their kill death ratio. They actually could have maybe had that, and they refused to work with their team. That's great. That's awesome.
Do not fight your true nature.
You haven't slept.
Yeah. What's up last
No,
night?
I'm not talking about it.
Thinking
Yes.
about who we used to be.
I think with a lot of practice, I could probably get back to it, but or Soldier became really good again. But yeah,
We did have some of those.
I think if Cass didn't get nerfed initially, I would be top 5. But that also made it worse. Pretty much my hero pool kind of got hit. Cass is good, but I play too mid range, so my mid range doesn't work as much as it used to. It's more of a playstyle adjustment by me than anything. Oh, nice shot. Damn. I was able to get one of their players, but then I couldn't get their DPS at the end there, which is kind of the problem. It's kind of on me more than anything. Back in a minute. Oh, they're just... Oh, even the Moira was typing to their team, telling how bad they are? Yeah. If you don't tell your teammates how bad they are, that's going to make them play better, you know what I mean? We have a ball, and then they have a Sombra now. Are we surprised, chat? I'm not. Oh, what a Torb turret. I love it. I got out. Okay, chat, it's my moment. You ready? Perfect. Parabellum, thanks for the 4 months of the tier 1. Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks for the 4 months.
This is your moment.
That's what that Sombra gets. Oh, the pin broke and didn't kill him. Even though that looked like it hit the wall, did it not? Is there an Ana behind me? Because there's no way I got slept. Yeah, they're behind me. 100%. There's... The Ana's over here, right? Cool hallway.
Over here.
Nice shot. Here we go. And nano their DPS, and there's also a Rhine there. So gotta be careful.
Finally, a real challenge.
Back soon. Almost here.
Take the objective. Take the objective.
Oh, yeah. No! Oh, man. I almost had that. That went a lot better than it could have, that's for sure. That went a lot better than it could have. But damn, feels bad. Okay. Keep doing our thing, chat. Keep doing our thing. Making my way downtown, walking fast, faces. I had a slow start there. Why do I call BAP DPS? Because BAP's a DPS. What, are you kidding me? BAP's just a better DPS. I mean... What do you mean? Like, straight up, just a better DPS. That's why a lot of people run BAP Yari. You just go for a lot of damage. Yep. Making my way downtown. A couple things here. Did you sometimes play DPS and sometimes when you want to swap, you think, damn, okay, I'm going to swap BAP? Yeah. Well, BAP just has good cooldowns. Yep. Oh, man. Good morning, good morning. Oh. That was like 10:30 right now? Not bad. Will I play Tracer now? I don't know. I just play random stuff when I'm doing this. I could play a little bit of DPS rank before the EU matches start for WCS, but I don't even know if I'm going to do that. I don't know. End of the season rank's just tough. It just feels like I'm just like it's just going to be just a day of complaining. And I don't really want to do that. You know what I mean? It doesn't seem worth it to me. Yep.
Now entering King's Room.
All right.
Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
Speaking of DPS chat, you think what I'm thinking here? Some Hanzo gameplay where people comment to my crosshair, but I absolutely dominate with my crosshair? What are we thinking? Also hit the follow button if you haven't. Dorado? This is King's Row. What do you mean? Yep.
Reaper? Don't sneak up on me like that.
Just a reminder.
My phone for a second.
See me coming. Dead and black's my lucky color.
Tell you, this crosshair.
Craft my own arrows.
Well, no, if you haven't followed yet, you follow.
A meditation.
Good afternoon, where you are? Yeah, that can work.
Everything's going
Alright, chat, you ready for this? I'm gonna show you some domination right now. Some domination. Let's do it.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing. Capture objective A.
I'm ready. I like to think I helped this team fight. I'd like to think I helped this team fight, chat. What do you think? For what team? Couldn't tell you. You know? I didn't say what team.
Objective A captured.
I didn't say what team.
I will do better.
Hola.
Squeaky. I'm moving the payload.
I'm attacking.
Here we go. Do 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 do. Dude, how do they get me with such unreal movement? Are you kidding me right now?
I cannot give up yet.
The flames of liberation rise.
Face the sunrise!
Scanning.
Got the tracer, that's all that matters. See, if I get in a limb there, I can just immediately blame my teammates and put all fault on them. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the way to do it.
There is still much I must do.
Hello.
Hey, it's Keiko.
I'm attacking.
Got it. Make sure to miss them so they don't charge their punch. That's the case the Tracer has the flank. No, they're in front. Hey, that was mean. What about Arnie? Might be in the closet. Actually, one second here, one second.
Your concern.
Alright, sorry. Alright, Lonnie. Alright, here we go. Oh, yeah. Oh, come on. Who charged that Doomfist? It certainly wasn't me when I was randomly shooting into their charge punch at some point. Are you kidding me right now? Pork Chop, thanks for the 36 months of the tier 1. Thank you, appreciate it. Thanks.
It is not my time yet.
Rip.
You can't hide.
Okay, watch this. Oh, I thought I could be cool with that.
I am restored.
Let's kick this off.
Nope. Oh, hello. Do that again. It's a Bastion now. Joke's on them. John, thank you for the gift this up. Thank you. Shit. You gift this up.
Forged in the dragon's breath.
There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Thanks, Jiggle. Lemons. I haven't had lemons in a while. I'm gonna be honest with you. I actually do like the taste of lemon.
Over there.
That did not go as how I thought it did. But listen. I also like how you just see a Cassidy tank in my... I like how the replay viewer just shows the Cassidy tank in my elf. Also, we won? Easy. That's all I'm saying. Who's the real winner there, chat? Who's the real winner? That's all I'm saying. Do I eat lemons while wearing Lululemons? No, I don't actually have anything Lululemon-wise. Although it is really comfy. I think the only time I've ever, like... I think the only time that I wore a bathing suit from there because I went to one of the times I went to Zed's house. He had like 80 pairs of it, and I needed a bathing suit, so I wore the bathing suit. It was nice. It was comfy. That was it, though. It was a comfy bathing suit. Oh, sorry. One second. I gotta ban someone here. My bad. That was a something. Ugh. Did One Piece? I like the live action One Piece. Are they still planning on filming more like live action One Piece and all that? Or what's the plan on that one? You know. Well, that's just not nice, Chloe. It's currently filming. I've never seen the anime, but I loved the live action, and I've never seen it. You know what I really liked about it? For like the live action that I enjoyed about it, it was the music itself. Like not only was the story fun, but like the characters and like the way that each character had like its own like boss music. I thought that was really cool. I thought that was really cool in my opinion. And to keep in mind, I've never seen One Piece, but I was definitely interested. I don't watch an anime. Like I eventually will watch anime. It was just never something I watched. I mean, I know anime is good. I know there's a lot of great animes, and I think one day I'll get into watching them more. But hey, think about it. You know how, like, when you run out of TV shows and you don't have anything to watch? I now have years and years of anime to watch one day if I decide to go down that road. Black Raven, thanks for the 3 months of the surprise. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks.
I've done things I'm not proud of. Time to start making up for it.
So, personally, I liked it. So they hope they bring back the live-action Cowboy Bebop. I heard it was really good. I never got a chance to watch it. Should I watch it tonight? Because I was looking for shows to watch. The only animes I've ever really watched was Season 1 of Attack on Titanfall. Okay, chat will get too meme on that one. I know it's Attack on Titan. Night Road, thanks for 100 bits. Good morning to you too. What else did I watch? I watched, okay. This is a hot take, I know, in the anime community, but the first half, and I watched the full season, so I know how this show went. I loved the first half of Sword Art Online. I loved it. First half of it was great. Because I like MMOs, I love the concept, I thought it was great, and then out of nowhere, they're like, dude, this is too good of a story, we need to switch this up. And then they did, and then I was like, oh. Like, okay, while we're talking about Sword Art Online, is it me, or could they have stayed in that area for a whole season or two and nobody would have complained? Like, they could have just stayed there and then kept on with the story. You see, they had to move on. I see. I felt differently on that one. I feel like they didn't have to move on. I just felt like it was. I felt like it was just so jarring when they were just like, they were like in a massive bass bottle and they're like, all right, that's it. All right, bye. And I'm like, dude. That's what it felt like. It was just like they were just like they're just getting started, and they're like, "Yeah, we're gonna get out of here now. This is no fun." That's just me. And that was it for me. I didn't see anything after that. Yeah, I've always heard Log Horizon is supposed to be like a better version of that. But yeah, I haven't really watched anything anime-wise since then. I've seen I'm caught up to the I've watched. I haven't started Entertainment District yet on Demon Hunter or Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer. Sorry, I say Demon Hunter because of World of Warcraft. Demon Slayer.
Ready for a knockout?
No.
Stall that payload, or else.
Yeah. So I saw last thing I saw was the trainer. And then, like, I didn't start Entertainment District yet. Or I got, like, an episode into Entertainment District, and I didn't finish it. Alright, you're good. Uncle Jeff, thanks for the 48 months of the tier 1. Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you.
This. Delay the payload's advancement.
How's the growling? Give it 100 bits. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Meteor strike. Prepare yourself.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Oh, looks like a baby bite. Yeah.
I see one.
So you bought double espresso pods? So you're amped up right now, then. Can't wait for drives? I like the idea of drives. I agree. Is cover usage less important for tanks than other roles, or even more important for cover? You're talking about, like, using cover? Tanks are even more so on cover, because, like, the less damage you take as a tank and the less poke damage you take, the better for everybody. Because, like, everybody else can play the game more. Problem is that a lot of players don't want you to do that, because they get mad at you if you're not just standing in the middle of the open, but then if you stand in the middle of the open, they'll complain that you're taking too much damage, right? You know what I'm saying? They'll complain about you taking too much damage. But then if you don't stand in the middle of the open, they'll get mad at you for not standing in the middle of the open. There's, like, no winning. So. Yep. Yep. But yeah, it's definitely more important to use cover. I always say it. A lot of people will tell you how to play the role that you're on and probably don't even play the role. That's what happens.
Meteor strike.
bite of my cheese Danish. That's okay.
Just what I need. The odds are against us. Cut off the payload. Ready for a knockout?
All right.
I've got you in my sights.
If you haven't picked up on it, chat, Lonnie's saying that she took a little bit of a bite from the cheese Danish. Is the exact opposite of what she did. She took, like, basically ate the whole... The cheese Danish has cheese in the middle. She ate all the cheese and left me with a dry bread. So, just to point that out. Yep. Yep. She's also amped up on caffeine right now because she accidentally bought double espresso pods and made a coffee, drank it, and now didn't realize it was double espresso until after. We're vibing. You've done the same thing? Oh, man, I'm not complaining. This is what it is. I respect it. She was nice enough to bring it up here. She can have a massive bite on that. I don't care.
Welcome. Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
We're good. Sorry, Jay, I was just eating my food. So, now we're vibing. Now we're vibing. I mean, if I don't play a game of Widow right now on Hollywood with this crosshair, are we even playing the game?
You claim you are skilled. That remains to be seen. What's that? You're hiding.
I actually had to get up today to go to the bathroom, and Sully was laying in between my legs, but I had to do it. He was cleaning himself, to be fair, so he wasn't sleeping. Like, he wasn't sleeping, so to be fair, I was able to get up. Arnie slept in the weirdest spot last night. He just slept on he just slept above us on the bed. Like, it was weird. I like went for a stretch like this when I woke up, and out of nowhere I just heard a cat just bats in my hand. I'm like, what the heck? And Arnie was just sleeping above me. He was just playing. Like, it was just like, where did you get there?
Defend objective A.
All right. I heard a Sombra. So they have a Sombra and a Diva against my amazing Widow. So I know the Sombra's gonna be on me soon, so I'm gonna put one of those right there. Let's just shoot randomly and see if we kill a Sombra. I know you're around here somewhere. I have an idea. The elevator will make noise if they go up here. And if they translocate up to me, I'll see it. Win-win, right? See? Good sleep. Now when the Sombra's back alive again, I'll do the same thing. Okay, they're on Sombra again. Now they go back to the same spot. And if they're up here, I'll know. Because they'll have to use the elevator or they'll translocate up to me. What is that BAP doing? Okay, I'm watching for this next time the BAP does this. They just keep jumping around. I'm watching for it.
Don't be shy.
My ultimate is almost ready.
They're gonna do it again. Guaranteed. Come on, peek me. Peek me.
My ultimate is ready.
Come on. I'm looking bottom right. I'm not looking there anymore. Ah, they windowed.
Heroes never die.
Oh, the Sombra got me. I'm going in the Sombra. I play it in Quickplay all the time montage. You know what I'm gonna do? This.
Evil can't hide from my sight. You must like having me.
Got him. Run! See, I'm missing that shot because I feel bad for the BAP at that point. You know what I mean? I think it's okay to miss a few shots on him just because I feel bad. I haven't hit a headshot in a while, but that's all part of my plan. Because they're not going to think I'm a good Widow, right? Look at that. The spin move. So this Sombra is taking this seriously. I like it. Okay, they're behind me, bottom left. Dude. Tricked him. Get pranked. Get absolutely pranked. Look at me go. Gonna sit here for a second, fix one thing when I minimize, go back in. We're good. Okay. Keep going. Got a Yard can shot headshot Pharah, but 2 blade swipes don't kill a Yard. Yeah, I mean they make their supports really strong. Yeah, 100%. That's what people get mad when they play against BAP Yari because like it's just basically going against the DPS the whole time. You know what I mean? Huh? Did the Diva DM eat that or I just missed? It looked like I was accurate here. I'm gonna do this. They still have a Sombra? There they are. You know what? I'm going this way now. I like how they went and chased down the Sombra. My team wasn't having it. Get Venomine. Get absolutely Venomine. Oh, they're fuming up a storm. What a blunder they did. They didn't see it. I'm gonna slowly... Oh, my movement was so good they didn't even know where I went. I didn't even know where I went. That's the best part. Oh, damn. I don't even know what I'm doing. This is great. How's the Mercy killed the Sombra? I mean, honestly, why not?
wipe them off the payload.
Holy crap. Chat, can we get some blankets there for John with another 50 gifted on YouTube? I mean, what can I say? It's been unreal. Thank you, John. I appreciate it. Been unreal. Thank you. 50 gifted. Do you dodge it? I mean, who knows? Doesn't it take a little bit for it to load up on people? Been very kind with the gifted. Seriously, thank you. I appreciate that.
Back in action.
We have our first YouTube mod now, too, in Cold Ramen. Cold Ramen's been on the YouTube chat for, like, 9 months now. Super kind to the chat. So now we have our first, like, separate from the Twitch mod on YouTube now, which is nice. But thank you, John. Seriously, I appreciate it. Thank you for the 50 gift. What are my thoughts of... Dude, I'm gonna be honest with you, Slime. I don't know what you're saying. Would you mind explaining it to me like I'm 5? Whoa, did I get spawn camp there? I didn't even... That's how much I was paying attention to that. Good for them. Good play by them. Oh, that would have been cool if I hit that shot, but let's be honest, it's me on Widow. If I hit a shot, we're surprised to begin with, you know? Oh, there's my... I'm dead. Unless they have music on. They might have music on. Okay, we're good.
Evil can't hide from my sight.
Oh, what a symbol wall. Let's go up here and realize we can't do anything, but still, it's a thought that counts. Okay, there's Sombra.
Suppress this target.
This sucks. What a Venomine by me. What a Venomine. Don't mean to brag, chap, but that's what I'm talking about. I headshot him, but it wasn't enough charge. Oh, my nose is itchy. My nose is itchy. Is service still hanging up? How do you allow subs again on YouTube? I have no idea. I'm sorry. Oh, man. Banana, thanks for the 37 months with the British Rise. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks for the 37 months. Stretching my back.
The enemy team is pushing the payload.
Time is it? Alright, we're chilling. Put that there. Watch this angle. Dude, we can still win this. Watch this. Look at that. Almost hit a shot. Damn. I think I'm getting that no hit marker glitch again, chat. I hate it, you know? The one where... If I was a Sombra, where would I be right now? Oh, EMP in my team. That makes sense. Damn. Dude, I'm gonna go in the Sombra montage. It's gonna happen. You know I'm going in that montage. I'm excited. Chris Stark, thanks for the 5 months of the tier 1. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks. Yep. You getting rolled by a BAP is hilarious. I mean, it's just a better version of any DPS hero in the game. Okay. Good morning, everybody. We're vibing. I'll probably watch, chat, you down for some co-streams today with OWCS? I was thinking of watching the EU matches when they go live. I think they go live in like 30 minutes or so, right? Well, like an hour. So I think it'd be cool to be able to watch some matches, hang out with chat, you know? Talk Overwatch. Good time. I think it'll be a fun time at that. I think it'll be a fun time. That's why I'm playing a little bit of this. I mean, like I said, end of season rank's kind of tough. End of the season rank is kind of tough. John, thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you. Up with the 50 gifted. Thanks. Appreciate it. Dude, when you make a new WoW character, you have to do this dumb tutorial every time. I say dumb. It makes sense. But like, holy crap. Not dumb. It's just like I've had to do it like 6 times. Man's a Quickplay. Yeah, I mean, like I said, rank's a little bit scuffed right now, so I figured we'll just vibe out, have a good time, you know what I mean? You know? What I get, a tank? Alright, I can play some Doom. Well, the next mythic is Reaper.
Our future will be forged by unity.
Stretch.
I
Stretch,
hope
gotta
they
stretch.
put up a fight.
Oh, we're vibing, we're vibing. Oh.
You're not scared, are you? You're not scared.
Can you spy check with more resolve? I don't think so, but I also could be completely wrong on that one.
My justice sees all.
Like, maybe is my answer to that. Maybe.
You're not
我が刀は研ぎ澄まされ
are you? You're not
心にみじんの迷いなし
You're not scared. You're not scared, are you? You're not
What's my opinion on the new Reaper skin? It looks cool. I think it looks great. I don't know. Shoot. Do. Good start on Doom there for me. Well, as I reset him to help him out. Oh, damn. That was my bad. Honestly, though, that's still a good start for me. I take those. We take those. Turn off the YouTube sound. I had to turn off the YouTube sounds. It would. The problem is that say somebody gives like 50 subs on like Twitch, it will pair it into one alert. YouTube's like, we're gonna play all 50 of these alerts for each gifted sub. But we had to turn it off. It was unreal. Ooh, I missed my right click, which I mean I don't think anybody here is surprised.
Meteor strike.
Oh. Wonderful. That was the terrible sequence. This is great. He's using the OP Forbes cross. Oh, the one that was rated top best crosshair for Hanzo on Forbes. Yeah. Fixing something here.
Step rider. We're outnumbered.
That's my I can't believe I missed that punch reaction, but it looks cool anyway. Looks cool anyway. Feels good. There you go. I'm not mad at all.
Wait for it. Winners stay on the payload.
The turns have table chat. Let's go. They thought they had me? I thought I had them, and we didn't get each other there. Perfect.
Meteor strike.
Oh, get you baited. Absolutely pranked. What a blunder. What an absolute blunder by me.
You're not scared, are you?
Yeah, not next season, like season 12, but season 13 is gonna be interesting when they put in the like the 6v6 playtest. But like I said, I just think a few times will be the deciding factor, 100%. Or they might just add a mode for somebody to go play, and then they'll have long queue times. One of the two will happen. We shall see.
EMP activated.
No matter.
I think you're not
Good
scared, are
always
you?
wins.
They got the heat.
Alright, we'll be back in a second.
My ultimate is working.
Who drops auto-claim now? What do you mean? No, it would be season 13, they said. I think they said during the interview. So next season is season 12 in a few days, and then season 13. So that'd be like in, what, October or something? I'm doing one of those things where I do a bunch of damage, but I can't get a kill, so I think the best thing to do is blame everybody else except myself, and then that's it. What do you think, chat?
I rise again.
We gonna move the payload or what? Hi. Hey. Get the payload moving.
Your claim button's gone? I mean, yeah, they made it so like you don't have to hit the button after every 2 hours or whatever. This is what they changed with it. So no, like they fixed that because it was an issue that people were having with. They didn't want to have to claim it every 2 hours.
I won. Enemy here. Thanks.
I've come too far to stop now.
Heading in. Payload's a city dump right now.
Almost here. All right. You know, the ball's on point, but when they come back, I can just punch them. See? Got him. Look at that. Look at those amazing right clicks, chat. That's what I'm talking about. Me hitting a right click is very rare on Doomfist, so when I do, will I be able to play with flats next season? Once he gets out of gold, I should be able to, but I have no idea yet. We'll have to see.
Meteor strike.
It's impressive that I missed that right click. I want to point that out. Impressive. What else can I say?
Until we have peace.
Benagama, thanks for the 16 months of the Feeder Sprint. Thank you. Appreciate it. Ooh, run away. Run away. Ooh, I got rolled. Look at that. 8,000 damage with 5 of limbs. Makes sense. Cold Ramen, thanks for the gift this up. Thank you. Appreciate it. Time is it? Okay. I tricked them. They thought I could hit my right click, so I made them waste their high noon because they thought I was going to hit my right click. It's so good. It's such a strategy. Dude, I actually am terrible at doing this stuff. It's amazing. Oh, yeah. What a treat. Grumpy, thanks for the 2 months of the British Braza. Thank you. And Misguided Winter, thank you for the 18 months of that tier 1. Thank you. Appreciate it.
This is your warning.
Yeah, Juno will be fun. I mean, Juno just is going to be a fun hero. Look at that movement by me. I missed every right click again, but... Oh, I hit a right click. What a treat. And we still won. Look at that, chat. Nice 11 a limb game where I don't get any limbs and feed 90% of the time, but we still make plays. Feels good. Feels good. That's what I'm talking about right there.
Play of the game.
No one can hide from my sight.
Playing as Doom? I want to be good at Doom because I think there will eventually be a meta where Doom just like absolutely dominates sometime. So I want to be good at Doom so that way whenever that happens and I play ranked, of course, I want to have a deeper hero pool for that, right? Like I can obviously play Sigma, Zarya, Junker Queen, Diva, you know, fairly well. I probably forgot one hero I play a lot, but like that's what I want to do because I think it will go well. But the problem is that if they ever, you know, that's why I practice Doomfist and Wrecking Ball because those are two like very like, you need to put a lot of time into those heroes. So if I ever get good at those, it'll be a good spot, you know? If I ever get good at them, is the real key here. We'll see, though. Well, that's why I'm looking forward to drives next season. I think it will definitely help with a little bit of the issue where ranked is kind of just bad during the end of the season. I think drives might help increase the quality a little bit. I won't say it'll be perfect, but in any way they can increase the quality of end of season ranked, the better. And I think they're doing a good job of at least trying to implement something like that, you know? Which will be nice.
Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
Oh, a DPS game? I mean, I don't even know how I want to play. Let's play Ashe. I need some practice on Ashe. Let's do it. Just get some.
I'm the last one you'll ever cross. They say you're
Let's
a
get it
good
done.
shot. Hope you don't mind that I'm better.
Get it
I
done.
know more than anyone that a head that big is an easy target.
Oh yeah, I can play Zarya, Junker Queen, and I can play Hog. Yes, I can play Hog very well too. I can play all those tanks well. So basically, if you look at the hero pool, Winston, I can play Winston now. Basically, and I can play Malga and Orisa. I just don't want to. And Ramattra. Actually, yeah. So Rhine, Doom, and Wrecking Ball are the three heroes I need to get better at, so I can play them efficiently in top 500. I can play all the other heroes, I would say, efficiently now. Winston, I'm getting better at. Definitely way better than I used to be. Like, my Winston's, like... My Winston's serviceable. I can make it work in top 500, but yeah. Everything else I can play well in top 500 now. It's just straight up Rhine and those heroes. But Rhine I'll never get good at. As Rhine, you're supposed to be playing, like... As Rhine, you're supposed to be playing, like, chess, and I'm just playing checkers. Like, that's just how I've always made that analogy. Like, it just... Or no, Connect 4. Connect 4. I'm always playing Connect 4. So... Oh, itchy nose.
I'm about to pitch a fit.
I mentioned Diva. I swear I mentioned Diva.
I'm too old for surprises.
All right. Oh, it worked. Ha!
Think you can take me? Let's find out.
Got him. I mean, they just hacked right in front of my face. Yep.
My fuse is lit. Dynamite here.
Go back this way. have Bob coming up, but can't they just like...
Team to me.
Can't they just hack Bob and then Bob's useless?
There's one. Hey,
You're going to have VMP soon. I'm going to back up.
something to kill here. Do something. Excavation initiation. Numbered.
Oh, come on! Dude, listen, that Bob by me was certainly a Bob that was used against their team. And you know what they're doing right there? They're going, oh boy, am I upset. Or something like that. Back away.
Someone's gonna pay.
I'm just terrible at Rhine. I'm terrible at Rhine. It's not even close. Damn. They just get rolled by a Junkrat passive? That's what we like to see.
From the bone orchard.
Back in a second. Almost back. I need to get the coffee again soon before the matches start. Maybe after this game I grab my coffee? What do we think? Maybe? Grab coffee after this one? Want to get it now before the matches start. I'll try my best to commentate the matches the best I can, chat, when we watch WCS for co-streams. I think it'll be fun. Co-streams are a good time.
Time for the reckoning.
That party was boring.
Nice shot there. Junkrat right there. We'll have to see that.
You owe me one.
There we go. And we got the point. When the matches start, I think they start soon, but I could be wrong. It's either in an hour or 20 minutes. Backing away. To get flats to coach me on Rhine? I mean, we have different play styles. I don't even think it would work for me. All part of my plan right there, chat. I'm not even gonna try. To win a game with 30 rounds. I mean, we'll see what happens with the YouTube comments. We'll see. Not bad. Probably a bad ball, but I mean, I don't know. I'm just hitting my buttons. Oh, I hit the shot, but.
Take the objective. Dang it, Bob.
A taste of poison.
Domain?
Flashpoint unlocks in 10 seconds.
Enemy in my sight. Misery made.
What a dynamite by me. What a dynamite. Oh, no, I'm good. They still have a Sombra? I think that answers the question. I just randomly saw a Sombra. Yeah, that answers that question. So much Sombra in Quickplay. Just so much. Time is it right now? Yeah. Maybe I'll make my coffee after this game, chat, and then we can go into the next stuff after. I think that's the play. Eh.
Done better.
Oh, they got me. Oh, I don't like when I play against Sombra or have to go up against a Sombra is basically like it's the one hero that can basically ruin any tank when you're a solo tank. Like, and what I mean by that is like you don't have to like be necessarily effective against them. Like you just can ruin so many rotations and cooldowns that it becomes that you just get rolled. But even then, you can still play around as Sombra 10 times easier now. So it's more of just like it's more of like just a inconvenience than anything. It's more of like an inconvenience because you can. Like, it's much easier to counter the Sombra now with like just shoot at them and then you can watch them leave. They have a situation, but it doesn't make it any more fun to play against. Does that make sense? Oh damn! Like, oh, I did hit somebody with a dynamite. Perfect. Is it Zen that I hit? You're gonna go the other way. Yeah.
Time for the reckoning.
Oh damn! They turned right back for me. But huge purple by our team. As long as they don't Zen ult that, we should be good to go. They Zen ulted. Wonderful.
We have eyes on the objective.
Back soon. Headshot him a few times. Oh, they won't dare hack the Bob on point and ruin the ultimate. Probably because they can't. Nice. There we go. We'll take that. We'll take that. You know? I'm fine with that one. Chilling. Okay, so their spawn is this. Which way is their spawn? This way? No, this way. Okay, it's this way. Just took like the longest route to get here. Back away now. Sombra's gonna try and isolate me out. Oh no, they're running at me in a straight line. No! I kind of also sat there for way too long, but it's all part of the plan. Yep.
I don't take kindly to being knocked down.
Still though, winnable game.
Time for the reckoning.
No, I almost had him. Oh, that was gonna be good.
Apagando las luces. Ladies and gentlemen, from the bone, start your engines.
Damn. Okay, I'm gonna go make a quick coffee and I'll be back, and then we'll play a few more games, and then we should be getting into some other stuff. Does that sound good? But yeah, I'll be right back. Hit the follow button if you haven't, chat. Hit the follow button if you haven't, and I'll be your beat. Let me just wait till this game goes there. Okay, be your beat. We're back. Thank you for waiting, everybody. Okay. Thank you for waiting. Now we're back. We're ready to go vibe, do our thing. You love 2-tapping a Sombra as Junkrat? Yeah, that sounds like a good time. That does sound like a good time. Right? Oh, the kitty's good. Sully is sleeping behind me on the cat tower. Arnie is... Sully's behind me in the cat tower. Arnie, I don't know where he is. Luna's downstairs sleeping. They're all sleeping. Arnie might be, like, looking out the window or something. Sometimes I'll open the door for him and he'll just kind of look out the window. I guess I'm playing a Wrecking Ball game. What time does Overwatch Red Zone start? Whenever the matches start, I'll start to get the streams open for it. We'll see. Yeah, we'll go from there. Sound good? Sound good? Dad32, thanks for the 44 months of the tier 2. Thank you. I appreciate it. Think of the tier 2. I don't know exactly when the matches start. So
here is to winning even more games in
well, they do start at
12.
noon. Okay. So they actually hecked up the image on the start matches. Because I'm looking at the info. So their infograph actually was wrong. Thank you for the 44 months. I appreciate it. Like, their infograph was actually wrong. I need breakfast. I had a cheese Danish. Some days I eat breakfast, some days I don't. Today's one of those days. I'm just chilling.
5, 4, 3,
I'm just chilling.
2, 1. Attack commencing. Capture objective A.
All about map control. Distract him as long as you can. Make him turn. Make him flip. Take him away from the choke. Hope your teammates get in during the choke at that point. This is what I'm doing. I love when they give me a pedal for a nice swift pile drive. There you go. Go back on the point again. Pressure the Zarya now. They want to see if it remotely gone for the point. Zarya 2 feet. They're pretty upset about that, I can tell. They have Sombra immediately. This is what I was hoping for. Thank you. Welcome to Overwatch. Okay, so now they have Sombra. My new playstyle will be just play AFK. Vexra, thanks for the 8 months of the tier 1. Thank you, appreciate it. Thanks. Thank you.
Objective A captured. Ready. Escort the payload.
Got him. You're also playing on Midtown? Sounds not a bad map. I don't mind the map. I like it. Get out of there for now, and then wait. They really just EMP'd to... You know what? I respect it. I can't hate that. I respect it.
La oscuridad te espera.
You know? You're level 700 plus in Elden Ring? Is that high level? Wonder why people don't queue tank. It's the max level? Oh. That's cool. Why do they cap out the levels? Is that so that way you don't beat the stuff easy and when they do, like, expansions? Oh, gee, thanks for the 57 months of the feature prize. Thank you, appreciate it. I haven't played enough Elden Ring to know. I'm pretty unreal at Elden Ring. I don't want to brag, but... No. I only have 200 deaths on, like, the 4th boss, so... Pretty good. Thank you. Got him. Oh, what an EMP. Remember when EMP used to clear the Life Weaver tree too? That's great. Look at that. Look at that. Abby Green, thank you for the 8 months of the tier 1. Thank you. Thank you for the 8 months. Look at this. Go in. Oop, oop. Wish I was better at ball. Come on, I can do this. I'm better than I used to be at ball, but I'm still terrible at ball. Ugh. Dude, nice shots by my sim right there. Did you see that? Wizard, thank you for the tier 1 for 3 months in advance. Thank you. To the pylon.
Love your content. To more months.
Mole, thank you for the 5 months of tier 1. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoy it, so we like to hear. What are you gonna do now? Proc Inspire on the mines to be able to heal your team? Wonderful. Almost had him low. Almost is the key word, though. That's the key word here. I mean, I believe it or not, I actually feel like Sombra's easier to play against. The problem is, as a tank that is, the problem is that, like, it's just not, like, it's just a bit of a worse experience for players because you have to basically just play around waiting on them to do something, and, like, it's just, yeah. But that's its own story and stuff. That's going to be their philosophy on stuff and how they want to do stuff, and they like the idea of having more... I don't know, I say that, but they did mention they want to make, like, they want to start looking into counters a lot more, and they feel like maybe there's too much hard counters again. Maybe they'll eventually make an adjustment in the future, maybe make Sombra a little bit better, probably. So I think they're referencing, like, Sombra could be killed too easily, so they want to fix that. For it. Oh man, I'm having fun. Okay, that way. Do this. Get away. Here we go. What a treat. I still can win this, though, which is the cool part. Good heal by the Brig there. Did you see that proc of Inspire? Dude, I didn't know I'm playing Overwatch, not pinball. What the? Dude! I can't play. I'm literally playing damn pinball over here. Well, they have a Brig, a Lucio, a Doom, an Ashe, and a Sombra. Every single one of those heroes can ruin your experience in some way. Not like in a bad, like, I like those heroes. It's just like, I get booped 3 times, I get hacked. There we go. So wait a second, out of curiosity, you just said that Venture doesn't need skins, they need nerfs? Wait until you find out the art team isn't on the balance team, vice versa. Back away. Okay, timeout. 1 second. Okay, give me a second here. I'm gonna just. Oh, what? Oh, one. All right, give me a second. Oh, 1 second. I'll be there. Okay, I'm going in for my play finally. I got through all their cooldowns. Look at that. Now I can play. I'm gonna go win. Oh, timeout. 1 second. Okay, I'm gonna start moving in now. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, now what? Now I can play the game. Guess what? I'm going in. Let's go. Boom. Oh, 1 second. Timeout. I had a 1 second window. Oh, 1 second. Here we go. Oh, now we're talking. Now we're talking. Let's get in there. Oh, 1 second. Oh, wait. Give me a second. Oh, wait. 1 second. I'll be there in a second. Just wait, okay? Can you time out? Why won't... Isn't that great? We're vibing. Ooh, I gotta. Oh, I just elbowed my face. I was getting the chills for a second, so I just had to like. You ever get the chills randomly? You're just like, ooh. That was me. Damn. I guess we'll watch some of the matches. They start in like 5 minutes. Okay, so are there multiple matches being played during groups chat? Do we know? Let me go look on Twitch here. Okay, I don't think it's the South Park stream. Best part is if I open that South Park stream right now on stream, I'd get banned immediately, but the stream wouldn't. Their stream wouldn't. Okay, let me keep looking here. I guess I need to find streams that are watching the matches. All right. All right, we have one more quick play game we can play here. Let's play Reaper. Who plays Reaper? Let's just do it. I'm playing Reaper. I'm looking now. Let me see.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
Okay, here we go. Let's do it.
Make them scream.
I'm with you.
Here we go. Now we hide. Oh, Queen, where'd you come from? See ya. Thank you. Now we go back in. Let's do this. Oh, hey, thanks for bringing me that on the point. I don't think my team's gonna go with...
My ultimate is charging.
Huh? Did everybody else lag out too there? Was that my internet? Was that the game? What was that? I guess that was my game. So we were hacked during that? That's pretty good, right? Oh, TP up. Huge, and help. Want to pull on the team? Nice. There we go. Reaper's pretty good. Going in. Did they expect this? Are you talking about the Twitch mobile? Oh, it's awful, isn't it? I see what they're trying to do, but why take away the other aspects of the mobile app to do that? That was one of those, they'll just send it and ask for feedback. They should have just done like a second version of it, then ask for feedback. It was a very unique approach. Yep. Get rolled. Got him. Sir, thanks for the British sponsor. Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you. Why does OWCS make it hard to figure out who's playing? That's how they do stuff. I hope going into the next year they definitely fix a lot of the issues they've had this season. Obviously, it was their first time doing that stuff, so maybe it's like, you know, gonna be a little bit scuffed, but I got rolled by the Junkrat passive. See, that's why you gotta eat that stuff. See? But I will watch matches in a bit. I ran in there to get one shot just because I felt bad for the Junkrat, you know? Let him get some value, make some plays. You know what I'm saying? The thing is like, here's my take on the Twitch app. I like the idea of being able to scroll through streams as an option, right? It makes sense. You say you want to go discover streams, you're kind of just chilling. I get it, right? You know, in this current, like, you know, in this current age, like, that is something that is a big part of, like, consuming content. But don't make that a main thing and then remove everything else. Does that make sense? And that's what they did. They were like, okay, everybody likes how we have the app now. Let's remove all of that and then do this. They should have done it like, have both options. You can have a discoverability feed or something where you just scroll through. You want to do that, but why just get rid of everything else for that? And I think that's like, because you can see what they're trying to do, and it makes sense because now streams can have one of the #1 complaints people have on Twitch is discoverability, right? Is Quickplay, yeah, it's discoverability. It's just that's how Twitch is, right? So they wanted to do, like, make ways to make that better. Fine, but like, add different sections for that. Don't just make it the mainstay and get rid of everything else that people like. And that's what they did. Yeah.
I've never been more ready
So
for adventure.
they should have went with a different approach on it. I mean, I know they've seen the feedback now on it, and I'm sure they'll make updates. But it just felt like it was something that could have been solved by just not starting with that approach. So, yeah.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Here we go.
Round 2. Capture.
Now, obviously, I don't know how easy it is to fix that stuff and change that. But what they should have done is after it didn't work, find a way to go back to the previous one and then bring that version in when it's ready. But instead, they just leave it there, and then they're like, yeah, well, people are mad about the app. Why? It's like, well, it's pretty obvious. Having some fun on Reaper, though. You know, it's been a good time. Yeah, they still haven't even started the matches yet, chat. I'm paying attention. Yeah, but, like, I think there's more teams playing, right? Because it's the first day of groups. Dude, what the heck? Is there a lag happening right now? What the heck is going on? Oh, they got a good crew there. Let's go. He said usually it doesn't even update. This was one time where your Twitch updated. Yeah, because they were purposely trying to get people to update, like do that. Yeah. So you're so hyped to hear Mitch call matches again? Yeah, I mean he's been doing a ton. I got to talk to him like for a few seconds at Dallas. He actually stopped by and said hi to me. I was like, oh, good to see you. Mitch has always been awesome. Great caster. I was like, dude, you've been grinding because he's been casting so many games like at like a high level. It's been great to see, right? He's been doing like everything. It's been great. Monkey Maniac, thank you for the tier 1 for 6 months in advance and the 24 months of that. Thank you. Champ. That's not my internet. No, it's not my internet. If that was my internet, I'd have drop frames on my OBS. And my stream would lag. Uh-oh. Where are my supports at? They're not here, are they? Only one thing left to do, get one shot by a Widow. That's what you get for playing Widow. That's it. I didn't even have to do that, but that's what you get for playing Widow. Dan it, thanks for the 4 months of the Preacher Prime. Thank you. Hello, hello. Okay, now we hide. Now we hide and we wait. Wonderful. This is great. I'm enjoying that. Wonderful. I was just hoping that. Dude, wow, that was not where I expected a TP to. Look at that. Made you use your cooldowns. Now what are you going to do when I flank you? And just stare at you like this. Let's go. Look at that. Oh, thank you for pulling me in. Thank you. I was afraid I wouldn't get value with my ultimate. Thank you. It's lagging again. Yeah, this is definitely server issues, chat. My stream isn't lagging either. Well, good thing we're watching matches, because this would be awful to play in ranked if it was like that. They're still doing like the group stuff and everything and like talking to people, so we're gonna chill for now, alright?
Score 1-1.
Let's order some pizza for the neighborhood and pay their rent. And
Yeah, but no. So what we're saying, 7-Up, is like... What I'm saying to that is I like the option of that, people having that. Some people might want to go and scroll through and discover streams that way, and it's cool to have that as an option. But to make that the only thing on the app is the problem. I need to have it go back to how it was and then add a discoverability option on there. That's it. That's all they gotta do. It's literally all they gotta do. Yeah, that's it. That's all they need to do. Right? That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. That's the fix.
An enemy.
Yep. Oh, I know, but even then, if I recall correctly, like if you go to the following tab, it isn't even in order anymore. Can we get some blankets, Jeff, for 7-Up Poppy with a 5 gifted? Thank you, I appreciate it. Thanks. I think we're capping the point. Wonderful. Great. Perfect. Well, good thing we're watching matches, chat. Good thing we're watching matches, right? Oh, I'm back in. Perfect.
was good. ¿Qué onda?
Sweet. Okay. Frumpy, thanks for the 5 months of the Future Prime. Thanks. Wonderful. Yeah, I think it's definitely good we're co-streaming matches because that's gonna be awful if I've even played ranked right now. I like you say it's almost as bad as Siege servers. Like it's actually worse. Oh yeah, we're getting the full OWCS experience. That's true because they were having issues with the servers. You're right. That's great. Wonderful. What is that, Hanzo Crosshair? It was made with love. That's what that Hanzo Crosshair was. Made with love. Yeah, server issues are never fun. Oh, they got me, but like, I think it was worth the trade. Yep.
An enemy here.
Almost here. What are you gonna do now? When I do this! You're gonna shoot at me? Alright, well that's... Yeah, I mean, that's actually a good play, I gotta say. Honestly, yeah. No, that's a good reaction to that. Good play. Alright, great Cole. Thanks for the tier 1 for 3 months in advance. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Our point is under attack.
Damn, Storm Arrow Steve. Listen, ever since I DC'd out, I'm gonna blame that. Just read it backward, Kiwi. Yep.
I'm going in.
Death walks again.
Oh, it's lagging again there. You can see it. It's lagging again. It's happening again. Okay, there we go. Now it's not lagging.
I'm going in. Attack the objective.
They didn't expect me to do that, did they?
Time for the reckoning!
Look at that tense game of Quickplay. This is bad. Dude, there's just no way. There's no way. Did I win? Did I lose? What happened? What's the result? What's the result? Dude. No. Dude. Did I win? What? Did I win?
Now traveling.
Okay, now we're all T-posing. I think I won.
Play of the game.
That's a play of the game. Oh wow, what a play of the game that was. Thank you for that. I'm stuck. I can't even X out of the game. I'm in an endless loop. Am I good? All right, no, I'm not queuing again on that one. I'll watch some OWCS. I want to see what the replay viewer looked like during that. Was everybody lagged out, or were people still playing during it? I want to see something. Go to like there was the last round where it was really obvious. Like let's watch everybody just lags out. Let's go to a random player and see what happens when they lag. Like where is this? Okay, this is me, right? So what's the spot where I lag out? Like here, right?
Nano boost administered.
I guess we can watch right at the end. Okay, did anybody else not lag out during that?
Defeat.
Dude, look at this end right here. Look at it, everybody lags out. Yeah, servers just crashed. See? Everybody's running into walls. Everybody's just... Dude, that was unreal. Servers must be, like, hecked up right now or something. Maybe they're just deleting servers to get ready for World of Warcraft. Alright, this is a good time, I think, to go watch some OWCS chat. What do you think? With servers being that awful, I'm glad I didn't play any rank, because holy crap, that was terrible. Let's go watch some matches. Sorry for the people who like to watch the, 75 games of rank grind. All right, is there music on here? Because I'll go get DMCA'd.
Huge upsets, you know, in the last event. They were able to take down Space Station.
No, they did it again.
Down Fnatic from Korea as well, which is a huge win because seeing any Western team take.
How come every time we watch the NA matches, they manage to heck up the mics?
See how far VP can really go now in stage.
You hear it?
I think a pretty good meta for them.
They did this last time during the NA matches. They like over.
Ash. We talk about how good Ash is in the current meta. Someone has been playing.
They do it. I don't know how they managed to do this ever. What are they using?
You know, patch and meta and Gala. He's kind of like an Alari specialist.
EMEA, yeah, but it's the same people who will run that, I think. Sorry, I meant EMEA and NA. Sorry, excuse me. You hear that, though?
On Lucio, he's improved so much on Lucio. He can now jump between those two roles, kind of like Violet over in Korea, and that's super important, that flexibility coming in. But then also, Alari, I think, stronger than him.
Emphasis on the phrase jump, right?
Yeah, do you hear Mitch? Mitch has a great mic, and if you hear him on any other cast that's not this one, it sounds great, but listen to it.
I also got very excited. Usually it's just Jaws.
They did it last time too.
Aficionado, but I think everyone was very excited to see her being thrown more into the mix, not just on particular maps like Midtown, where we saw her, you know, being picked here and there.
Maybe they're going for like the walkie-talkie type of vibe.
How far VP can take it, if we can ride the momentum perhaps from EWC. Now, before we get into our first match of the day and break it all down for you, I want to remind everyone, of course, that Season 11 of Overwatch 2 is actually just a few days away from ending. So make sure to jump in, finish up your battle pass if you haven't. Also, if you haven't, what have you been up to, honestly? With the long OWCS breaks, no excuses there. Go finish it all in time, get those mythic prisms, and get that sweet Calamity what is it, Empress? Calamity Empress Ash skin. That's the one. That's the one. Any Ashes in chat?
It is. I've been seeing it a bunch, like in OWCS games. It's very clean. The audio, I think, on that skin really doesn't.
It's double value. You get a Bob Mythic as well. I mean,
actually true.
For some, not really, because they never see him. But yeah, I mean, if you're able to, you know, that
If he happens to actually do something, you get double value. Why
Hope we have a
not?
good day.
Why
Hope you have a
not?
good day too.
Well, guys, I think we're now hitting that time of the day where we gotta talk about our first match. Group A winner match is what we're gonna start things off with. Both of those teams, of course, have already played their first
Like I
matches
say, good night. Oh, have a good night.
Let's,
Good thing we get to go hang out and play the
about
matches
them,
now, huh?
In great depth, of course. Space Station Gaming, Hypnos. Space Station Gaming, they have to be considered the favorite heading into this. Like, no questions asked.
I would say
no
Space
roster
Station.
changes since the
Who
start
is
of
on
this,
Hypnos,
yes,
chat?
they're
What's their what
pride
team
of
is that?
Europe,
Any
dare
players
say,
I might
just to make
recognize?
that claim. And they come off of a really, really successful stage 2 there as well, of course, as they took that first place in the EMEA region, third place in Dallas major. That was.
I wonder if Uber has any Bland
You know, when you
shirts?
see performance, like, I'm gonna be the person saying it. I don't. Feel
Oh, I'm
like
sure he
there's
does. He
anything
just
to
likes,
go
you
home
know,
about.
likes to pop. I like it. I respect it.
Yeah, I mean, top 8. It is what it is, unfortunately. I think they
what
maybe
it is.
performed slightly below expectations. but
Obviously,
they're
Space
still
Station's
the
a
top
very
dogs in
stacked
Europe.
team.
I mean, for now, EMEA, this is still the team to beat. This is a benchmark. I mean, every single team in the region has to take down SSG as the #1. They have the most points as well, so
Yep.
you want to catch up, you want to overtake them, you want to break into a position where you can go into Stockholm, you know, knock SSG down a peg. That's where you got to go.
Yeah.
Also,
the
Jai, hit that
position
follow
is gonna
button.
be
Yeah, make sure you hit the follow
Hypnos,
button,
and
alright?
You already talked a little bit about them as we're looking at the group standings, the current ones. Of course, MCD in the mix there as well, so there's some name value as well. You actually liked what
You know
saw from
what?
them.
I don't really know much of their. I know some of their roster. I don't know all of them.
Like, they picked up MCD. I don't know if you know this story, right? It's quite interesting. Basically, MCD knocks on the door of the team house that doesn't exist, clutching one of his then orbs, screaming Wilson, and his hair is just like grown out. His beard is just, he's just washed
No
up
one
on
gets
this
this
team.
reference
He
except
just
me, I bet.
appeared, on this Hypnos roster, and frankly, was committing
No
war
one
crimes,
knows what
in
Uber's
this
talking
yesterday
about.
against Vendetta. Played a lot of Ana, a lot of those off-angle nades that you like to see, but definitely
I know the
taking some
reference.
risks against a team who
It's from the
really
movie
have,
Castaway,
that
but, like,
Vendetta squad, you know, it does have like
everybody's gonna be like, dude,
Tyrant,
what is
Crispy
Uber
Cook,
talking
so, like,
about?
Pretty well-known players in this sort of scene. He looked really, really good over the course of that series. And this is a team that really works that
To give context,
very effectively. Skytor, excellent rotation.
Wilson
of
is
and jumping on in.
so
They
Tom
play a lot
Hanks,
of the Tracer Echo style,
like,
so
ended up
expect to
stranded
see
on an
that
island,
pretty
and his
well,
best friend was a
in the team
volleyball
dive,
named
which
Wilson.
in many cases does mean that your backline needs to be relatively self-sufficient. Something MCD.
That's the story.
Pretty used to doing. There was obviously Kevin just had to capture a very iconic screenshot from that particular series as China.
Yep.
all out.
There were many.
It was his best friend Wilson.
But in general, I think this team looks really good. It was pretty back and forth.
I know,
on
I
a couple
know.
of the maps here where they played
Poor Wilson.
against each other. But this is a team who will play Blizzard World, who will play.
Yeah, it was like the
Diablo,
volleyball,
play
yep,
defending
mhm.
Winston, and just try and get their defensive.
Shadow
dive
Knight,
going,
thanks
which
for the
is
4 months
a
of the
good
tier 1.
sign,
Thank you, big
and
shit.
can really
Thanks.
tell the good teams. From the, I guess, the weaker ones, if they're able to make that
Yep.
higher risk defensive Winston setup work for them.
And the problem is they are going up against SSG. As I said, SSG's got to be.
I haven't seen that
considered the
movie in
favorite here.
years.
an
Maybe it's
uphill
time I
battle
rewatch
for
it at one
Hypnos.
point.
If we're looking at the community poll, I feel like I know where this one is going.
Dude, I really hope they can fix the mics. Is it just me, or is it like?
The underdog story. You know, I'm here for that, Kevin.
I think Hypnos might be able to do a little bit more damage than 2%. You know, it's definitely very SSG favored as we all expected. They're probably the favorites to win. If you're betting,
Hey, I mean,
points or
honestly, I'm just
whatever,
happy
you
there's
know,
2% on
this
that one, right?
Should be an SSG. Maybe
It holds
3 or
up. You watched it a
3-1
few
kind of
weeks
looking deal,
ago.
but I was kind of impressed.
Maybe I'll
with
watch it
Hypnos
again
dive.
soon
I
as
mean,
like a.
just basically repeating what
Yep.
Mitch said. It looked like a pretty decent dive. MCD's Ana was pretty top tier still, and you know, despite him being on, I think it was something like 180 ping to Europe, he was still not really missing a beat. So pretty impressive stuff from Hypnos. And I think SSG are actually going to match them on the dive. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a dive mirror today.
Absolutely. And honestly, I mean, Hypnos, they might still very well be the second team to make it out of that group alongside SSG as the top 2 will advance. Well, let's find out how they will fare against one another. So for all the action, guys, take it away.
Yeah, we have a game. Love to see that. Gonna jump into this one in just a moment. Here's
So this is it first to 3?
This is loser pick for each of those maps here.
Is it
with
first
our
to 3,
map
chat?
being
Is that how it's gonna
essentially,
work still?
Set in stone, either Busan, Lijiang Tower, Nepal, or Samoa. I'll tell you right now, it is going to be the map of Samoa. We will then, of course, have that losing team pick. I want to point out as well, we haven't had a chance to sort of talk about this map pool too much. Rune Zapi is obviously going to be in here. That's something definitely worth bearing in mind, of course. You know, Dorado we've seen played a fair bit as well throughout the qualifiers. It's being often picked. Circuit Royal also an option for many of these teams. And in general, Kev, we're seeing most rosters opt for Suravasa when we come to Flashpoint.
All right, this should be a good one. I mean, you want to see good matches, right? That's the whole point here. You want to see good matches. So we'll see what happens.
Of the three to choose, Coliseum, obviously, we're looking at
the first time you ever saw Castaway, you rented it on VHS. That makes sense, yeah.
In this particular series, I think there's going to be a capability where loser picks if you're in a situation where SSG actually do drop a map to Hypnos, which is possible. You know, there's capability for them to
Overwatch,
still
yeah. I mean, I've given the two reasons, like
one trick team. Then you're starting to look at more of a Shambali monastery.
Like, so here's a
remove Dorado from the equation.
The reason why Overwatch ended up playing was like at first we had no idea when the dates were because they just didn't really like. I feel like if you weren't paying attention to the right like socials, it just wasn't. It didn't feel like it was marketed as well. Like, we didn't know when the stage 3 was starting. Like, and I'm sure if we dug deeper, it would have been good. But two, like, honestly, we wouldn't have been able to even play.
In playing that dive,
we wouldn't have been able to even play because like there was like I had already committed to a Twitch Rivals because I didn't know the dates. I think Custa probably wanted to play. Did Custa end up getting COVID because his wife had it and he expected that he was going to get it? Jay wasn't going to be able to play because he was traveling to Emily's for
as well.
And then CarQ obviously wasn't going to be able to play.
Probably not going to notice that too much.
Now know the reason on that one. So
it
wasn't going to happen anyway.
No matter what. If we get some more, especially if we head over to
the only one I think we could have played was Applied.
Potential to play those Sigma looks here, to play it a little bit slower. We'll be finding out in the next few moments as we are moments away from diving.
Here's getting Overwatch. I don't know.
I'll tell you what, I think Hardy truly is the most flexible tank in Europe right now. In EMEA, when I look across the tank, you know,
I wasn't getting married during that one.
No.
He is. I was already married.
That is chasing after the Hyperflex tank kind of label after someone from Toronto. So this is a dude that's playing everything right now. I think in their most recent Face It match, Space Station were playing.
There's a chance Overwatch makes a return. We'll see.
On the Diva, he's been on the
I might just go more on the co-stream inside of OWCS for now on. I'm at the point now where it's like
EMEA, he's probably going to be good enough on it.
I want to point out here that Hypnos are
I can still play well in tournaments, but like, do I want to is the question. You know what I mean?
Alongside Delusion, so I think there was an issue maybe getting that full roster together for today.
Has CarQ been streaming?
Which, I mean, is it a pretty pivotal
so unfortunately, his doggy passed away, so he's been taking a little bit of time off until the new season. That's why CarQ hasn't been on. I didn't know if he said anything to anybody yet, so I didn't mention it, but yesterday he tweeted it. So. I can turn up the sound for you a little bit and see if it's better.
And I want to point out as well, Backbone's actually starting over Sparker, and currently Backbone on the Widowmaker, it's not even just, you know, peek out a spawn or anything weird like that. I mean, we're in control, so I guess that wasn't relevant, but he's just gonna run a full Widowmaker on Samoa, which is a little bit unusual.
Yeah, so he was taking a little bit of time.
Typically, this is
He was taking a little bit of time. He'll be back for the new season. Any VOD you're saying? No. We're chilling. We'll probably have one more day of replay codes, and then the replay codes reset.
Want to play Winston, and they probably feel as if this benefits.
Oh, that was the easiest first point I've ever seen. All right, so obviously you're seeing the Winston on a break comp. How's my volume levels? You can hear me fine, right? So they're running the double on a break comp, right? This is what we talk about. I like how we see the double right away. That's not really a double. That's meant to LOS Diana. So on a break versus on a break is very simple. The Winstons create space. You kind of sit there and wait on your teammates to get like to hit shots. I will say having a Widow here is very interesting. I didn't even expect Widow on this one. I think they might just kill the Widow soon. Oh, what a peel!
Did
you never see Seagull anymore? Seagull streams legal all the time.
Skytor needs to take a sidebar, but in the meantime, Backbone was able to pick MCD out, arguably the most dangerous player in the side of Hypnos, and that is going to neuter them for this first fight.
Wow.
And where was Delusion during that dive as well? Because Skytor was solo by himself. He was chunked out super quickly.
I was gonna say, if like the Tracer ended up being with the Winston, the Widow wouldn't have survived. So
you're often only getting to play the first map, depending on how the series pans out, just because it's a bit more, you know, suitable to Spark and Psycho, that combination. Having a great start, though, with a very unconventional pick for this.
It was just a weird start. Like, nothing happened, and they capped the point and gave it up.
Basically instantly, and those are going to
what are the Ultrons looking right now? I mean, Space Station's going to be able to go in with Winston all right now. Just they can maybe go with an aggressive, like, Ana play, but, like, they're going to have Nano a little bit sooner. So, like, Hypnos technically has a timing where they can Nano their Winston in and try to force a play. But if they wait any longer, they're going to lose. Okay, they Nanoed, by the way. They're just watching a Tracer in the backline AFK, but they didn't. Why they didn't show the Winston Nano? The Winston was Nano.
Deny any of that follow-up to the enemy Winston, and then a Primal to take matters into his own hands, or bodies as it were. As you see, MCD feels that pressure, and Skytor's, his Primal comes out here and in a position where he can't do much with it.
No, that's.
I haven't seen Seagul's rant about League. I haven't seen too much of his League streams. I'll be completely honest with you.
This is the last fight. Skytor wanted to make something happen.
I don't play enough like League, you know what I mean?
Back from spawn. Does get the touch barely.
So.
Skytor now needs to ask himself where he goes from here. Delusion loses out in the 1v1 of Psycho, and now the rally comes in.
This is a rough start. You know, this was this start for me. I don't think this really showcases the skill level of Hypnos.
Just wasn't good enough. Space Station.
Dude, I wish I could.
Into this series here with a comfortable 100-0 on beach.
Dude, I wish I could tell them how to make it so it doesn't look as laggy on the 1080p. I can fix this pretty quickly.
Was solo diving again. Questions: where was the link up between Skytor and Delusion? Was Delusion maybe marked by Psycho? They didn't see the 1v1 from the Tracer, at least on the kill feed. But we did see Psycho tearing apart the Hypnos backline. Psycho was all over that kill feed in terms of where the.
Like I said, sometimes you give feedback and they just go, eh.
One thing for Hypnos, but at the same time, it's like their dives just didn't seem as on point as Space Station, and it's not even really looking at Backbone on his main hero, which I think what you're probably going to see here, potential for the Mei, potential for he's going to lock at the Venture. Could be the Genji from Psycho here as well. Tracer Venture also works. A little bit of the, you know, what is it, the Venture, Malga.
You're going to play League Event? Oh, I'm sure you're unreal at League of Legends.
Ash is their manager, again, as a reminder, so you're not going to see the Venture come through. Ash is just going to one-trick maybe the Cass or the Ash the entire way through.
Something we saw a lot, yesterday from Backbone was actually not even...
Hey, seeing some Venture, this is nice. Oh, what everybody was hoping for, Malga versus Malga. I was just hoping that we get to see this matchup again. There's really no difference in that. Well, sorry, let me rephrase that. The core of like the tanks and the support is the same, but you're actually seeing a bit of a different playstyle. You got the Venture, you got the Tracer, and you got the Genji versus the Cass. So that's pretty cool.
On back here, Suzu already getting used there by Hypnos.
I feel like Hypnos has to play more passive, and that's the problem. So what makes Space Station's comp so good is they can play really aggressive and then grind them down. And that's exactly what we just saw. So if they don't get any early picks, that's it. They're just dead.
This pick is also a little bit of a liability for the team because
you gotta hype for the WoW collab. Oh, I am too. Oh, yeah, I am too.
You can't really all in with the cast. This is going to be something that doesn't
100%
really
I
have Hypnos here, but it's probably all that Ash can really play. And for SSG in this particular mirror, you have a very.
I'm in the exact same boat as you. Don't you worry.
A cast that's in the open. You do have a Venture, that is really easy for you to dive into.
It's just uncomfortable as Cassidy to try and punish this Venture whatsoever because Backbone.
Well, you can't really punish the Venture. That's the problem. Is Venture has.
Really look and wait for the Venture to dive in.
It's like you have to wait, and that like as Uber was saying, they're gonna have to Kitsune now. Like if they wait too long, they're gonna keep getting dove on and just gonna lose every team fight.
The Psycho giving a little bit of room here.
Are there drops for WCS? Yeah, I think they put a bunch of sprays up or something for drops. We don't have access to those drops. They don't like to. They want to drive all the viewership to the esports stream for them. So, but they get the they also get the battle pass tier skip drops. So they get the double dip. They get the double dip.
Skytor is forced back, and it has to be a defensive sound barrier for Hypnos.
The cage is coming through next as well. Backbone actually doesn't wait for the cage from Hardy, but. This tectonic shock might just force Hypnos back. A lot of low HP members, but no cleanups here. Finally, a couple of kills.
And that is a devastating timing for this to occur upon.
Like I said, like Hypnos is just not playing aggro. They're just letting Space Station dictate the pace.
Rather DPS ultimates even to combine with that outside of that Deadeye. Space Station more than happy just to stagger the use of the tectonic shock away from the cage and let Hardy go.
They're just letting them make the play every single time. When you're playing against a really good team, the last thing you want to do is play passive. Like you need to show them that you're not afraid to play against them in that way and just be aggressive. That's what's happening right now. Oh, we got a Venn diagram right now? This is great. This is my Overwatch right here. Yeah, let's go. They actually might be able to win this one. Blade, but they're too low on Blade. Yeah, good luck. This is one of, you know, I was going to say it's like my Blades, but it was a little bit better. They managed to dash away. Yeah. Wow, that was a rough first map, I'm going to be real with y'all.
The losing Skytor there is really the death knell for Hypnos in this round.
That was a rough first map.
Rounds, but they're not going to be coming up with a map here. No siree.
I mean, the last round, unfortunately, not as hard fought as they would have liked. The 0-99.
Wonderful. That was what a treat that was.
SSG's just cleaned that one up.
Should have played Roadhog. Yeah, I think a lot of people are hoping they would lock the Hog. I agree.
It's not even just the fact that he's a manager, it's the pick itself that's just not good into the actual mirror. The cast doesn't really offer any value there. Deadeye not really offering any value either. Delusion took the entire, basically 99% of the round to build up one blade, and he's instantly chunked out. Can't really make the play happen at all. And you also can't make the engages happen because you're losing one of the engage tools. You don't have a Tracer as a partner. You don't have a Venture as a partner. How are you engaging? This is why you see SSG. They were always the first team that were actually able to engage and have that initiation and put all the entire way through. Hypnos just kind of have to just take the dive and defensively play the game. And and you wonder why Delusion didn't build up any damage.
That was certainly a map.
Absolutely, and there were so many times where both Malgas are trading out their cardiac overdrives, and yet we're seeing Hypno struggle to keep up in that damage race. They're getting chunked down despite the presence of the powerful healing utility. You can see Hardy here, utterly unperturbed by the fact that he's 1v3 up against a Cassidy with the hindrance of that grenade.
Because they're not setting the tone. They need to.
This is why
Hypnos needs to play more aggro. It's that simple. Like when you that's something that's kind of always been a thing in like.
So there are no great dive
when you're playing against really good teams, the one way to beat them or catch them off guard is to like set the tone yourself, because they're already going in thinking they're gonna win, right? Like the top team's going in and they're very much expecting to win, or they even if they're like giving them like a massive amount of respect, they still are expecting to win more often than not, right? So what they really need to do is they need to just start going in and setting the tone.
Rewatch this,
right?
Maybe in a replay code, replay viewer.
Like you just got to go in and just be aggro. And don't let them dictate the pace. And if you're gonna run that, if you're gonna run the Cassidy comp against them, right? Like, and they're gonna run the Venture comp. Like, yeah, you're forced to play defensive, of course, but like, why sit there and let them play into the way that you want to? Now, granted, you know, it's all hindsight, right? So there's probably more to it than that, but like,
SSG had the entire map control. Where was Backbone playing? He was playing on the hut in the middle of the map where he gets the best sight lines, and again, wasn't really under pressure. So SSG, they have the entire map.
What is the theme of
time.
season 13?
Ultimates there from Hypnos towards the end.
But to be
the
season
one
12.
shining light, if we're going to speak positively, MCD was
in hindsight here, yeah, exactly.
Landon a lot of times in the ult charge. So you know,
yes, exactly. It's just like, and that can happen. So like, you know, they have coaches. They'll have players that can go in there and talk about it. Like, I expect them to make adjustments. Doesn't mean they'll win, and I don't expect them to win. But I think they can definitely increase their odds of like getting more team fights in their favor.
Is what comes out from MCD on Volcano. He looks to start a fight behind that ultimate, but again, they cannot get the rest of their team, Hypnos that is, in position to capitalize. I will say that the era of the manager is quickly coming to a close. Ash has been subbed out. SXJ has made it to the lobby, so let us bless up. This is a Hypnos now playing at what we will consider full strength heading into our next map soon. And again, this unlocks that Echo Tracer dive look that they
You know one thing I love about
so far in stage 3.
Have they fixed the mics? No.
You
know one thing I love about Uber?
Don't waste any time here. Don't go to any
Uber.
other. The reason for that is because you play Dorado.
Uber knows how to fill time. They just had a map that was an absolute nothing happened, and then Uber managed to talk about stuff for 5 minutes straight there about nothing that happened. And I love him for that. It's so great, isn't it? You gotta love Uber. Just sits there and talks about absolutely. What do you even like? How do you even analyze that? Boom.
With SXJ on the team,
5 minutes.
They have the capability to match SSG in dive. Typically for SSG, dive hasn't
I
been
love
their
it.
bread and butter.
You know,
they've been more of a brawl team. So SSG is a team that's still kind of practicing their dive, trying to refine their dive to play up against international teams. And that's where Hypnos can maybe.
Oh, I mean, I've known Mitch for years. It's like I said, he's always been a good guy.
It's a dive mirror, and now that you have a full roster in there, see what we can do.
I love that. Like I said, he literally when I was at
for that, especially because it shows
when I was at
capacity, right? We'll see a lot
Dallas, he came up to me. I tapped me on my shoulder. I'm like, "Oh, dude, what's up?" You know, I talked to him very quickly. Like he was traveling everywhere and doing a bunch of casts. He was doing like Valorant, Overwatch. Vandy, thanks for the 25 months of the free trial. Thank you, appreciate it. He's good at all of them.
Protocols you have in place to shut down that early TP play, you can be set in pretty darn good stead.
Oh, we have a Dorado. Okay.
Quickly look ahead.
I kind of like this pick. Now, they just kind of like alluded to it a little bit that SSG is still not the strongest dive team. And I will say, I think SSG has gotten better at dive over the years, right? Because they were London Spitfire and they've had a couple roster changes, right? But like,
it's the only of those
they're
modes that
they're not known as the strongest dive team. They're a very good deathball team, but they're still the best team,
as a way to keep
right?
themselves in the
Right now. And they still are a very good dive team.
So
It's just like if you have a chance to like put a dent in their armor, this is how you do it. Dive-based maps. That makes sense? What's Deathball Brawl? They're the team that would run like Rhine comps. Right? They're still very, very good. Still very, very good. It's just like if you have them on like the more like brawl-based comps, like obviously we just saw them run the Winston. We saw
wipe that plan away because you're playing against SSG. It's just not happening, champs. So
I like how Avril just said that, right? Yeah.
So I mean, if you this is the litmus test. I mean, you're right, Mitch. You gotta win this. I think if you're Hypnos, you gotta win this.
Also, I'm glad Avril got back on the cast again.
But to me, this is kind of like, for the sake of the series,
it's kind of disappointing he wasn't given more opportunities in the first stage. So I'm glad, or the first couple stages. So I'm glad to see him kind of return for the third stage. So I got to talk to him a little bit about it at Dallas. So good to see him kind of back in the swing of things.
Really matter. You kind of hit your ceiling, right? And you realize, okay, well, at the end of the day, we're playing the right maps, we're playing the right comps for us. we're just not able to execute them at a level that puts a real amount of pressure down on Space Station Gaming. As I mentioned earlier, Backbone, plays that first map, that control map for many of these series, and then often gets substituted out here. And so we see Psycho come into the roster.
I've had Oats overnight. They're pretty good.
Go for like an Echo Tracer composition. They can play a highly mobile look. They can also,
there are some good flavors.
Put Sparker on a powerful DPS like an Ashe or something like that. We've seen teams in a defensive Winston comps pick up that Ashe alongside the Tracer and look to pressure. And SXJ has arrived from whatever engagement they were previously dealing with. Will turn up now in this series. And yes, the Echo.
Okay, so they brought so they're bringing in.
I actually think it's unlikely that you see a Tracer Echo out of SSG
dive comp.
with Spark in the lineup, mostly because obviously he is the hit scan player.
Spark is going to go Caster Ashe.
Beyond that, it just requires him to like change too many heroes, right? Because then you have a situation where Psycho ends up.
And it's going to be simple. Spark will be on Caster Ashe.
Tracer. So assuming they start on what is going to be standard for SSG, I believe on Dorado, which is Psycho Tracer, and then Sparker on Widowmaker or Ashe, most likely Ashe.
I've been the Ashe team so far.
You'd have to.
Yeah, I guess maybe not as much cast with the range, so maybe Widow, but yeah, no, I think Ashe.
Hypnos is going to be basically.
I feel like Sparker's too good on Ashe.
I would expect them to play that. If SXJ gets shut down in the Echo, he might go.
I'm glad they take as much time in between each game here. I was getting concerned this would be a quick turnaround to the next map, but here we go.
I think they're locked in for hit scan trace the whole way through.
Here we go.
Played against Ohana yesterday, where I will say Sparker really got put to the test. Up against Rojo over the course of that series, who was a very good Widow player, and that Junkertown map was quite fun to watch them go head-to-head. I would almost suggest that Sparker got a little gapped in that matchup. But here, the Ashe is definitely much more likely to see.
For
Space Station, look at that defensive Winston dive, Tracer Ashe. So everything basically as expected here. And like we mentioned before, Hypnos have really shown us one look that has worked the best for them. And in a matchup like this, up against a team with more experience and potentially more coordination, putting your best foot forward on the best possible dive map is really all you can do.
Okay, they're finally starting now.
I truly do think, this is where, at least minimum for me, even if they do lose Dorado, I needed to be competitive. I need this Hypnos team to be able to do some real damage, push us to a time bank,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
SSG to
we'll
the
see.
Sword. You mentioned yesterday.
They are running exactly what we expect of the Ashe.
I think it's a fantastic hit scan.
I mean, this is normal. Now, first steps here, chat. I don't know if you can see my mouse. You probably can't. But the first step they need to do you see where the Hottie's playing? You need to take away that part of the map from them.
To try and reposition to another building and
which they kind of did automatically by taking away where the Ashe was, so that also works. But that's going to be the first step. If they let them play those angles there, they're going to get rolled. You're going to see the Winston zap from the high ground, and it's going to give a lot of space for the Ashe. So, like, if they basically... I mean, I guess in theory, diving across the other high ground makes it easier, but the problem is that if the Winston stays there, then the backline's going to constantly be pressured. And, like, that's, like, the problem. And you can see Hottie's still up there. Like, they're still grinding. But they did a good job of pushing the card, so I got to give them credit on that one. That was a good, like, start. But they still don't have it. Like, do you see how annoying that can be with the Winston up there for the backline?
Never gives up the chase. Now you don't have the option even with your solo Tracer to push the cart because Hottie can go down there, give Delusion a tickle, and force him to reset.
Well, now Delusion, I think, can actually join the team as well in actual dives because his role prior to that was...
Look how much I'll charge Hottie's farm from not being taken off that high ground, chat. Do you see this?
Play those dive properly as a 5-man unit, so... Let's see what Hypnos want to take. That ultimates will become a factor.
Look at the L charge on Hottie.
He's got it super...
You see that? That's why like you can't leave that spot up there for free. Like it's easier said than done, but you need to eventually make like a concerted effort to take that away. Otherwise your backline can never set up and this is gonna happen over and over again. He's gonna ult, right? Like this is what happens. If you leave your backline just to like alone by themselves up there, like what else can they do? They can't move.
He absolutely does not care. He'll get himself Skytor for his troubles and be able to return to safety once more.
Yeah, I mean, he does get it super early. I think it would have been ideal to save.
And that's like the problem.
Well, longer, maybe a bit unfortunate that Hottie
just sitting there over and over and over again.
If Hypnos
they need to take away that part of the map. They need to force Winston back. The Winston hasn't even budged on this. It's the same thing. Like they're just gonna nano Winston, and they're gonna go for the backline, and it's gonna be the same thing.
The damage earlier on Sparker almost forced off the high ground, but now it's Hardy.
Like, look at this.
And this time cycling into another
at 50% ult charge. Now, great counter dive, don't get me wrong, but like these type of trades will go in favor, so they're going to go dying cart now. So what they're doing is they're dying on cart, but they have another team fight. And look at that, 2 minutes off the clock.
Finally, Hypnos on the road.
Ooh, that was a bit of a ambitious ultimate there. Yeah, that was a rough brig ult. My guess is there was communication that it was still winnable. To give you an idea, whenever you see a brig pop that ultimate, it usually isn't because it was a bad decision by the player. It was the team saying this is winnable, this is winnable, it's winnable. And I think they thought it was winnable because if the brig survives for like 2 seconds, Hadi then has ultimate, and now you're in a much better spot. Does that make sense?
Definitely looking to bring Sparker to heal, and barely.
And that's kind of what's happening in that situation.
Desperately, Lana tried to keep him standing. But what can be done with the Bob here? Elsewhere, it's going to be Captain Prash, who actually.
Unfortunately, and I wish they did it more. I wish they showed team comms more. But for some reason, they really try to like get away from that, and I don't know why. Because there's some times where like you can showcase that. There's a lot of things that I hope they do better there. Has ult again? Yeah, that's Winston. You have to remember, Winston ignores armor, so when you just sit there and farm an Ana Brig in the backline and you can't be killed by the Ana Brig, so Winston just shreds through and keeps farming ult charge off of the backline. Think about that.
Captain Prash, after fighting Hardy 1v1, will be able to sneak the payload through. Delusion.
Does that make sense? So you keep farming. You'll keep farming the ultimates over and over again because like they'll heal each other up, but they can't kill you. So then you do that. And that's why Ana Brig's really good.
They don't have any ultimates either. So for all of the ultimates spent by SSG, they still lose.
I love how a couple people got baited by the copy pasta. Chat, for anybody, before you get
high ground, but the card is maybe a little further forward than they otherwise.
That's a copy pasta. It's a classic.
Missed an opportunity to get some early poke damage as it advances.
Yeah. It's been a bit since that one's been used, so.
Here to build a bomb and pressure. Builds it.
Hey, nice pulse. That was good. It's been a while. That's a classic. That's a classic.
Look to try and set on high ground.
But that's what you do in that situation. You want to play like that. Yeah.
High ground control. I don't think they really had it in the first place. MCD was maybe starting to look for that.
Okay, what do we have here now? Space Station's going to have no ults, but this is Hypnosis time, and they can probably get away with an Echo ult, maybe double Winston. Nope, never mind, they lost their time, and they used their Pulse Bomb. I mean, I'm not going to be mad about a Pulse Bomb being attempted there, because if they get a Pulse Bomb, they get better setup time. But, like, Space Station is now in control again.
6 cents about the fact that MCD is looking for an off-angle nade on the high ground. Something that took Hypnos a long time to set up, and eventually got snuffed out by the Pulse Bomb of the Austrian.
Here we go.
Now they got options. Nano coming up for MCD, but still dupe onto a possible Ana target. Look towards land on the back line, copy the nade, throw that down for a really good dive. I mean, that is pretty effective as well. MCD down once more.
The drops exist. The problem is the Apple TV thing goes in front of it, and then when you X out of the Apple TV thing, it doesn't show the drops enabled up top. It's just a UI error on their side.
Looking for a nice little airborne bionade opportunity, but he was so low.
Dude, Dorado is awful anyway. Like, trying to get second point Dorado is terrible.
Like we saw from Space Station earlier on, now it's Hypnos who are threatening to throw good money.
Okay, so here's what's going to happen, chat. Hypnos needs to make a play. Space Station knows this. So what's going to happen is when Hypnos goes in for their play, Space Station's going to nano Winston in. And they're going to nano the Winston in, or Hadi's going to go in, ult, and then get nano. But they're going to try to engage early, and they're going to wait. They know the nano's coming, and they're going to play disengage mode because they have Brig ult. So there it is. They got Winston ult out. That was tough. That was tough.
It doesn't feel like the sequencing you're really looking for.
Yeah, they're not doing a good job of their ult management. There's the Brig ult. They don't even have to do what I was saying because they just hecked up. Like, that was just not ideal. Like, that was not what they wanted to do. They forced out Brig ult, but they lost too many people during that. It's not even worth it.
The Ash eventually will draw a bead on your Echo and pick them off, and that's exactly how it's played out here. Hypnos have one more chance to make an impact on Dorado attack.
It's making sense.
I think, you know, Space Station, they want to.
Oh, second point's awful. Now, like, they don't even have to do the play we talked about. They can just nano the Winston in. They're gonna both nano Winston, but like they're gonna be able to trade in their backline. The reason why they're playing close is because they know they don't want to give them those ults for free and get them out early. There you go.
Okay, well, it's gonna be the rally.
They don't even have to nano Winston right now. They could use nano on Brig.
Both supports occupied right now. At least elsewhere, the sticky bombs.
Who do they use it on? Tracer? Do they nano Tracer? They nanoed somebody that wasn't Hadi. Must have been Tracer.
Done by Hadi ties up the supports entirely. Makes it impossible, really, for Hypnos to have a chance here.
That's it.
Audacious stick to catch out MCD as Psycho deals with the Ana. And that'll be a strong defense.
They did nano the Brig? Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, that's what I was going to say. I thought by the time they showed it, I didn't see the nano on Brig, but that makes sense. You nano the Brig for survivability, chat. In case you're wondering on like how that works and why that works, you nano the Brig for survivability. That's the whole point of that. So, to give you an idea of what happened there and what the problem was, chat, is that like, they needed to be a bit more patient. The problem was they kept forcing team fights around like the backside of the cart, and when you force the fights there, they get too much poke damage. So what they needed to do is they needed to kind of do a surprise play, where like they needed to basically be like, okay, we're going to nano in, ready, set, go. And in doing so, that forces them back, and then Space Station, they can react, but they have to play more reactive in the sense that, like, they can't be proactive. So when you start to make Space Station play on their back foot, that's where it gets a little bit more difficult to make that play. Unfortunately, they just didn't want to regroup well enough, right? They were just going too fast. They just needed to be, like, surprise them. So they kept taking too much early poke damage. They had too much they had bad ultimates because of that, and then that's why they're at where they're at.
From Sparker's POV.
So I am really curious to see how Space Station deals with the Winston on the high ground, because they're going to play the Winston on the high ground. My guess, and I could be very much wrong on this, because I haven't watched as many of the pro matches over the past couple months, but I think they're going to take the high ground away, because they recognize the importance of getting SkyTor out of that high ground, right? They might. Oh, they're TPing. Yep, yeah, I see what they're doing. Okay, so they're different strategy. They're going to TP everybody backside here, and they're going to go up top right together. So this solves the issue. Yeah, this solves the issue, right? Now the Winston can't play from there. That angle sucks now, and their supports are in a good spot. See? So that's their way of dealing with that roof, right? They put him up on high ground. Now the Winston can't sit up there and then go on the back line. The Winston's forced to dive in, but now they can counter dive. And they might get the pick, they might not. Actually, a really good reaction. But, like, that's the idea behind that play. Like, that's the idea behind that play. And honestly, I got to give credit to Hypnos for playing that well, because that could have easily gone the other way. A really good honor grenade, a really good follow-up. So, they probably won't do that sim play again now, so now they're going to have to take away the high ground. Like I said, they recognize the importance of this spot. Heidi might try to dive the back line, known to be a bit more of an aggressive Winston, but don't be surprised to see it like a bit of a jump top left in a second to deal with that.
The other guy's going back to spawn and change back to Tracer. It's 4v5.
Yep. They're just going to wait, they're going to chill.
Hardy cannot follow up as SkyTor is the big vulnerability, I guess, for him. He's the one that starts the dive. He's the one that puts himself in harm's way at the start of the round.
I will say I'm surprised. Maybe it just plays not the way I think it does anymore in this one, and I'm just such in a ranked mindset that, like...
Sadly, didn't have much of that on the attacking side. Dangerous raid.
Oh, I do that all the time too. Except I would have missed 20 things and they got rolled.
Obviously, SSG going down quite early in the initial fight with the TP play. SkyTor similar to Hardy, having to burn
the jubble. The old jubble. Been there. And then they lost it. Now the back line should have an easier time getting in there. So
stick the landing in order to capitalize on it, but it's a dupe here from SXJ.
Yep. They lost the timing up there. They don't have it anymore.
Pop out of dupe. After being slept here out in the open, and there's no chance
Iron cart. Iron cart. I don't even know if they have a solid retake. There's like this timing where like
yeah, and most importantly, no ults used by SSG.
They do get a kill, but like, look at the ult pool. Like, what are they gonna? What? There's just zero chance.
To capture this point, I am expecting
Space Station just needs a nano on Hottie. Just nano Hottie. If they really need to take it, they just nano Hottie. That's it. It's just over.
They should know they're very far ahead. If they can only use one ult for the cap, that'll be ideal.
Primal is just...
Break ult's fine too.
Hardy the holds onto it, SkyTor. I mean, he just body blocks to make it so...
Oh, nice sleep!
Can't get out and support their
yeah, the break ult makes sense.
They don't need to use any ultimates. They pop
I mean...
For the durability.
I think either or is fine. I didn't think they needed the Brig ult. I think the Winston ult alone would have won that, but... You know what probably happened? They didn't know the timing on Hypnos' Brig ultimate, so they wanted to be the first one to pop ultimate, because if you pop it defensively, you lose a little bit of the value right away. That's probably what happened.
Momentarily, so basically one ultimate use there just to rally. That's ideal. Now you're
damn, it's over, yeah. I mean, it was still a little bit better of a showing for Hypnos, so they actually won team fights, but it's the same problem. They just ended up playing, I don't know. They're not as cohesive as a team. Not a lack of like skill, it's just the cohesiveness of the team.
And Hardy's ignoring SkyTor. He's dived to the back line right now. How does SkyTor respond? There has to be something here. Primal from Hardy. I think he gets hit with a bio and knows he needs to really stick something here. Find an elimination or at least buy a bunch of time, and it works. Who's going to help SkyTor? Again, completely isolated from the rest of his team. And that's a second map here for Space Station. A convincing Dorado showing.
That's perfect. That's exactly how you want to play the B momentum. Exactly.
Trying to decide if you should get the battle pass. You just passed level 125 for the Mythic Prism to get the new Reaper Mythic, but all of the stuff in the season level battle pass.
Put Hardy up there, or rather put SkyTor on there. If you're,
you want my take?
What you then see Hardy do
and this isn't like a
plays a primal very aggressively on the back.
This isn't like a shill response to this, but if you like to get Mythics, the best value for Mythic Prisms will be a battle pass. So like,
funny Astro there as well. There's just no killing him.
If the battle pass is $10, but if you normally would have to go get those exact amount of prisms you would get, it'd be like $80.
And you'd have
So
much
if
choice
you
with
care
Skytor,
to
right?
get
You
like
would love to
mythics
jump
and you
back and
want to
forth
get
in your
mythics as a
backline,
part
but
of like
the
your
card is
rotation of
inches
how you
away
get stuff
from
in
the
game,
unlock to victory.
then the battle pass will be
have no
worth it
choice but to
just
jump
because of
in
that.
and engage, and it's basically a foregone conclusion at that point. Maybe there's a world where you're
That's going to
supposed
come down to
path
you and
in
be
the
up to
direction
you.
of the Winston.
But like, if you're asking if it's is it
and
worth it
try
to
and deal
get
with
the
that, but
prisms from a
I
completed
don't know how
battle
many times
pass?
we saw it,
Yes,
Kevin, where
I would say it
Skytor
is.
looking on as Hardy does what he wants.
Because you're going to
and
pay
Skytor's
way
like,
more
"Wait,
in the
am I
amount of
supposed to
you're going to
dive
pay
here
way
or
more at that
heal?"
point, right?
What is the play? This is what we mean. This is a Winston
Like, if you just get the
okay,
exact
we've not
amount.
really
So,
credited SSG with it being particularly, legendary at, but just the way that
and that's why they did that, by the
the
way, too. They put the value of the prisms way higher, and then they put the prisms to give you a good amount in the battle pass to make it so you're more incentivized to get the battle pass than before.
Maybe on the individual level, certainly the case I think for Funny Astro, but certainly as a duo more so for Funny Astro and Landit. They're not even on their best picks. I mean, they're not
Early
even playing
access for the next
Lucio
season stuff?
Bat,
We don't
which
have
is what
preview
Funny Astro
servers and
landed
stuff
in
like
the
that
room
anymore.
for.
Is that what you're talking
I think
about?
despite
That doesn't
MCD,
exist
he
anymore.
had reasonably good
After
play,
that,
especially
I
for
forgot what
1.8
season
defense
everything leaked. It
initially,
might have
but
been
then he
season
just kinda
9.
got cleaned up and
Maybe it was even
very
earlier
much
than
so on
that.
the attacking
There hasn't
side,
been that
they've got
forever.
the
We don't
nano
have
off,
any.
so
Like
one of the
that's
best
why
plays
you
that we
like
highlighted
Mythbusters
pre-show
are
and
less
also
are
during the
harder
game.
to do now.
They
All that
didn't
stuff
really
is
get to
because
play
they
the
just
game. He was just killed
they got
over
rid
and
of
over
that
and over. Respawn Simulator. Captain Fresh MCD
Because
just
someone
were not
leaked all the
ironclad
stuff
enough
and they
to
were like,
survive
"Nope, we're
against
good."
the dives from Hardy and Psycho. I think Psycho really outplayed Delusion here. Psycho was all over the kill feed. Psycho was never under pressure.
Hopefully we can see a better third map now. I'd love to see a better third map, like straight up. That'd be awesome, but who knows?
He might have had one death total.
And you're right. The pressure was very, very limited.
But that's my
Again,
take on the
because
battle
their
pass stuff.
backline,
Basically, if mythics are a part of stuff that you really want, it's obviously going to be worth the value of that because the price of mythics are way more expensive if you just get them from the shop. So that's basically what it is.
Of a threat in those
You
defensive
said you heard I get a percentage for every bat. I don't. I wish that. I say I wish because like creator codes have become such a cool thing in like gaming, and Blizzard's like, we don't want to do that.
It's basically a guarantee.
I mean, I know that they would love to do that from some parts of the team, but how do you convince the higher ups to do that type of stuff?
Reasons, I'll grant, but you can see how difficult it is on Dorado to find that kind of success. There are 2 maps down in this series, folks. It is expectedly Space Station Gaming with a strong 2-0 lead so far. Looking to wrap the series up. We're going to go to a break, and when we return, we'll see the conclusion of our first winners match of the day.
But yeah, but even that leak started somewhere else. You know, someone else leaked it. Someone else leaked it to him, and that's yeah. Yeah, I hope one day they bring creator codes in, but I think that the problem is they have to convince higher ups. Like they'll be like, well, why would we give a certain percentage to people if we don't have to? Basically, they have to convince them that like from a marketing point of view, it makes sense. A lot of games have managed to do that with creator codes. Fortnite is one of them. Fortnite is one of them. It incentivizes the creators to also, you know, it gives more incentive to the creators at that point. And Fortnite's been doing it for years, but getting Blizzard to do that or Activision in general, that's the tough sell, right? I will say there's more likelihood of chances now we would get creator codes because under previous leadership, before Blizzard was bought by Microsoft, the whole mindset of how they monetized was, will it get the president more yachts for that year? So it's a little bit less now of that, right? But who knows? Don't we get free battle passes and coins? We get battle passes sometimes at the beginning of the season. Sometimes we don't. I don't know. For giveaway stuff, I have no idea. Sometimes they give me giveaway stuff. Sometimes they don't. It's like almost random. So. Yeah. You should have me doing a style so that. I mean, I have the ability to do that if you're saying like with a green screen, but it would take a lot of. I would need to like produce it way better. I don't want to do stuff. You can see why people wake up early. You're almost done with your immediate stuff for the day before noon. That's why I wake up early now, Retro. It's like I used to be somebody who had a terrible sleep schedule, and when I wake up early now, I just feel like I have more to my day and I get more done. That's it. whether that's the case or not, I mean, I would still have the same amount of time if I woke up at 2 a.m., but like, it just feels like I get more done.
Love your content. Excited for
Danny
season
XL, thanks for the
12.
14 months of the tier 1. Thank you, appreciate it. Thanks. I don't know when the finals is. I think the finals is in November, right? Because it would be... Isn't it in, like, DreamHack Sweden? And usually Sweden, DreamHack Sweden, like, the finals one is usually during Thanksgiving, which is in November, so... I probably won't go. I'm going to be completely honest with you.
Everybody to our group.
As of right now, I have no plans to go. After my travel to Dallas last time...
We're back, of course, on the run this time to DreamHack
it would be a hard sell right now.
We get there.
Maybe I'll decide that a little bit later on, but as of right now, I probably won't go to that one.
Pretty easing in, basically shoe-in for exiting this group in top seed, Kevin.
The TSM's on Overwatch? Yes, they signed one of the Timeless teams a while ago.
Balance there between what the fans are saying is probably quite accurate. You know, it'll be a 100 to 0
say hi?
soon, as well as we potentially get into a 3-0. That was not.
Hopefully we have a better third map right now, right?
Hypnos at all. And as I
no World Cup this year? I don't think so, because there's no BlizzCon.
Of doing anything in the series.
They would already have been doing World Cup, which is disappointing. I think people really like World Cup.
Get a much more competitive dive mirror, and unfortunately that just wasn't competitive at all.
There's levels to this, right?
I think the feedback to it was too positive last year, so they wanted to get rid of it. Pat, thanks for the 31 months of the tier 1. Thank you, appreciate it. Thanks.
Almost
am I going to play the new COD when it releases? No.
Unfortunately, even that really failed to put a scratch on the juggernaut that is Space Station Gaming, and that's the reality quite often of what we see.
There's studies done about the effect of the sun on my. I mean,
between our top teams.
Probably. Are you saying like even if like you don't go outside is what you're saying?
And of course,
yeah, maybe that's what it is. I also take my vitamin D gummies, so
that also helps for their chance to break out.
I went so 2 years ago. I got my vitamin. They did the vitamin D stuff at like my physical, and they were like all it said next to my vitamin D was a bunch of question marks. I'm over exaggerating. Didn't say that, but my vitamin D levels were super low. And I started taking the gummies, and last time I went, which is like a month ago, it's like I'm like well into the green now. Feels good, man. That's why I'm taking my vitamin D gummies.
They have. I mean, is.
Do I have any outdoor hobbies? Yeah, no.
Want to continue playing dive?
Maybe when I get my house, I will. Like so because right now we're building a house, so maybe I'll start to like. I don't know. Go work on the garden or something. I don't know.
Style, particularly on that C point. I wonder if there's maybe something up the sleeve for Hypnos.
Probably won't do that either, but still, the thought that counts, right?
Fire here, that's a little bit more different. Fire is pretty valuable on this map. You can play a double flex look. I don't know if that can really.
You were a new player in the World Cup, brought you to the pro scene. There's never been a bad World Cup.
I don't really change much.
They've been great. Anytime they've done their World Cup has been wonderful, but then they randomly don't do it because it probably costs them. They're just like, no, we're good.
SSG just practice dive more, just use this as more practice really, and just play it everywhere.
I think for them, really integrating that into their wheelhouse against the top teams is going to be important. And matches like this are all important notches in their belt in order to develop that confidence.
Yeah, I mean, I also get allergies, so like...
comfortable with displaying on the world stage. Defensively here, we know the Hypnos are priced into playing this Winston-based composition. Of course, it'll feature the Brig, where the Space Station can opt for a Lucio here.
They should do it every other year. I mean, at least if they do it every other year, you know they're doing it.
Itself a little bit more to
but right now, it's been random. They didn't do it for years. They did it. It was a hit. People loved it. And they're like, ah, we can't do that again.
Less of a sticky grenade and that flash
come on!
effect has that AoE debuff that is applied. Still very powerful. Ostensibly, people.
No, that wasn't the that wasn't the World Cup though, Anders. That's different.
To decide.
That's not the World Cup we're talking about. We're talking about
to go with their own dive look.
Okay,
we're talking about like the World Cup from like last year, the one where it's like country based.
And he does swap, so the Brig makes a lot more sense to me. But more importantly, Hypnos does lock in their comp nice and early because of the defense and no changes from Dorado. So an opportunity to maybe run things back here, see if they can do that. Spark it this time on the cast, as you mentioned.
All right, so Hypnos is playing the default on a Brig comp with Winston. So is Space Station. Sparker on Cass. Love to see it. Feels bad they nerfed Cass because Cass was so good to watch, and then they were like, ah.
They don't have a good comp for that really at all.
Yeah, they nerfed Cass.
Right clicks and maybe some echo shots and a sleep dart on Skytor.
Dude, they just
once again, Skytor is not able to help his backline. That has been the narrative.
Yeah, but he can't help. The reason why he can't help the backline is because they're not taking the space with the team. That's all it is. They're very talented. They're just a step behind what Space Station does, which of course makes sense. Space Station has been together for years. A lot of their core has been, right? So, like, they have that team chemistry, so they're just constantly doing things without having to think about what they're doing. So, you know, but teams like Hypnos are super important for the scene because, like, you want these teams can grow, and in, like, a year's time, they're unreal, right? The more you play with a team, the more you play with, like, your teammates, the more likely you'll develop chemistry and just become a better team. Right?
In the beginning. Hardy happened to draw it out here, of course, especially if he's able to get away alive.
Tell you what. I mean,
heck yeah, Anthony, let's go. Love to hear it.
He's really far ahead in Primal, so taking a lot of
Why is
damage,
on a Brig played a lot? Just an unkillable backline is the best way to put it.
Also doing tons of damage.
Unkillable backline, solid ultimates. Brig keeps Ana alive. Ana keeps Brig alive. Brig keeps Ana alive with the ultimate. Ana can keep Brig alive with the nano, and Ana can also nano Winston, which then benefits Winston. Yeah, what's one tank you're not noticing being played a lot right now? The one that will probably be nerfed. Yeah.
Looks like Space Station's follow-up was directed elsewhere.
Then, remember how I said, like, one of my concerns is that even though I agree that they should nerf D.Va, that if they don't do anything elsewhere, then D.Va will go back to being a hero that won't be played even more. Because, like, what would be the point of playing D.Va with them, like, you know what I mean? Winston's just that much better.
Because we're watching Hardy's Primal. Skytor must have gotten a nano from MCD and dove into Space Station and tying Psycho up, crucially, making it so Psycho couldn't get in there and follow up on Hardy. Because if the Tracer turns up,
I guarantee you D.Va will get nerfed. There is zero question on that one. It's what they do elsewhere is the question.
Just stay in the fight as well. If you get SXJ popping the duplicated rally as well, right? So Hypnos were able to roughly win that fight. So kind of pushing away Hardy, pushing away the aggression, despite the
not a bad like recovery here by Hypnos. Like they're getting some kills. Like it's not perfect, but like they're at least bringing the fight to them now.
Of course, flanking him down inside the castle. Big bio here though. Skytor needs to be able to get.
Remember what I talked about earlier, chat? Look at the ultimates used there.
Trying to keep the Winston in the fight, and it ends up being wasted. Can they get use out of it still? I don't think
they'll probably buff Lifeweaver.
He's in play right now. Pulse drop there by Psycho. No purchase, and Hardy's able to find the Mega. We'll still struggle with the.
I'm only up to 900p. I trust me on this right now. With the bit rate that Twitch allows, there's a reason why I do that. You notice how this looks blotchy right now? You see that on the screen? How it looks kind of laggy? I guarantee if I look at the settings, they have it set to 1080p. That's why, like, when you watch my stream, it actually looks pretty, like, high quality on 900p because it isn't as blotchy because, like, Twitch doesn't have a bit rate that can do 1080p. Like, look at it. Here, let's see. See? 1080p. So rather than, like, if they downscaled it to, like, 900p or, like, I think it's, like, 964, the quality would look infinitely better.
And provide that extra threat. And those primals from Hardy, man, they are serious business, extremely disruptive. Again, another pretty decent bio, but Delusion's definitely.
But why? They just don't, because it costs money for that bitrate, so they don't give you extra bitrate. The only way I can see them making it like making it much better is one, if they get the AV1 thing to work, which they haven't quite got it to go to the level they want yet. And two, if they just ended up making money. And what I mean by that is Twitch is still like at a loss right now, but like that's why you're seeing more ads, more etc. So if they ever get to like profitability, then you might see them increase that. Even that might not what happen.
You don't want to primal. I think even dying is preferable to primaling there. You want to be able to save it for a much better fight while we get to save the point maybe. Hardy slowed down slightly on the dive.
Hardy's gonna have Primal. His nano already allows him to pick off Captain Prash here. SXJ hoping to dupe a Tracer and have that little flank pressure.
Thanks for the 17 months. Thank you. Oh, is there a YouTube stream of this? Oh, if there's a YouTube stream, I can switch off this right now. I didn't know they had it on YouTube. Okay, I can switch over to it. Watch the quality when I go to YouTube then, I'll show you.
It's pretty big, especially now Funny Astro's rally has expired, but Space Station have the
My mistake then, chat. I'll switch over to YouTube in a second. After this half. Once again, Space Station is just straight up being aggressive. That's why this game is how it is.
All of Hypnos are staggering out in 1s and 2s. Delusion does return to the fight, but just as Skytor goes down, and Hypnos don't have more than 2 players on the field at any one time. Adventure switch here for SXJ reeks of.
Yeah, but let me show you 1080p on YouTube in a sec. I'll show you when I go to the thing.
Out of the ground now inside the cone of silence. The Winston bubble dropped on his head. Delusion forced to dash back in the direction of Spawn. Skytor taking damage from about 3 different angles right now.
It just SSG is really good. Like I said, it's good to have teams like Hypnos that will get there. You know what I mean? As long as they stick together. Okay, I'm gonna switch over to the other one. Give me 1 second here, chat. Okay? Give me 1 second in between this queue. I apologize for the delay. All right? I apologize for the delay. Not the delay, but I'm just gonna switch over. What is it under? Okay, Overwatch Esports.
I'll tell you what, that's the.
Okay, I'll put this on 1080p. I'm gonna put it on 1080p, chat. I'll show you. It should look better in theory. Okay, this is on YouTube. I'm watching the stream at now. All right.
4v5 until Landon gets back. Still on Ana, by the way. He's going to do some spawn take with the Lucio. He can do that with, on a number of different support heroes. Moira is a favorite of them, but he's still going to take a long time. The Granny.
Well, keep in mind, nothing's moving right now, so this would still look good. This would still be fine on Twitch right now. Wait until the game starts moving. That's what causes the issue, right? If I'm sitting here on 1080p on Twitch and I'm just sitting there doing nothing, it's going to look good because nothing's encoded. It's when things start moving where it gets blotchy and kind of goofy.
4v5, no issues. Twice, by the way. They also capped B 4v5.
Oh, captions? I can take captions off. I'm sorry, I just read it on. There you go.
And doing it short-handed with Space Station.
So it should look better because they have a bit rate that can match what they're looking for. It doesn't mean it will be perfect because they might be using like one way to like they might be using like one way to cast it rather than like having like, for example, if I was gonna stream multiple versions, the reason why my YouTube stream and my Twitch stream look good is because I actually open up a second OBS to make the quality a lot better. There's a new add-on that just came out that actually lets you encode separately to make it look better on each one, but I don't think they're gonna use a random add-on. What are the mics? That's their mics right now.
Primal when he was bio diving deep, and his team were able to peel him out of that situation. Well, it's going to be a long road for him.
So we'll see.
It starts with that early Widow pick for Delusion out of the gates. Up we go.
Really pay attention, by the way, to how fast Skytor gets burned out of his Primal compared to Hardy, because that was something I noticed as well. This guy pops Primal, and he's instantly purple, and he's down to 1. So Hardy was never under that kind of pressure on the opposite end. So it really goes to show how the damage output of both teams.
And it's because that we've seen Hypnos using that Bionade proactively, Kevin, whereas Landon has been saving it for those dives, for that Winston to punish him as quickly as possible. And it's happened yet again. This time, not with
I mean, the thing is that when they recognize that they use their Ana Grenade to be like aggressive, they know they can dive their backline for free, unless they hit a good purple. And that's like the reason why behind that. So.
And already, this is basically going to be a slow A, right?
But yeah, you can see how it looks a little bit better. Like it's
basically capped out A already. This is going to end up being a little bit of an altered fight. I don't think Hypnos is going to get a very clean opening pick here on their offense. So the gameplay will be waiting for MCD to find the nano. And he's.
I also think they're kind of the way they're. I don't know what they use to like make it look this way, but it's definitely scuffed. Now if I switch it to this,
XJ, who just exposed himself a little bit, pushing out.
Give it a second. It's gonna take a second to load, chat. I apologize.
He just exposed himself a little bit.
So this is their 1440p.
Look like a follow-up and a Bionade to me, and another clean fight for Space Station playing his very proactive defense.
You can tell by the kill feed.
Skytor dying at that moment as well is really unfortunate because if he doesn't die, MCD can get a lot of healing in there, and that would get him up towards Nano. Now he's going to be behind Landon. I don't expect, by the way, that SSG going to make a defensive Nano play here. They're likely going to probably just wait for that.
Do I still use it stand and treadmill? I haven't used it as much. I'm getting back into the workout grind, but like my first step is my diet, and I'm getting better at my diet because I learned that if I try to do everything at once, it doesn't go well for me. I overwhelm myself. So first step is diet, and then the workout comes next. That's where I'm at.
Look at the ults. SSG basically on 5.
And they're not going to be in a hurry.
Fixing my diet's important because I've learned that, and I did this because I did all the workouts. I was consistent with it, but my diet was what would ruin that. So I need to get my diet down, and then I'll get everything else down.
The dupe of the Ana to guarantee a bio for an easy Hardy kill, and of course the Primal are expended.
I don't think Hardy probably wanted to Primal, but he was under enough pressure.
That's why there was no cheese in my Danish, part of the diet. Yeah, true. Lonnie just took the cheese off of it for me.
I don't want to call it a blunder, but maybe overplayed his hand.
You got a question? I mean, you can just ask it.
He's going to go over towards Hypnos in terms of advantage, so finally they can get a 2-ultimate advantage. You're about to see 5 ults online for Hypnos as well.
Take bets in a full hold? I think Hypnos is still a good enough team to take the first point here. Especially with their ult advantage right now, they can nano win. The problem is they can't lose 1v1s like that because the more time they waste is more ults built on Space Station. It's very important in those situations to not try to force the 1v1 right away. And the reason being is because you need to be able to go in and make a play. So like what's happening right now is while Space Station's at a bit of an ult loss in comparison to Hypnos, Hypnos is just not settling down. They're just letting them make plays over and over again, and that's kind of the problem.
I think they probably would go for this one, SSG.
Why do they force the mirror matchup? Because honestly, the mirror matchup against Space Station is your best bet. Because Space Station is better at other comps, but they're still a very solid team on dive. It's really it's a synergy issue in my opinion. It's not the lack of skill from Hypnos. I want to point that out. All of them are extremely talented, good players. It's just their team chemistry isn't there yet. Space Station was always going to have that advantage right now if their roster stays consistent. It's going to be on other teams that stay consistent and have a core that you build around. That's why sometimes it becomes really hard, and I don't know, this is...
in place, and that of course will cause Hardy to fall without any backup for the rest of
they could try to retake it, but I don't think it's worth.
arguably on sheer weight of ultimate.
Clover, thanks for the 4 months to tier 1. Thank you, thank you. I think one of the problems in esports right now in Overwatch is that so many teams break up their cores that people can't even become fans of teams. And a team like Space Station has kept their core for so long that like more people become fans of the team because they recognize the players, right? But because like Overwatch esports is in a time right now where like there isn't as many orgs and like you're not sure of the future of the esport, more teams break up to try to get to that top level quicker because they don't have the same like org support they would have normally. So when you have teams stick with their core, it's easier to follow those teams and become a big part of that. So that's why you hope a team like Hypnos at their core will stay together, because then you can like become fans of these players over the year and then be like, okay, I like these teams. That's a part of the problem of the Overwatch esports right now too. Awesome, Nick. Thanks for the 20 months with the tier 1. Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you.
Without any supports available, they've got to fall back to spawn.
Huge play from MCD, I believe, to actually sleep Psycho to deny him from the Ana dupe having any effect. So he was taking out that dupe straight away, but there was no trade there. Psycho should have died. He was on 1 HP, wasn't taken down. At least Illusion got to kill the Spark, but it's not enough because they lose their backline. Hypnos have to reset. Basically,
Hypnos has no ultimate, so like here's what's happening though. They get pressured off really quickly and they force out their bubble way too easily. Right?
Push as well.
I mean, and that's assuming that they even get towards the end of being, which is far from.
It's just too forced of a bubble. Like you see how Hottie's able to use the bubble there as like a defensive way to like block heals. Skytor is having to use bubbles, and once again, it comes down to chemistry. It's just like they're not setting up the way that they want to. So
Hardy makes his dive in on Delusion, and that's both DPS and Hypnos now off the table. A Bionade as well from Landon, threatening further reprisal if Hypnos don't get out quick.
And this is going to continue. Space Station can actually now spawn camp. You can't spawn camp A on Archibald, but you certainly can on B. And
you know, after doing the double advice, they still use their bubbles a lot. So I know I gotta look at that a little bit. Some of the bubbles I see, I think it's more of like a prevention bubble of like I don't want to get slept. Nice ult by Skytor. And you see that, right? By the way, chat. You see that play by Skytor? Do you see what I mean about it's not a skill level issue for these teams? It's just a synergy issue. Do you see what I mean? Hey, look at that. Mechanically, that was wonderful. Wonderful mechanics right there.
To payload up and have something like a primal ready to go for the final fight.
So
they do actually break out of spawn.
Used to watch whatever team Moss was on. Exactly. You follow the players.
Skytor was able to get something done there. Space Station are looking for ultimates here as well. They're about to find a good timing.
Good bio from MCD. Landon punished. The second bio comes out here from the dupe to Ana, and that one hits even harder. And yet, Spark is able to find Skytor with that pulse bomb.
Best team chemistry is definitely Overwatch. Oh, we didn't lack chemistry on Overwatch. We just.
And now they know.
That might have been a skill issue on Overwatch.
Very delayed. It's going to be the rally used here, and this is not.
There's a reason why our team's called Overwatched, okay? But we're self-aware, you know?
You are asking for far too much against the full strength of.
We're self-aware on Team Overwatched, all right?
Get caught in an unfortunate position.
Sometimes that's the tough part, being self-aware. You know what I mean?
Being decided as Space Station Gaming make it a clean 3-0.
Yeah.
Oh, what makes Ana Brig better than Bat Brig? Because Ana has the nano. You can't when you're running when you're running the Ana Brig comp, it's really hard for you to run BAP and get value with the window. When you're running Bat Brig, that is. So Ana Brig just brings more utility to the whole team. Like yes, Window's really good with Bat Brig and you can run it in ranked a lot, but in a team setting, the utility Ana brings to that team fight is going to be much better. And you can deal with like a lot of other heroes. Like for example, if there's dive heroes and like an Ana Brig versus Ana Brig comp, it's a lot easier to shoot in an Echo as Ana than it is as BAP, right? It's a lot easier to get heals on your Winston than it is BAP, right? Because there's not as much consistency there. BAP is really good and a really good ranked hero at that, and a really good. Let me rephrase that. BAP is really good in pro play, but in the Ana Brig comp, BAP loses a bit of that value because you can't hit your heals consistently.
Those dive compositions.
So that's why it's a little bit. You might see a bit more of like BAP Ayari in like ranked because like. It's just you're just DPSing and playing for yourself a lot of the time, and it's, you just don't want to rely on your teammates. Ana Brig is more relying on your teammates, but if played correctly, is really good.
Landon using his binates just more to punish the aggression.
Okay, I'm gonna go to the bathroom, chat. So I'll be right back in a couple minutes. Hit the follow button if you haven't, and we'll be right back.
It was just used to actually engage, and that is a very readable scenario then, because you know exactly what's gonna happen, right? So yeah, not much pressure that was put on SSG. Definitely not the team to test them.
No, I think like what's very clear to us is when you see this game, you can see just how obvious and how drilled the game plan is for SSG. And we talked a little bit about like Bionade usage, and the thing for MCD is that if you're attacking, right, against a Winston comp, you are going to get dove. They are going to come to you at some point. So you don't always need to be looking for these proactive grenades to set up SkyTour, and it is fine to do that, and it does work. But if you don't have that available when Hardy comes to call, especially if he comes in with an ultimate or a nano available, that's when it's very, very oppressive to try and deal with that Winston. So there are some, you know, in some senses, you could argue that like the more passive, the more sort of discreet approach is better, is to try and save that for that dive when it comes in. And also Ana sleeps just in general are really hard to hit at this level against Winstons because they will dance their shield, but if you can hit them, it's almost a guaranteed fight win, as we saw when SkyTour tried to engage at the start of that Hypnos defense and got flattened.
It was also kind of their only win condition to actually engage and get one-man advantage. That was Hypno's win condition, because other than that, they were never really able to actually put on enough pressure to make anything work. On the other side, SSG, they were just firing on all cylinders, like the backline as deadly as the front line. So, you know, gotta do what you can against them. They were the favorite to come into this to win it all, and quite frankly, they're the favorite to win the entire EMEA Stage 3 competition. Much of that, of course, due to the individual prowess we see on this very team. Psycho earned himself the player of the match honors, so I'm sure we're going to take a look at some highlights. He could have given that to anyone in that team, to be honest.
I think Psycho probably had one of the bigger diffs. If you look across the board, I know it's not all just about KD and show up on the kill feed, but the amount of times he just managed to outmaneuver everybody and on both the Tracer and the Echo, his specialties, right? Yeah, it was pretty phenomenal. So he never really allowed Delusion or anyone else on the side of Hypnos to get any clearance, and you'll see a number of times here a bunch of solo kills from Psycho onto Delusion just to really rub the dirt into the wound there onto Hypnos. And, you know, this is part of the reason why you can't get your dive off. This is part of the reason why Hypnos was never really able to sometimes even leave spawn. The quality of all players, but particularly I think on the DPS side and particularly on the Psycho side, was just so much more further than what Hypnos was ready to deal with.
Do you feel like maybe Hypnos would have fared better not to take that dive mirror? Do you think if they came out with something a little bit more pockety, maybe, I don't even want to call it cheesy, but would that have been their road to victory?
I don't think they have another comp they can play. I think a lot of teams, you sort of scrim one style, that this is the style you think is going to work, and that's what they land on, and it comes down to hero pools as well. I don't know what else SkyTour can play. Maybe he's a Winston one trick, I'm not too sure. I know for MCD, he wants to lock in the Ana as much as possible, and to be fair, he played well. But I genuinely don't think Hypnos have much of a further look than what they've shown.
And Hardy will literally play Winston into Junker Queen. He doesn't care. Like that, he is more than happy, in fact, to try and play against like a tougher comp. If he feels like his team is favored in the pound to pound comparison, he will just run them down.
That's true. Actually, we have Hardy standing by for a quick chat as well. So Hardy, I hope you're with us right now. Congrats on yet another dub. How are you doing? A long time no chat. I'm doing great. Thank you for asking.
Peachy, I'm melting to death out here in LA, bro. That's for sure.
I'm spitting fire
on your face, man.
Sweating while playing all day, every day.
Right, welcome to the Shine Club, bro. That's fine. We've got plenty of
It's a glow. It's a gamer glow. That's how I see it. People
winter in Australia for me. I'm having fun. I'm good.
Well, Hardy, other than the weather, which we now covered, so good small talk. Love that for us. Let's
so what
chat
I do when
about the competition. You're heading into stage 3. First half of the OWCS season is over. What are the expectations that you set for yourself and for your team in stage 3?
I mean, our expectation is to win everything, I think, for stage 3 and stage 4, and then just to actually beat some Korean teams when it comes to it. But for the region, for sure, just to win everything.
Check on my phone very quickly.
Hardy, let's talk a little bit about the comp changes here, because you guys obviously were more than happy to play the Rush style when you could earlier in the year. You guys are basically playing Winston all the time. I even saw you Winston. I just mentioned it on broadcast. Like you play Winston into Junker Queen yesterday. You were like, I'm going to play Winston everywhere.
All right, we're vibing.
I can. Tell us about what the transition's been like for you guys, because you grinded Winston in now for like.
Do I have a draw? I mean, I have the tier skip still.
It's obviously something you're really competent at. Why do you guys feel like that is the comp to play right now?
Yeah, we think it's a very good pick in the meta, and we think we just want to practice the comp while we have downtime, so in case it gets good and like important for us to play, we can like flex onto it. That's basically it.
How do they manage to make every
You
mic
guys,
horrible?
You know, we have another.
I don't get it. What are they? What are they doing? I love it. Every mic is horrible.
I see you just one trick at Winston out there. So is it going to happen? SSG SRP check Ryan matchup.
I hope so. I hope so. If my team allows me, if Chris doesn't beat me, if I mirror Ryan, then.
You gotta do one map for the fans. For the fans, man. For the SSG fans out there.
Yes, 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 yes.
Okay, then. I mean, I know you want to smack talk, but like, Cloudy's an OG Ryan player.
I gotta
Like,
watch the NA matches.
how
I'll
do
watch
you-
until
how
I'm
do you
vibing.
rank
That's where I'm at. Yes, maybe
your
no.
Ryan versus
No,
his
maybe
Ryan?
yes. I don't know.
But you're
I
just
have
really
a lot
better.
of respect for Cloudy. I know I have a lot of respect for Cloudy. It's always fun matchup when we play in the ranks. I always have to mirror Ryan, and I mean it's always a fun matchup versus Cloudy. He's really fucking good.
Alright, well then the only thing left to say is, Christopher, please, don't be the killjoy here. Let them play Ryan, unleash the hammers.
The fans demand
We'd
it.
love to see that.
Yeah, I want to
Ollie,
see some
thank you so much
Ryan.
for taking the time. Best of luck in your next match.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye. Always great hearing from Hardy, the man, the
All
German
right.
Hammerman, how Danny likes to call him, as they're this close.
Yeah, absolute homies. Yeah, it's got, like Hardy will talk some smack, right? You know when Hardy actually
Is it a
respects
new
someone
free
because he
Discord server? I mean,
will
I
just straight up say
don't
it,
think so.
you know
I
what
think
mean?
I bet they're
But
using
if there's
VMix,
room
right?
for talk, he'll usually give it. I think that like
That's
this
the
team
least I've
have,
used in general.
you know,
J-Lo, thanks for the
against,
7 months of
these
channel. Like when I did my
four
football
Korean
show, we
offensive
just use
teams
VMix.
with
You
APAC,
just load in,
and they've gone like, okay,
then production
like,
takes
you-
over. So
you
like
have
it's
a lot of
usually just like
Initiate
settings on their
vibing.
side that they have to do.
Really early. I would be surprised if
They're
they
just
were
like they're
anything but
they're
trying
just
to
like
build out their repertoire of
they're just doing
offense
something
here,
with the mics
just in
that
case, like,
I
we do see
forgot what the
change or something
terminology
towards
is
stage
because keep in
four,
mind I'm
and
like a
they
sound
have a
engineer,
bunch
but
of
like
stuff to
I
fall
know what
back
they're
on
doing, but I
to
don't
give
know
them
the
options when it
terminology.
comes to
They're
stuff.
because I do it with my mic, but like my mic doesn't make that sound because you
try
set the
out
levels to
different
make it not do
things,
that.
and that's one of the things which has made them exciting
remember.
to watch when they're back London Spitfire, right? They come out with like their
They're-
own
they're-
style,
they're
their own
compressing it
flair,
maybe too
and
much
that
or
is shown
something.
by
Like,
the
there's something they're doing that
LWCS
just makes it
as
really
well. So now
scuffed.
3-0 victory. They're
Right, chat,
moving
so,
on here in
for this
our
next
Group A
match here,
bracket, and they
who's
consider
playing?
to be one of the teams to make it out of said bracket. Which of these teams is the one?
Like they're
to
doing
take
something
them
with
down?
it that makes
Like,
it sound that way.
Realistically, do you feel like
Yep.
there is competition which can actually play on the same level here, Kevin?
Against what SSG?
We'll see.
Or,
Yeah.
not in this group. You're gonna have to wait for Ants. You're gonna have to wait for VP or somebody else. You know, maybe a TM Gaming Gladiators. Because in this group, I think they should just clean sweep this group. 0 maps dropped.
Yeah, honestly,
Yeah,
like the
yeah,
defining
exactly.
game
Oh
of this
yeah,
group
versus
is
hey, oh
supposed to be
yeah's back in it. Are they?
first
Do they still play like the scuff
and
comps,
it wasn't that,
or have they gotten more
like,
serious
there
with their
wasn't
comps?
particularly close here as well.
Yep.
So I do think that Hypnos are like probably the second team in this group. We'll sort of see what happens in obviously
Let's see
their next game to play for survival. But I'm expecting Vendetta to win their match most likely.
Let's see.
Just based on the quality of player on that roster, and then we might have a rematch for that sort of last spot in this group. So this one is pretty cut and dry, Group A.
It really is. Yeah, I feel like only Group D is actually one where.
Oh, they do? Okay, I'm at least making sure.
There for
you
some
know?
of the matches, but we'll see. We'll see.
That's
We're
cool, at
next
least.
going to be moving on to Group B. Ends will take on Oh Yeah after a quick break, so don't go anywhere.
After a quick break, sounds good to me. I'm gonna mute the sound. Sure, it's DMCA music somehow. So the matches today. Oh, so they did a better job. It looks like scheduling the matches today. So Oh Yeah versus Ents. Ents is good. So yeah, whenever I do like production based stuff, like I don't do it, but like I have like usually I just join like a VMix call, and then VMix they control all your stuff. Like when I did my football show, that's how we did it. Producers in the background, and then you just have like VMix controlling everything. I mean, I guess they could have gotten rid of the VMix because it costs money, but like I don't know. It's Jay Little, thanks to the 41 month step. Thank you. Thanks everybody, appreciate it. What do we have now? I guess we have good matchups the rest of the day. Wait, who? I'm gonna be honest with y'all, chat. I have zero clue who the 4 o'clock match is. Who is that? What team is that? I don't know the logos. You said duct tape and bubble gum? You don't even, what do you even mean? Who's that team? I know Toronto. I know Shock. I know TSM. But who's the other teams? Citrus and Nightmare. Oh, okay. Citrus Nation. Okay, Citrus Nation. Citrus Nightmare and Fluffy Dreamland. Okay. Okay. Guess because I see what they did. They picked up. They used the Nightmare logo, but they picked up Citrus Nation. I see now. I get it now. And then then we have what? Ents versus Aw Yeah, and then I know what that team is versus Twisted Minds. I forgot what their exact name is. Does it start with like a V or something? Or something like that? When did the football show start up again? I don't know if we're doing it. It's on Twitch. They haven't asked me to do it, so I don't know if we're doing it this year. My guess is we're not. That's where I'm at right now. I would love to do another football show. I had fun with it. People loved it. It was a good time. But I haven't heard anything from Twitch. I did inquire. Last I heard is they were asking, and then that was it. And they haven't got back to me or said anything, so I'm going to guess they're just doing something else or going with other people, which is understandable. So. Gaming Gladiators. Oh, I was completely off on that one. Wasn't even close. No, SSG's done for the day. So. Oh, they're back. Are they going to talk about it for 27 minutes, or are they going to go right into the matches?
Day 2 group stage, 1 match done, and we have 5 more to go. So let's get cracking. Talking about our group B, we're now going to look at the winners match here. But first, let's take a look at the teams which are currently finding themselves in said group in the bracket. Obviously, Oh Yeah and Ents is going to be the match we will be talking about in just a second. And they are probably also just considered the 2 strongest teams in there. Although I personally am a fan of Meta Boys. They're all Polish, right?
Really? There's literally a Swiss player on Warcraft 99.
Yeah, but he's not been. Wow, I don't know. I have to figure out where from Switzerland he's from. Before I can buy it.
Oh yeah, if he's from Zurich, you have a problem, right? Yeah.
Ents is looking good.
Exactly. Then I gotta hate. Well, let's talk about Ents here. Ents
I keep forgetting that Ents has Chase as a backup. Chase is a really good tank.
Performance in EWC. I mean,
ooh, is Ents running the Diva comp? I mean, would it make sense with the Stola? The Stola is a very good tank, a very good Diva at that.
The tournament winner, so nothing.
What the heck? So on YouTube, you can actually, so pretty much any stream, whether it's Twitch or YouTube, falls behind very slightly. It could be a 1/10 of a second at a time. So if you ever are on like a YouTube stream, there's a little bit of downtime. You go to the bottom right, you click the HD button, hit playback speed, set it to 2 times, and it catches your stream up.
Now, Calix is back on the team replacing Masa. There's been a couple of departures. My Moan as well. I think
and it catches your stuff back up.
This team, just like Psycho was to SSG, so look out for him. Shoot.
Yeah, but Oh Yeah, I mean,
that's how it works.
Changes. They're known as our one-trick team here.
Gurkmeister.
The Gurkmeister is in, also a junk player, so don't worry. Just because Kaya is now an analyst, we still have a junk player.
I mean, I say that. I only said that because Gurkmeister, obviously tough to find dead information. I'm trying to research a little bit. I go to their X profile, and their bio says Junkrat.
Just that.
Junkrat.
I'm sold.
That's not even in Jake's bio. That's crazy.
How dare you?
Could
Like,
could mean anything.
Yeah, on paper, Ents should win this. I mean, that part I think is obvious, but
Look how sad the faces fall.
Oh Yeah has a 1% chance higher to win than the previous matchup, so this could be closer, right?
Entertaining us. Give him a little.
You know what I get out of this?
Oh Yeah is a fun team to follow because they don't play meta. They're not known to play meta. They will sometimes, but yeah,
In fact,
we'll see.
They expect 50% more from them. Actually, that's crazy.
That's it.
Numbers. Wow. We know them. Well, I'm ready for this match. I heard the teams are ready to rumble as well. Let's see if Ents is going to take that as easy as our chat predicts.
So we'll see.
Yeah. I am very, very curious to see how this one pans out. So we're going to jump here now. Anyway, map set and see us starting on Lijiang Tower here. I'm really glad, Kevin, that you touched on the topic of Maimon here because, you know, yeah, huge boon to this team, but also Maimon gets subbed in at support and plays ERE.
Yeah, but when I click the live button, sometimes it like freezes and like circles for a while, so I just do it that way.
Off angle, off DPS. At least he has.
I've tried that before
so far. So obviously, Maimon as a DPS player,
plus it's just fun to hear him talk really fast. You know what I mean? Even better, right?
When they have these Pharah-based comps, this is one of the
Lijiang. This should be good. I don't know what to expect, but it should be good.
It's very, very powerful.
I'm gonna pull one out for my brother Mirror out there.
You said the new Twitch mobile app's really scuffed? I've heard that. I know it is. It's very scuffed.
He's not gonna be the one.
It's very scuffed.
Cannon up in the sky for the Captain Sun for this team anymore. It does unfortunately hurt my soul slightly because I was surprised at how good Mirror was. But no, maybe he'll be swapping over. I'm excited to see what Calix is gonna bring to the table now.
Yeah, it's really scuffed.
If reasonable amount of changes, I mean, they also lost Crimzo over the course of the World Cup, so. they don't have a coach now. They lost Gumbo, they lost Crimzo. This is now going to be mostly, I think, a player coach team. Unless Master's going to step in, you know, Old Man Master, which he was last seen fishing. I caught a stream, and he was out in Finland fishing in the rain, so he wasn't even playing the official. Not even close. Wasn't even available to sub in. Unless he had the Starlink out there, you know, getting ready to play from the laptop.
Check my phone for a second while we wait for the matchup. Sorry, guys, a little bit of downtime right now, so we're just vibing.
Anymore, so I think it's going to be.
We're just vibing.
And you're going to see a decent amount of rotation between the DPS. Kevster's obviously a lock-in, but for the actual echo stuff, because what Ents was missing before was with the.
We've been live on TikTok in a while, and honestly, it's I don't know.
DPS capability to play like the Trace and echoes at the same time. That's quite prevalent in the meta, so you need someone to step in. And Mimone, he was huge on that role in the World Cup, so I'm expecting the same and more now.
Yeah, and again, this team obviously has options at their tank position, right? If you think back to Dallas, it was Vistola who played that entire event, and if you haven't followed this team since then, you might have forgotten that. You know, Chase Torch is a huge part of this roster. An incredible tank player, and we've seen a lot of that dive from him.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Chase is very good, so having Chase as your other tank, and Chase and Vestol is a good tank line. Is basically the best way to put it. All right.
A lot more than those.
So what do we got here? We have.
So Ents do have those options here. We saw a lot of Chase in there.
Ramatra versus Ramatra.
I think for Ents though, Vistola's hero pool is still really good in this meta. Thankfully, you can hard spam.
This will be interesting.
If you want to play dive, so they're not going to be hit that hard. Obviously, you can't play.
Oh wait, oh yeah, it has Gurkmeister, so yeah, that's going to be Junkrat only. That's a Junkrat gamer. Everybody knows Gurkmeister from ranked. Yep.
And you jump on the field.
Gurkmeister's legit just a Junkrat player in ranked. Play against him all the time. There's nothing but Junkrat.
Kaiser obviously sat on the bench here for the time being, and Coolboy 163 at Lucio. So again, Ents have to respect the Junk to some degree here, which does...
Yeah, I mean, Junk's good for Control Center. I actually think, like, if there's a map that Aw Yeah can take a little bit, I think this is one of them. Because, like, Junkrat's really good on this map. So...
Control, though. Gurkmeister's looking for a little bit of an off angle here, looking for that damage. Not a bad pick for Control Center, so, you know, this is going to be where you see the best of the Junk. I don't think the Junk's going to work out.
I like how they just brought in another Junkrat one trick to, like, replace their Junkrat one trick. Or, like, I guess you said they're on vacation or something. Not replace them, but, like, just because they can't play. Hey, I think we all knew that the first pick of this map was going to be Coolboy 163 on Kevster. I don't think anybody disagrees with that one, right? You know? I think everybody expected that. If we had to call that out, I'm sure the odds on that were high.
Sky's got all coming up, so that's going to be super usable. Mimone's a little bit further behind. Kevster's really not found a lot of purchase so far.
Yep.
A little bit of a weird role from him. You don't often see Kevster on those.
Like I said, Control Center Junk's pretty good. They're running the May comp. This is one of those comps that, like, is just annoying to play against. Like, Ents will probably win this map, but it's just annoying to play against. Like, because you know what happens? They go and scrim all these teams. They're used to, like, the setups they run. They're ready for, like, this Fortnite May battle in the middle, and then they just go Junkrat comp, and they just do whatever they want.
Goes from good to being straight up oppressive.
It's great.
Wall is Gurkmeister now with a Rip Tire available. Ents are completely forced off of the point again.
All right, here we go.
Will be a little bit hard to use. He's going to set up for it. He's going to go high ground and just kind of be weird with.
They're going to tire when they see Ents start to. Oh, never mind. I was completely wrong. I thought they were going to at least let Ents engage in a little bit. Instead, this tire is just going to be a disengaged play. I mean, it buys him time, right?
For no reason here.
Are they literally all in spawn? Like, yeah.
They are respected because again,
now they're gonna get if beat
right? So if they do get
beat first beat, you're gonna see a Bob.
Be in trouble outside of being able to...
lamp, but you don't want to waste the lamp.
There's the Bob.
Here comes Bob.
They're not gonna counter Bob just yet. Oh wait, they got Bap like one shot low. Bap might die to that. Wait a second. Holy crap, he was knuffed on that one.
Eventually he does fall to the Bob. Oh yeah,
Vistola might have hecked up here. Yep. Rough start. Once again, Control Center is definitely the map I can see Aw Yeah winning on. The question is, can they do it on Garden? And then Night Market. Dude, Ken! What is going on?
Go for a tempo beat. Yes, you would have had to beat early, but you get to go into the point, you get to ignore the Bob. That's ideal. Calyx is low HP now as well, and they have to go for touch tunes. It's going to have to come down to Mimone. 90%.
I mean, they have beat. They can counter with beat. They're going to use... I don't have anything else, but they have it's beat first beat.
Here, of course, to play around.
I also will say this: if Ents wins this team fight, Aw Yeah's retake is going to be super difficult to do. It's going to be a very hard retake. Kevster picked again. That is a rare sight, seeing Kevster be the first pick multiple times. Kitsune. I mean, honestly, like I think that the first round is going to go to.
To be picked up there by Isaac. can't believe we're seeing 100-0 against Ents here in this first round. The Junkrat over the course of the round looks like everybody in sits up a little bit straighter when the Gurk.
It wouldn't have mattered there. They were going to win that anyway. So yeah, takes the first. Now, Control Center, once again, very, very, very Junkrat dominant. Like, it is a dominant Junkrat map. I will tell you that much. So I'm not surprised to see them struggle a little bit in that type of situation just because of that, right? Like, it's not because they're, like, bad. It's because, like, that map is dominant. These are the maps that I'd be concerned about, right? Because now you're going into more maps that are a bit more teamwork-based in the sense that, like, they don't have to sit there and, like, fully rely on things to happen the way that, like, they would happen on Control Center. So it's a little bit different now in how it would work, is basically what I'm saying.
Coming through the Kitsune rush, off angling by Isaac, just runs
by the Diva swap, but they were getting back to point quickly. That's it. They lost their all-timer, and they wanted to try to maybe get a kill against the Junkrat, like, right away, because they can help with Junkrat, and it was just too late. This is the map that I'd be concerned about for because look at this. They're running the Diva now, which makes sense here. Okay, they have the Echo. They have a Tracer, so they have more backline pressure. It's like, so where will they find the value on in this situation, right? What wants to do is they want to bait them into that room and just wait and wait and wait. Right? Once they go to the point, the Junkrat gets the value. The problem is that when you lose your Ashe right away, this play doesn't make any more sense, right? So now they're going to slowly grind them down. They're going to grab the point, and now it's not going to go the way. They're going to break out of there and just try to make something happen.
Just want to bunker up so they can abuse the Junkrat, because in the open, Junkrat really doesn't do enough. So all you have to find the way to the point. Somehow Calyx has got another first pick. That's 2 in a row.
He punished Ken coming off spawn. I think actually knocked him off the bridge as he tried to get back into the fight.
Yep, that's what I expected to see was, go back to the point and Junkrat kill Echo. Sorry, I forgot to call that chat. What the? Honestly, credit to again. Nice Vortex.
No ults found yet, actually, I should say, at this point in time. The solo being on the Diva, I think, for this matchup is going to be much improved in terms of...
What are the ults looking like? Ents is going to have nanos soon, so they're probably going to nano their... I want to say they're going to nano Diva. Kevster with a huge pick on Saipe.
There's no better way.
I would play to delay point now. I wouldn't overcommit ultimates unless they get an early pick on somebody. This is just like a... This is just a die and point situation. Yep. That's it. I mean, it's a good... All things considered, it could easily be like 60% and counted right now for Ents in that situation. So, like, I gotta give credit to I feel like they played that well. They're definitely making Ents think about what they have to do, and then that is a good sign, especially with the comp they're running. You know what I mean?
And Ents in a strong position where Nano was used. Sippe was down early, so no answer on the Kitsune rush, where Sippe was able to do that comfortably in Control Center. He's down so early in these fights. A lot of ults coming online.
Kitsune, he's gonna come in. Pretty good ultimate, but yeah, they're gonna just get off the point. The question is can they tire now? They're gonna tire. They may not tire now. They may not tire.
Same ability to reestablish Ents' position on this point. Now we're up to 50%, but they've been able to isolate the Diva towards the back of the fight, and Vistola never had a chance.
Honestly, I think they're going to tell him to save tire. I think they win this team fight.
At least get to be used by Mimone for a time.
Yep. Wow. Dude, I got to give credit to they're playing better than like you expected. Not because they're bad, because like they're just the way that Ents is. They're gonna lead in with a tire soon. The only thing I would say about tire is they need to at least let Ents get to a setup spot. But like, yeah, this is huge. They don't even have a way to survive it outside of beat, so they can force out beat with tire. Now tire. They're gonna tire. This is their timing. Never mind. Ken with the pick. Holy crap! Doesn't even have to use tire. Now they're going in the last team fight. That's either a really good play or a tough reaction. Because there's the beat. Now they're going to counter with beat. There's the tire. That's a good play because you just demech Diva. Now they don't have a Diva. Yep. Now they go back in with their Kitsune. Oh my. Wait. This is unexpected.
They really get more kills here. They lose Kirkmeister off the back of that one. It is a tank for DPS, maybe worse for Ents in the trade, and Ents have to touch now. It's 95%.
Vortex. It's still winnable for Ents though. They definitely touch point. Yeah, I was gonna say like they can still grind them down right now. There it is.
My own accounts for Gurkmeister in the 1 versus 1. There's a focusing beam fires.
Basically, that was a team fight they needed to win cleanly for it to benefit them. Now, Ents should be able to win the rest of this round because the retake is going to be really difficult. I think the retake will be difficult. It really depends. If Ken can get an early pick maybe again on like their Ana, it could work out, especially because they don't have cleanse, right? So like it's a free pick. Pistola's going to have to play like very peel heavy until nano. They might nano I think they're going to nano Vistola, but you can't go wrong a nano in Kevster, right? I think they'll add an OWCS tab in Overwatch. I mean, you would hope they would for like the future of the esports, but we'll see. They might kill the Ana, by the way. I was going to say, they actually got a trade in the Ana. Now they ended up nanoing the... That might be it. Yeah. I was going to say, really good showing, though, on this map. I'm going to be honest with you. Garden is the map you expect them to win. Right? Garden is. So, like, the fact that it was that close on Garden is, like, a good sign for all yeah. Because Night Market, I think, is... Although Night Market's tough, too, because you can play angles with the Echo even easier. So, I don't know. We'll see. That's actually a tough one. Hard to say.
Oh yeah, cannot handle the pressure. As mentioned, 0 support ultimates. That's what they needed. Annihilation, great. But you either have to be a defensive Annihilation.
We'll see, though.
Playing S5, or Isaac's going to push forward, and I think he probably made the wrong call. They're pushing forward, opens his team in the backline to just getting swarmed on. That's exactly what Ents do, and they have the tools to do so. Once guys pop the nano in there,
all right, we'll see what happens next.
Now, Isaac doesn't really have the mobility to dive a backline solo and then actually be a fixture in the coming engagement. That's not what his hero is designed to do.
They're going to point, but the Echo is going to be the key part of this team comp. Because the Echo can just play these angles.
To force the better angles for Gurkmeister. I think that's where the Junk is going to be better on this map. So
yeah,
that's a good start.
Like Junk is better on this map, but I think Echo. You know what? I feel like, and maybe I'm wrong, but yeah, they hecked up. Isaac just tried to stay on point there. They needed to back away. I get it though. They traded the Ana though, so it's still winnable. I feel like if for some reason Ents struggles here, do they have the flexibility to go Pharah? And I only say that because I know that Pharah can be really annoying on this part of the map, especially against their comp. But looks like it didn't matter, so.
I mean, it's going to be cool.
Ooh!
I think Maimon came in clutch with the sticky bombs. And, oh, yeah, actually losing a couple of...
Yeah, they won't do that.
With the player advantage.
You know what's really...
And Maimon just dominated right there.
Neutral does count for a lot, because if you are all yeah, you're quite good at playing for a little bit of a soft spawn camp, you know, where all these corridors are, these hallways here. If you are the winning team for the neutral, then you get to start camping Ents, and that's where the Junk is good. Unfortunately, they're going to have to go for a retake with the Junk. And probably not.
I don't understand the context of that, Stanley. I'm sorry.
Go through the side holes here. That's again where the Junk is good, but eventually you have to go to the point. Eventually you have to push out.
And they're never going to get dove on. I mean, Ents are not going to fully commit to a fight against them unless they're guaranteed to win it.
And we're chilling.
So oh yeah, going to be waiting quite a while to get that engagement.
Capping.
Okay, that's a decent.
Yeah,
start.
I mean this is tough. Like I said, remember how earlier my concern was that like it was going to be guard in the Night Market. So far, it's been okay. Oh, Isaac was Darkside Phil? Ah, that makes sense. That makes sense. You know what I read that as? Starting to take the esport more seriously and wanted to like be in a spot where like, you know.
Alex is coming back. They haven't killed him. Oya weren't able to convert up to 5v4. Now they lose Ken.
They did trade and they got beat out. They can come back with Kitsune right now and actually Ramatra. They actually could. If they get oh no, not worth it. Reset. Oh, flipping the point's huge though because it gives them a better team fight. But like, oh, that's tough. Because like the retake is my concern. It's the retake more than anything else. We'll see though.
5v4, and Calyx managed to come back from spawn. Oya don't convert anything further from that. By the way, look at Gurkmeister's damage. He doesn't have an ultimate yet.
We'll see.
Basically 99% through when you combine the two percentages of both points here. He just hasn't found much damage because Junk doesn't fare well in these open spaces.
Yeah,
all right.
Opportunity here, ready to find that free damage. Riptire coming up fairly soon, but it's going to be.
They're going to have to use Kitsune before that. I think they want to use Riptire to engage the team fight and then try that. That's what they're going to do. They want to use the tire to get like the point control, and then they can Kitsune when they get into a spot they want. The problem is that Ents is recognizing this, so they're playing really aggro. So now they've kind of lost the value of that. See, like they get the Lucio though. This could be a trade in their favor. But I will say, win or lose this team fight, the way Ents played that was really well played. But they're gonna all in on Kiriko.
To dive in and get rid of Saipe.
Yep.
Has to be the most important part of this fight.
He gets
and it
Saipe.
takes him
Saipe
too
survived
long.
that, and they actually
In fact, he never gets there.
I can't believe that. They actually lost track of where Saipe went, and Saipe survived it. Oh my. But Ents is going to have an ult advantage soon, like 3 ultimates. I don't know if they can... I think Ents recognizes that, so they need to get as much damage output as they can right now, just to at least try to be able to build out. They need to disengage now. Get out, get out, get out, get out, get out, get out. They have to get out now. If they stay there, they're just dead. Early cleanse, too.
And a focusing beam would have been enough to bring the Ramatra down.
Yep.
Their eyes are focused on Saipe. That is going to be the Kiriko out of the picture now. For one of the first times this round, we've actually seen Kiriko.
So they had the right idea of getting ult charge. They didn't disengage correctly. That was it. That was all it was. But you know what? I think we all can agree this is a much closer match than expected, and it's good to see. Right?
For this last engagement.
It's gonna be Doom coming back. Ken's already under pressure. Can't even touch.
That was a good first map, though. That was great. That was a lot closer, and like every round came down to the last second. I think that was great.
It was a good showing.
That was wonderful.
Knew they were going to be strong there. That's
good
where,
map.
You know, Brawl's going to work out for them. That's where the Junkrat's going to work out for them.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like what they needed to do there was just like it was a 2-second window. That was literally it. It was a 2-second window.
Not ideal for them. It's probably not a very well practiced comp for them, so they need to look at that. But once you get to the open maps, once they move towards the Diva Dive, that's when Kev goes back on the Tracer. That's when they start fragging.
I mean, Ents can't afford a protracted neutral against the Junkrat composition, especially in parts of the map that really lend itself to the bouncing of the grenades and that in general AoE damage. So they have to find a way to opt out of that convention, of that part of the round entirely, and they do so while trying to make these nice little dives happen, getting into the backline. But it's still tough to do. I've got to give credit where it's due. Oh yeah, do try and play to their strengths in terms of where they position on the map here. And picks like Junkrat maybe don't always look that strong on face of it, but when you have this map control, like when you push off control center, and then the other team has to try and find their way through the halls, that's when that comp becomes really oppressive. And that is why we saw such a blowout result here. I feel like it took a while for Ents to wake up, the sleeping Kraken as it were. Definitely needed to be.
I think it was just also just like it came down to like 1 or 2 team fights that really made the difference. I was looking at some of my phone. Like it really just came down to like 1 or 2 team fights. I think that really was the difference maker in that situation. I just felt like there was opportunity for them to make plays, and then they just lost their timings, and that was it. It was a good game. I mean, that was a great match. Great first match. I'm a little bit concerned about what the next map will be, but like the loser picks every time, so like
on rounds 2 and 3 moving forward. But
what happened to our team not playing the season? Bad timing. Pretty much it. Just bad timings.
Because again, if Ken can't really
that's pretty much what we'll go with. That's exactly what it was. We all wanted to play, just the timings in the line. So, feels bad, but doesn't mean that like there won't be a team Overwatched in the future. But obviously, like they won't. They haven't done many events this year. Kind of weird. Like it's not. So I mean, if Overwatch returns, will be sometime next year, right?
I'll say Jumbun's the best.
Any good rat maps? It depends. I mean, if they have access to pick any map, and I'm trying to think where like you would want a Junkrat consistently.
Opportunity for Oya to maybe
not Blizzard World,
no other team,
not Dorado.
We have seen in the past.
Not Gibraltar. Maybe Gibraltar because you have more hiding spots. Maybe Gibraltar.
And some of that success,
but even then, that's like tough because it's a dive-centric map.
Trick nature, right? Or the fact that they're always going to.
Are you able to do back-to-back coughs?
Infected? Is that
you could maybe do King's Row.
Switch to that ball, and they played a fair bit of ball over in Dallas. That NRG Shock team right now. It felt like they put more pressure on those APAC teams.
Next is hybrid.
Their opponents than many other rosters at that event.
Probably King's Row or Eichenwald. Yeah, probably King's Row or Eichenwald. So yeah, if it's hybrid, then it would be Eichenwald or King's Row. Yeah.
I've chosen to believe that
it's escort or hybrid.
To find a Junkrat player to replace Kaya.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the maps. I mean, maybe if they could do Flashpoint, I'd go Flashpoint, to be honest with you.
Like there's a couple Riptide
because you can win the first round, and then after that, it gets wild. Maybe like a Suravasa. Be kind of interesting.
On Night Market, they can't afford to respect it.
It gets so confusing, right?
He just gets sound.
And the reason why it gets so confusing to me in a lot of the situations is because like every region runs the tournaments differently, so like it doesn't align correctly, and you have no idea what's happening. I hope going to the next year they can find ways to solidify everything. I felt like this year it was like the wild, wild west, and now it's like hopefully they can kind of like solve some issues going to the next one.
You know what
I mean?
Probably a little bit too early, and some more things happen that fight, but that's the first thing I noticed, and I'm sure a couple of things also turn things around for, there.
we'll call it forced errors there on the side of it.
All right.
Yeah, so obviously,
but the tires were good. I actually did like all the tires. I think every tire was actually value.
We'll see.
Again,
Just a hard thing to do versus Ents.
Yes, and sometimes it's like less tangible value, right? But we saw the tires used in some parts of the maps that, again, allow you to play that tire out of line of sight and you know, sort of get it into the fight only when you're ready. Or it just is a great zoning ultimate, and that's quite acceptable too. So, it is loser pick here. I want to remind everybody. So, Oh Yeah does get to make a selection of map. Now,
okay.
If they're going to play Rush, Runasapi is an option here on push. Coliseo, I guess.
Okay, so they can pick any of these maps.
To go there. We've seen
Samoa.
This Rush style obviously find good success on.
They can play Samoa?
Respectively, although the latter gives you maybe a little bit more flexibility and some other options. Still very, very early on in the series. That was only our first map done.
Oh, hybrid. Oh, okay.
Quite the
I see. Yeah, Eichenwald then. Eichenwald. If those are the maps, Eichenwald. Eichenwald. Maybe Rio. Rio or Eichenwald.
Sigma. I don't really
King's Row, the concern is that third point becomes very, very sniper heavy. Oh no, so you can pick anything. Okay, so yeah, Coliseo. That's a good map for them. It's so hard to guess the map now, like, because it used to be a little bit more defined in that one. I like that they can choose whatever map they want now. That's way better than like forcing teams into like the same rotation. All right, cool. Coliseo's good, yeah.
My thing for them is
So you can play whatever. It was a bit confusing. That image is also a bit confusing. They should put something that they need to put like a message up top that says they can play whatever they want. So, yep.
Jumbo on Crazy Raccoons plays it every single time. So, change
something
up. If the brawl matchup isn't working, then you got to change it up a little.
I do think that's one of the interesting parts about Ents, and something that defines them is that they have
We'll see.
two tank players, but if it's at LAN, they don't actually have that option. They always end up relying on Vistula.
Why is Winston better than Diva when Diva feels so strong and ranked? Because Winston can shred armor.
We are seeing like a little bit less of that.
Winston also has bubble that prevents LOS. Diva's good, and we just saw Diva do well, but Winston's just a little bit better. And then if Diva gets nerfed on the 3 seconds, or the 3.5, which should happen, Diva, and they don't do anything with like Winston ignoring armor stuff, Diva will become even worse against Winston, because Diva sucks against armor now. Diva is awful against armor.
And also performs fairly well individually.
Winston is not. So Winston can shred your armor because they made it so Winston ignores armor. So Diva's win rate will probably go down quite a bit if they when or if they make that change. Because then Winston will become the dominant tank. Diva will still be good on like a brawl type of thing if they don't touch any of the damage numbers, but Winston will be a clear-cut favorite at that point. Diva sucks against armor. Diva's horrendous against armor. So
I would actually put, if I was to tier list the heroes right now, I'd actually put Diva ahead of Winston.
We'll see.
Me personally, I think Diva's really strong on this patch, and just as a reminder as well, Season 12 is around the corner, so things might change up, and Chase might get a little bit more playtime if, you know, the Winston or the main tank heroes start to come a little bit more. But Kai being subbed in for Coliseo, so we're going to see the Tracer and also the Ashe, possibly for Chase to also play towards the Fire here, which I think is pretty amazing on Coliseo. So more difficulties potentially for Gurk, who, on some level, if you are going to go towards a push, Coliseo,
everything seems fine here.
Inside the mid, that sort of concourse area, that's pretty reasonable for Junkrat. He's obviously not going to do too much in the open space again. But also, I think you can get...
Yeah, I think Diva will still be good in some ranks. I'm just saying, like, you may not be able to see me play Diva as much in, like, ranked because Diva just is going to struggle.
I think he's going to do better.
I can still make Diva work, but usually the same thing happens. I'll play the heroes I want to play. I get to, like, rank 50. I get into, like, the OWCS scrim lobbies, and I can't play Diva anymore. That's basically what happens. Rinse and repeat.
They are present on this particular map. You can also drop it down off the high ground, which could be effective.
That's basically the rotation. I'll climb to rank 50. I get into the lobbies with all the OWCS players. They all want to run the Anna Brig Winston comps or Bapayari comps, and then I struggle. Diva just struggles more. Plus, they're just good players, so like, you know what I mean? So it's like another point in that one.
But this is a team that has had
same thing.
A couple of changes, right? A little bit of a...
Diva's still good, just Diva will be a little bit worse.
The retirement of Crimzo, Ghost departing the team, of course, a very dependable sort of support play. We saw a lot of Baptiste and Brig, and Kellex now coming in. Say again?
He's with Cloudy
now, let's do it.
So he's been stolen by SRP check.
He's chilling. The Finnish coalition is continuing to form. Watch out.
Masters next. I think they're eyeing up, maybe. Chill on the bench for Ents right now, but...
yeah, they'll play Diva here, I think.
Lucio spot, maybe. We'll see.
Or he'll just retire by just...
Oh, yeah, it's going for a very spam-heavy comp. Obviously with the Junkrat, but like if you look at their comp, they have a Zenyatta, they're running BAP. They're running like Sigma.
Here we go. It'll be the
Obviously,
here
Ash,
for
Junkrat.
Ents once more.
Ents is a little bit quicker. They're going to play fast. They can't. So what's going to happen here is Ents is going to want to take right side control of the map, kind of where the D.Va is right now, and then engage them that way. They don't want to sit in the middle and just battle them. They're probably going to ignore the Sigma. I would actually imagine they might just ignore Sigma and dive somebody. They're pinging the Junkrat. They want to go for the Junkrat.
It's going to reveal his position behind. I also think the tire being there. Oh, sorry,
That's why Kevs is just chilling, waiting for the engagement. Remember, Ents does not want to take any poke damage. They do not want to take a bunch of poke damage. That's going to play into Oh Yeah.
From the junk away. That's the only reason I can think that he'd be willing to give his presence up.
And by the way, you can tell Oh Yeah really
How's it going, Ashley?
On this early
Have a great day.
Because that's what their comp's designed to do. You're playing Sigma,
I got you.
Zenyatta as well, who dies to Kai.
It's so vulnerable, right? It's very susceptible to Zen look. And maybe if you're expecting like a Ramatra or Sig composition, like this Zen feels a little bit better.
Yeah.
It's like it needs.
You see what I mean? How like they're not going to sit there and just take poke damage. You need to engage them in the back line, and that's exactly what they do. A lot of players like to try to like. It's all kind of about recognizing what they're doing, and when you know they're going to play a spam comp, you're going to just set up and like go for it. That you can't sit there in the middle. So that's why they did that, right? Now the reason why Saipe already switched off of Zenyatta is because Zenyatta will be the dive target every single time and really can't be peeled for outside of the map, having to be forced to use Lamp. So now you're making it so both of your support lines are really difficult to kill now, which means the next target's going to be the Ashe or the Junkrat. They're going to obviously try to put backline pressure on them, but if they need to get on somebody out of position, it's going to be the Ashe or the Junkrat. It did demech the D.Va, though, so that's pretty good.
It's a little diff. And Kevster has just been so careful about actually diving his backline. I think he's worried about getting, like, burst down by remote mine combo.
He just doesn't want to. It's very hard. Like Vasola has to kind of go in with him. You also
said, "Yay, let's go."
By the way, because you got Suzu
Heck yeah, Mike.
to deal with, so
I hope you have a great day, Ashley. Hope you have a great day.
It's really difficult. You can't force him out there. If you just play the Pulse 2 force out abilities, that's also valid.
But sometimes if you have both of those abilities, the team with them tends to use them more.
Lucio's played so passively in these matches. Actually, Lucio's doing a lot more than what's being shown. Like, what Lucio's doing is Lucio's waiting for the setup time. So what the Lucio needs to do is Lucio can't really call the engage just yet. You need to wait for setup time. So what you do as Lucio is the worst thing you can do during the setup time is get killed, right? Like that's the worst thing you want to do, right? You just want to wait. You don't want to go in and get killed. So the Lucio needs to play passive, needs verification from both the tank and the DPS that they're set, and then the Lucio can force the engage.
Just like Answer doing.
But the problem is like you need to basically play hide and seek until then, and that's how you do that. That's why they have to play a bit more passive. You see what I'm talking about? How they're just going in and target. Oh, nice pulse. That was pretty sick. You see what I'm talking about here, though? How like their new playstyle is just to dive in and be aggressive, is because like now Oh Yeah is kind of on their back foot. And one of the reasons why Oh Yeah is on their back foot is because now they have had to switch comps, so they lost a lot of their ult charge. They're gonna have a bit of an opportunity to get back into the game now because of ult. There's plenty of time in push games. I say it all the time. Like people give up on the map too easily. But Ents is going to have a slight advantage because they started off with a better comp against them. Mike on a mission, thanks for the 38 months. That made Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you.
Obviously used the flex a little bit earlier. Here comes Window.
Okay, are you hoping to make some use of that here? It's not in the best spot.
That's what we're seeing happen in that situation. Your friends there, have a good time.
Already Bob deployed by Ken.
Yep.
And Sky at least is going to be picked off now. Sippi's doing a lot of work here. His kunai's going to work. Giving Violet right now.
Trades are going to be better for Oh Yeah right now if they can get enough numbers, but it's not like a clean team fight, and that's the problem. Yeah.
Oh, they shouldn't be able to. They lost.
Yeah, I was going to say they shouldn't be able to do exactly what they're doing right now. Like this bot should not be still sitting there.
Just to keep things interesting slightly, and okay, here we go. Now the cleanup finally comes through. That was two really important picks coming through from Sippy to push Ents away and stop the pressure from mounting to 100 meters plus. And as expected, Coolboy does go over towards the Lucio. And
yeah, I mean, in ranked, you can probably play Lucio a bit more aggressive because, once again, you're not going to have the same teamwork. But, like, if you have a team that's willing to set up and, like, work around the map, like, yeah, you definitely want to change your play style a little bit.
How does this one get played again?
Ooh, I mean, good engagement here by the Kiriko. I like the idea of that.
Suzu and Lamp, don't forget that. It's gone. Riptide gets picked off. It's another day at the Kovacs range for Kai. Comfortably able to deal with that ability. Now the nano towards Steve.
It just
can't get involved.
Wow, I'm a little bit. Oh wow! Honestly, I'm surprised that I would not expect that exchange right there.
Doesn't fancy sticking around for the explosion, for the chance to try and take that baby D.Va down, and Gurkmeister's in trouble.
Yeah, I was gonna say, he doesn't really have to chase them. It's just solid play by Vastola.
Don't mind if I do.
Solid play.
Kovacs continuing. easy targets here so far. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Now looking.
Yeah, I mean, I just think Ents is playing really quick on them now. I mean, oh yeah, I already this is
I don't
tough.
want to say it's over, but it's getting difficult. Kirk is going to be forced to
Went to
swap.
Torb.
Oh yeah.
That's why I feel like Colosseo wasn't even on my list. I know why they picked Colosseo, but I feel like
Isaac very low here, lucky to get out with his mech still intact.
I mean, all yeah doesn't scrim, right?
That may still not be the case.
So like map selection could be sometimes map selection is very key too. They probably just said, hey, what map do you want to play? And they're like, let's play Colosseo, and that was it. You know what I mean? It probably wasn't any. It wasn't like really like deep on the map selection. It was like, I don't know, what you want to play. I can get value on Junkrat on this map. All right, let's do it. You know what I mean? Like that's pretty much what happened.
Trace of things in this game.
So
able to circumvent every one of them.
No, they don't scrim. Yeah, they just play. They're just like really good players that made a team because they all played one tricks or like have a hero pool. They just want to vibe out and play whatever they want. Some of them aren't one tricks, but some of them just like they just want to play whatever they want. So yeah.
No, he's not.
All right, sound barrier here. Bjorkmeister on the Widow.
That's basically what happened. They're like, what do you want to play? I don't know.
Pulled out of the hatch
Sure.
here.
What map works for you?
To understand what kind of hero
You gotta get for the challenge. Go.
This Vistella dives in, doesn't really want to settle on the DV here, would love a squishy target to make use of that nano against, but doesn't really find them. Is forced to back away with that DM. Oh, watch out for those Widow headshots.
Actually, I've gone against Gurkmeister Widow. Gurkmeister is surprisingly good at Widow. I'm not even joking. Like, there's something about Junkrat mains. I'm not even joking. I've played against many Junkrat mains on ladder, and for some reason, they're the most unreal Widow players of all time, and I don't know why.
I think that's the full cap out, Mitch.
Yeah, there's no way you're coming back from this one. Oh yeah, have been completely.
How often does a Junk make it onto a professional team? This is about the pretty much the only time you'll see it because Aw Yeah is known as a team that's a little bit more about memes and having a good time. So they have Junkrat players and random players that will play stuff. That's what that is. So yeah.
Awesome neutral damage, and then let's find like a low health target and then press on them a little bit more with like a tracer or something similar. And Ents really knew how to play around that. The patience from Kevster all round.
Yeah, right.
Dive in solo to the backline to try and assassinate. Look, it's something we expect from him, but seeing it play out there against a comp that you know is like pretty fallible, pretty exploitable, that's real discipline.
Kevster just shows up the right time, you know. Like I actually agree with what you said earlier, right at the start, where he kills a steel trap, and that probably is just a like.
Do I ever miss playing at this level, like professionally? No.
Throwing the nades out in that direction, so it eases the tension up for the
like
rest of the team,
I love competing, I love competition, and I enjoyed being a pro, but I enjoy streaming 10 times more.
For his moment to strike, and Kai as well really showed up in this game, denying everything.
I always enjoyed when I played professionally, but I've become much more of like a streamer entertainer now than I have.
I think this just ends up being a situation with
there's a lot that goes into it, like a lot of scrim time practice, you know, keeping up on your skills. Like I could technically just be, I mean, look at my DPS right now. Like I'm top 500 on tank. I'm pretty much top 500 on support now. My DPS is in diamond, right? But you know what?
Reasonable comp, you'd probably see the
I don't have to worry about it. I can do whatever skill level I want to be at that point. You know what I mean? So, the point being is like more flexibility. I get to set my own schedule.
Pressuring opponents.
And I'm probably not as
like you cannot run up on them. You cannot tax them. Like
is it as Jay says that? Well, technically that comes from Tim Plush. That was the thing Tim started. I can tell you that 100%.
Probably where he feels pretty good. Games
so he must have picked that up from Tim.
Are the ones where he doesn't get space. He doesn't get room to breathe. So. That's why I'm mirroring this composition, or at least mirroring the Ash.
Tim's been saying that for like 10 years.
Component. Like Kai's peak is probably higher than yours if you're on any team that's going up against them. You'd probably rather, you know.
What's my Dominoes order? I had nothing. I don't get Dominoes.
I appreciate like this. Team
last time I got Dominoes,
the Junkrat being there means you can't play Ash Tracer.
I felt like my
play Ash Junk or
like
Junk.
Whatever the next level of bloated is. And I know you usually don't have that with food.
That matchup because they're up against Sigma with Shield versus Diva Matrix, which can be a little bit more limited. You're also up against way more long-range damage.
I don't know why. It was the only time I had that.
Get out of
Lonnie and I both had Dominoes, and we're just like.
You actually noticed Kai had good shots there. He was able to, outmaneuver and still find opening shots. So remember,
I'll be back 1 second, chat. Though, okay.
Early, which is like, okay, that's interesting because he shouldn't have advantage. He shouldn't have priority in that matchup at all. He should actually be under pressure. But yeah, he manages to outfrag even despite odds being against him, in my opinion.
Right, lots to talk about in this game so far, but it's Ents who have managed to stave off yet another map choice here from Oh Yeah. Stick around, map 3 in this first of 3 series will recommence after the break. All right, folks, we are elbow deep in this series here between Oh Yeah and...
We're back, chat.
After a first map that looked a little bit...
Oh, is there music? I'll probably get
DMCA.
DMCA. I get DMCA
took
every
some time
time.
to get to grips with the Junkrat composition they were faced with. Gotta say, it was a much cleaner sheet. A full cap on that map with at least 3 minutes remaining.
Did you got peach alcohol because I didn't have peach
Almost
soda?
24,
I don't
which
like
is
alcohol.
almost 2 years, which is almost twice 1 year.
Zach Spot, thanks for the 23 months of the tier 1. Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you. And Euphorbia, thanks for the 27 months of that finish prize. Thanks. And you're right, that is almost a year.
But it did not work for them at all.
They look like forced swaps. That's like, oh, this is really not working, guys. We need to do something about this. And
I just don't drink
also
that
wanna
much.
say, getting
Not my
fully
thing.
capped on a Coliseum, like that's domination. I
Not
think
my
that's
thing.
just, like you got booty blasted. I'm sorry if you're all in that situation. You getting capped on a Coliseum is like really dominant. So Ents.
Do I expect some diva changes next season? Probably. I mean, I wouldn't doubt if they nerf Defense Matrix. Like that's a pretty obvious nerf.
You'll move on forward. But we're in a situation where we have a sub. Kirk is out. Kaiser is in.
Kaiser, may comp.
Chasm is not in, so maybe not going to see a ball today. I'm a little disappointed. I really wanted to see the ball.
Yeah, Chasm being left in the drafts for the time.
I'm sure there's a lot of people who want to see Wrecking Ball. You know what I mean?
Obviously, the Junkrat play is mostly what we've seen from them over the course of this series, one of the newest additions to Oh Yeah. And it looked good on map 1. It looked a little less good, maybe ungood.
We're vibing, chat. We're
number
vibing.
2. Dorado here being our third map definitely makes sense.
Yeah, I really
to
don't like drinking.
Dispense
So.
with the Junkrat play. It's very, very hard to make that work. In case it comes in, of course, we know Kaiser is a predominantly main player in the past. Obviously,
I think like for me with drinking, like it's just how I feel the next day. Even if I drink one drink, just one, not even just one, I will be indifferent the next day, and I just don't like that.
Dorado's actually a good ball
That's it.
map, so that's another.
That's why I don't drink.
So,
I don't know what it is and why it does that. Like it's not hungover, like anything like that. Just if I have one, even just one, that's how I feel.
Winston, but then the May doesn't make a lot of sense. So those other picks you mentioned for Kaiser might have to come on through.
Dorado.
Basically on
a May comp on Dorado?
Now like a real.
You know what? I don't even question it.
Onto the Winston.
Shy Gal, thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you, appreciate it.
So that would really complete things, or at minimum, you'd like to see possibly an Echo or a Fire.
Yeah, maybe Sim out of the gates here, and then a Tracer switch for Oh Yeah. And of course, you've got plenty of mechanisms to keep the Farah well topped up between the Ana and the Brig. Pretty common to see them paired with her. Isaac here, no Winston. So some of that conversation we had earlier about...
I don't think it's allergic because I would feel it because I mean I've had days where I might have had a couple and I'm like I'm vibing, right? Like, it's more about the next day where I just feel like bleh.
It's the meme with all the
no matter what.
Unfortunately, one of them is in a clown costume. And,
Each their own.
That clown costume
Each their own.
At
least we got Diva versus Diva. I respect this, right?
Quintessential diving. Look at what Ents are doing. You just need the trace here. It would be complete.
The Kaiser on the main. We're going to be looking to see how this slightly off the wall pick can find value here. Good pressure though on Kai. This is a map where Kai tends to shine.
I thought Funny Astro's always been on Space Station on Ents.
The D-Mech of the Diva there. The Solar going to be knocked on out. And again, his high ground presence.
And thank you, chat.
Established Isaac. Bionade came
Good
in
start.
when he couldn't save Cypher.
Okay, let's go there, Ren. So I love how like the thing is I feel like Ents, like if they were playing against certain teams, they might run the Winston comp, but like they know against Oh Yeah, they don't really need to run the Winston comp, so they run Vistol on this comp, and it's great because Diva's still good.
That's just not what you're looking for.
It's gonna be, it feels bad though if like they don't make any other changes across the board, and like if they end up nerfing Diva, then like it's gonna probably be more of the Winston based comps for this. Like you won't even see these comps exist anymore. Yeah, Hadi's SSG, yeah.
Not incentivized to drop down off this high ground at all. Sky Reaper a little bit concerned about the Bionade that came in, but there doesn't appear to be any follow-up.
Oh, there you go.
Comes in eventually from Isaac.
And Master's on vacation right now.
Bionade no longer a factor. Rally here has to be used by Cypher, and that's for
I wonder if I'll ever go on like a vacation. It's weird because like I want to, but I just like struggle. Like I just struggle with taking time off. Which isn't like a bad thing per se. It's just like I don't know. I just don't.
For a later time, a later remake opportunity, and eventually Kai gets the better of his opposite number.
Like the most days I've taken off is 5, and that was because of my wedding.
Isaac actually trolled that fight. I'm not gonna lie. He actually went in,
and even then I almost wanted to go live like a day after my wedding.
Couldn't find the self-destruct, so no remake situation. And Coolboy was forced to nano Ken. I mean, if you're gonna dive in as Isaac, you must receive the nano from Coolboy minimum, or at least.
He just goes into the problem. Work has to scream at him to use his given time off.
Goes into baby form and does nothing.
I mean, like that's the thing is like I get it at times. I definitely, but I think it's also because I just love what I do. do. So like sometimes I just kind of like, I know I should take like a vacation one time and all this. It just, I don't know. I've always enjoyed just playing video games and having a good time. So sometimes that is my vacation, you know? When's my honeymoon? We're not going to do a honeymoon until I think next year or even the year after. Basically, we'll probably time our honeymoon when our house is done and settled. When our house is done and settled, obviously, chat, it's hard to commentate on this when they're getting full health for a bit. And like, if we decide we want to have kids at some point before that time is probably when we would do our honeymoon. Does that make sense? Because I feel like if we end up having kids, then you know when our honeymoon will be? In like 30 years. So that's probably what our timing will be. You know what I mean?
You're about to hit up final fight here. More ultimates are about to come online. This will be the second round of good ultimates for all. Yeah, second nano for Cool Boy. And this time it definitely needs to go into Isaac to get them forward. Oh, okay, should be down.
That is a huge stagger here. Oh yeah, need to stop. They just need to stop for just a moment. They don't have enough time though. That is half the issue.
Remember saying going to Europe for the honeymoon? Well, so the initial plan was to go to Europe for the honeymoon, but then after we really thought about it, it just didn't feel like we wanted to do like the cost of a wedding into the cost of buying a house into a cost of a trip to into like the cost of a trip to Europe. Because like if I'm going to Europe, I'm going for like 2 weeks. I'm not going for like 2 days, right? Unless I'm there for like a business thing, right? Let's say that like, you know, I get sponsored to go to DreamHack, you know, Sweden or something, and they like, you know, I get sponsored to go or something like that. Then you know I could justify like a couple days to take that flight because I'm as East Coast as it gets. So like a flight to like UK is like 6 hours, which I'm used to those flights anyway. Going to LA, you know what I mean? That's like if I'm gonna go there, I'm gonna go there for a couple weeks, right? Oh, you're gonna take us to Spoons? Yeah, I know. I'm sorry, meme. I was so excited for Spoons. So like yeah, you know what I mean? I did do the 30 Diva one. It was great, by the way. It was a good time. That will eventually have that going up there. By the way, sorry I couldn't commentate on this one here. It's just been an absolute steamroll for this part.
Gets back to business instantly.
So we'll see. The question of do we want kids? I think we're leaning towards it. It's just like it's all timing now. Like we want to make sure we're settled everywhere else before we do that. You know what I mean? Like we want like Lonnie and I are more in the mindset that we want to make sure we're just in the right spot to do it, so that way we have everything set the way we want it to, rather than just going right into it. Does that make sense? So I think we thought a couple years from now is the plan. And even though I'll be like, what, like 36 then, maybe 37, like Lonnie's parents had Lonnie when she was 40.
There's no kicks or catch opportunities sort of generated by that, and why would there be? The defenders had such a mobile composition and were playing from the high ground the whole round.
There's like one good place for the mate. You see right there, that archway before the payload, that's about it. And not even on attack, by the way, because, well, Ents don't have to play that area. And, well, the Blizzard finally came on through, and Visol just gobbled that one up. So we didn't see a Blizzard. He only had one Blizzard, by the way. One Blizzard, the entire 4-minute attack, and it was lost instantly. So on the defense, probably going to lock in the May again, we have to assume. And if he does, at least the archway is very playable for the May. Okay, that's where they got to get their bread buttered. If there's one place they can try and win, it's got to be at the archway. If they lose control of archway, obviously they lose the entire map because, well, the golden box of victory is like 2 meters after the archway.
They can't afford to just stack everyone on the other side of that choke. They still need to maintain that high ground presence. At least KZ here can try and punish Pistola with a wall if they dive them. But again, if you're playing Diva, you have extreme mobility, and Winston can bubble down and, by the way, jump out eventually as well.
How do you contest payload? Because the thing here is, you know, the way you play Dorado is solo traces are usually the payload pushes. Is KZ going to do that as a solo May? It's possible, but it's dangerous.
God, it feels awful, though. It feels awful.
Yeah, you know, so your
parents are 43 and 42 when you're born. Yeah, so as I was saying, like, you know, yeah, that's our mindset. I mean, obviously timelines can shift, you know, plans can change. So I'm usually just a one day at a time person.
Yep. Well, Isaac's gonna have to do that, but he's just got too much of a job to do.
Isaac takes a face full of damage there.
I'm not reading any of that,
so he can be the loose end here on part of the flanking pin, so you can see those shots coming in from the left side of screen. There's a May wall, doesn't create a catch.
The only thing you know what I want to try, because Lonnie loves the sauce from there. Is it called like Nando's or something? Because Lonnie went to school in the UK for like 6 months, and like she gets the sauce from Nando's all the time.
Kev's now moving over towards the Echo. So flying options have opened up.
Yeah, she went to school in the UK for like 6 months.
Done well to avoid taking any damage in the absence of that.
So she got to like experience that. I forgot where she went to school there. She's told me before. I just always forget. If she tells me, I go, "Oh, that's awesome," and then I just don't absorb the information somehow. And I don't know how I don't absorb the information.
The only good thing here for Oya is that no one pushing the payload. That's about it.
They also use the defensive Bionade.
Oh yeah, East Anglia. I think maybe that's what it was. Yeah, East Anglia.
Here?
That sounds right. I'm saying yes to that because that sounds right, but I could be wrong.
So that's not an option.
I have no idea. Lonnie, where'd you go to school again?
From Sky here,
where'd you go to school in the UK again? Yeah, you were right. University of East Anglia, she said. There you go.
That though, still advancing as we speak.
He was there for like 6 months.
And the self-destruct news for Isaac, that is just not allowed. Getting caught out trying to...
That's not even a school, is it, meme? South Borderingtonshire? That just sounds like a made-up UK name. There's no way that... Is that a real place? It just sounds made up.
Isaac's coming back, and Sippy's the only one there. In fact, he's not even there. It's over.
That is
yeah, sorry, Chai. How could I commentate on this match? It was an absolute steamroll.
On Dorado. Ultimately, a pretty one-sided series after we get out of Lijiang Tower.
Yeah.
Finally get the measure of them.
What was expected? I'm just going to turn the sound off for a second so I can take my headset off. Yep. Do the tier skips work for the Season 12 Battle Pass? They should, as long as you're past level 80 and you don't use them right now. Isn't the Shire in Hobbiton? Dude, who else here is getting excited for the trilogy of Gollum movies coming out? Is everybody here getting excited for that? The trilogy of Gollum movies? Apparently they're going to be taking a lot of the source material from the game because of the success of the game. They're going to be basing it off of that. Yep. Jojo, thanks for the 10 months of the Friedrich Prize. Thank you. So the game was very inspirational. I haven't played it yet, but I've heard it's like really good. So I want to play it on stream at one point. Can I still play that game on stream? Is Peter Jackson running out of money? No. Well, rumor has it he's only making about $1 billion a year now, so he's trying to get that to 1.5 billion. So release some Gollum movies, and they'll be probably. What a treat that would be. I know I do play retail now. I've literally been leveling up characters on retail because I'm excited for War Within. Now, keep in mind, I get excited for every expansion because I hope that it brings back the love that I have for WoW. But War Within is definitely the most... Everything I've heard about War Within has been positive. And usually you hear a lot more negative stuff when it gets closer to like the release of like an expansion. The only things I've heard that people are concerned about with War Within is that like it's a very fast turnaround from the beta, and that like people are concerned that because they're still updating the beta up until the last second that there might be scuffed at times. So but I've heard very good positive things about War Within. So I'm excited to try and hope for the best, right? So. Yeah. If I play Gollum, you'll... Why? What's wrong with playing Gollum on stream? What's wrong with that? I heard it was good. That's a common strategy, is to actually... The reason why you go for the Ana as Echo is because you can get off your Ana grenade really easily, and there's like a hard reaction to it. Like, you can like use that, so... You said WoW devs are much more communicative these days. You want my take on it? This is a good time to talk about it. Here's my take. World of Warcraft's current resurgence is proof that competition for games is good, and Marvel Rivals doing well could and should be good for Overwatch. That's my take. Because every WoW player knows this. If you played Shadowlands, you saw what they were doing with the game. Right? You saw what they were doing. It was awful. Like, it was just not... It was just Shadowlands, like, people complained about it. They weren't happy with it. And WoW kept making the same mistakes over and over again. Out of nowhere, Final Fantasy starts popping off, and then all the WoW players start leaving because Final Fantasy is giving them what they want, and then they go, crap, we need to do something about this. So they come out with Dragonflight, which is okay. Step in the right direction, and then now you're seeing, like, what happens when you actually, like, stop being, like, I'm not going to say complacent because that can be unfair, but when you start to, go, like, be more, you try to be more innovative again and bring back what people want. Does that make sense? That's why it could be good if Marvel Rivals does well. Because then if Marvel Rivals does well, Overwatch has to step it up. Now, whether or not they will is the question, right? It really depends what their overall goals are. So, yeah. So, that's why I think it was good. He said there'll be complaint threads. I mean, I imagine there will be. Yeah, I'm talking about Final Fantasy MMO, yes. Am I looking forward to Star Wars Outlaws? I honestly haven't seen anything on it, if I'm going to be completely honest with you. I don't know. That's my answer. I know, like, you probably don't, that's probably not the answer you're looking for, but I don't know. I haven't seen anything on it. I'm going to be honest with you. As a huge Star Wars fan, I haven't played many of the Star Wars games. So. Yeah, I haven't been a huge fan of, like, I mean, I haven't played many of them. I do want to listen to some of, like, the, once I finish my zombie book, if I can't find another zombie series, I'll probably start listening to some of the Star Wars books. More Elden Ring when? Eventually, that's my answer. I'm not going to promise when I do it. I initially was thinking I was going to do it this day and that day. Now I'm just like, it will happen. When? I don't know. You said the SW2R leveling system made WoW rework their quest to work together in Kata. Really? Yeah, I played a little bit of that MMO. I didn't mind it, but I didn't love it either. I think it's because, I think, if I recall correctly, didn't Star Wars, like, the MMO force you into PvP for a lot of stuff, and the PvP just wasn't fun to me? Yeah, that's what it was for me. I think it forced you into, I had a PvP a lot in that game for something. Or was that WildStar? It was one of them. There was a time where there was so many damn MMOs happening at the same time that, like, I get them all confused. But I remember having to play PvP in that game. Or maybe it was WildStar. I don't remember. WildStar was interesting because WildStar, okay. See, what made WildStar was, like, they wanted to make a hardcore game that really isolated a lot of, like, the casual play. And I think they underestimated, like, that a lot of players want to enjoy a game casually. And WildStar was like, we're going to make it hardcore. And then people were like, I don't like this. That was it. Oh, maybe it was the end game content, so I felt forced into PvP. Yeah, that's what it was. So. I've never heard of him, Art. I'll be honest with you. Yeah, but they were good games. I'm reading, I don't know, something zombie Fallout or something. It has like 20 books or something. I fall asleep to it all the time, but it's good. I'll be honest with you, the series has kind of, like, changed a lot. I'm not going to say anything in case anybody ends up reading it, but, like, the series has shifted so much, like, over, like, the years now that, like, it's interesting. I mean, I just listen to audiobooks. I don't read it. I just listen to audiobooks at nighttime. Do I think Juno will replace Lucio in comps? No, I think if anything, it'll just be Juno Lucio. You just play fast. But even then, I don't think Juno will really be... Maybe I'm bad at predicting metas, but I don't think Juno will be a hero that'll be fun to play, but I don't think you'll see Juno in a bunch of metas. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, maybe I'm thinking of a maybe it was WildStar that required the PvP. So. Wasn't a fan of Guild Wars. Wasn't for me. You're gonna find out that whenever I talk about MMOs, I'll generally say wasn't for me because I'm just such a World of Warcraft fan that like anything that doesn't mimic World of Warcraft in any way, I'm just like. But like I try different MMOs. It's just like I don't know. It also feels like there hasn't been a John. Thanks for giving us up. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. It also feels like there hasn't been like a bunch of I don't know. WoW was my first. Well, actually, no. WoW wasn't my first MMO. My first MMO was a game called, I think, Night Online. And I loved it. It was terrible, but I loved it. Must have been like 10 years old or something. Believe it or not, I actually did play DC Universe Online. And it was okay to me. I don't know. I can't remember why I ended up liking it. Like, I actually had fun on it, but there was something about it. Maybe it was like there was nothing to do at a certain point. So, your brother used to play Night Online? Yeah. It was like an old school game. You've been following Ashes of Creation development for a while? I mean, I think Ashes of Creation is one of those games that, like, when it's out, I'll be excited. You know what I mean? Because you've been hearing about that game for years, but, like, until it's out, I can't. I just don't think I can, yeah. So we'll see. Check on one thing here on my phone while we wait. Go here. Okay, we're good. Put some music. Well, I mean, we'll put the cast back on for now.
I think that this group in general is quite interesting, and I think we're getting treated with this winners match here because it's hard to call. And maybe some of that's due to the fact
I
that
think they should buff Lucio's gun damage. I don't know, maybe.
Or not on any given day. It's very, very hard to sort of pick out. But this
for you was RuneScape till Shadowlands, then Lost Ark. Wait, Shadowlands was your first expansion?
In a good position to make it out of this group. Depending on what kind of opponent they
oh, you must be loving Dragonflight and War Within now. Holy crap.
On the Kiriko here is important because that's going to be maybe one of the big differences between
Shadowlands was probably one of the worst expansions.
A lot of the BAP. I think Yoham is a little bit more favored on the
oh, okay. Kata was. Kata was good. Kata was good, but it was just that was when their philosophy was content droughts are fine.
You know, a lot of strengths of their team, so still looking pretty strong.
BFA was your first ever WoW expansion? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, you can't ever underrate teams like that with players such as Naga in it. Now, on the other side, heading into OWCS as a whole Twisted Minds, super hyped up, of course, due to the Overwatch World Cup. We know what those players can do. Recent drama completely aside, because that's not what we're all about here, which is a lie. We're totally about that. But I think the more pressing talking point for Twisted Minds is just
currently playing Kata Classic. I tried leveling up in Kata Classic. I realized I didn't have a guild, and that was that.
Team's performance, or maybe it does, but it's really hard for us to say.
He didn't stick around too long, yeah. I am excited for War Within. I am excited for War Within.
Off the ball on a given day.
I really am.
Sort of streakiness that makes
Wrath of the Lich King. I liked Wrath. Wrath was a good balance. So Wrath of the Lich King, in my opinion, was a good balance between hardcore and casual. It allowed the casual players to enjoy the game a bit more. But it wasn't quite like the level of like Raid Finder now. But I think they're finding the good balance now.
And Quartz is still Quartz. Still has the ability to be like a literal world-beating hit scan player on his.
Wrath of the Lich King was also the last expansion.
It's just
the last expansion that Jeff Kaplan worked on.
Consistency here. They haven't had a consistent roster up until now.
He went to go work on a game called Titan, right?
A few months.
worked on Titan, and now Titan's
the results
Overwatch.
Just weird, right?
That's how Overwatch was created. Jeff Kaplan was worked on Wrath, and then he went to work on Titan with a bunch of people, and then that's how Overwatch became a thing.
Yeah, and I feel sometimes when they were falling short, there wasn't even like we really struggled even pointing a finger. Like there was just no explanation why team synergy and coordination was just suddenly.
Yeah, I know it was a timing on Titan with that event, but I think he finished like working on Wrath and then moved to Titan, right? So it was like there was like a time in there where it was like Titan was getting started, but then like they were finishing Wrath, and then I think he went to like there was a time in there, right? Like it was before Wrath was released, but like obviously Wrath was being worked on before Titan. You know what I mean? It was something to do with that.
For GG.
I mean, Twisted Minds are interesting, I think, just quickly on them.
I mean, Raid Finder's become a normal thing right now. I don't mind Raid Finder. As long as the core game is good, like the core expansion is good, the Raid Finder doesn't matter at that point, right? Like, that allows players to enjoy the content. It just needs the core part of the gameplay needs to feel good to the players. I don't mind people being able to queue into Raid Finder and be able to enjoy the raids. Like I'm not like that level of like MMO where I'm trying to gatekeep people from enjoying something. You know what I mean?
About putting their players in the best position to succeed, and I think their team is really well rounded right now. I think that it's hard to see any sort of glaring weaknesses on this roster outside of Tread reporting his teammates and forcing them to have name changes. We'll get onto that in a little second, but.
Like, I'll save the surprise for people.
They're my pick to advance out of this group. I think GG are looking the stronger team, despite what the votes might indicate.
I mean, they were extremely impressive. Like heading into this season.
You love a documentary on Overwatch and that stuff,
example, extremely explosive. Like he
Mr. Banderia. I didn't play much Miss. Miss had great PvP though, I heard. But I'm not much of a PvPer anyway, so that's why I probably didn't like it.
Extremely successful curve right now, where he's just been getting better and better. Like we had a lot of praise for him in the previous stages, and if they continue on that trajectory, I think this is a really scary
do I need to step in and mod here to the person arguing? Just look at the bottom right. I want you to look at the year, and I'm going to leave it at that. El Chino, thanks for the 51 months of the tier 1. Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you.
Happy 51-month sub anniversary.
So basically, like that group A has like two of the best teams.
On 1932, my man.
But in terms of like how they fit into the
rest
of Europe, we were maybe hoping to see a little bit more from them. At least it's against Space Station, sort of, at the end of their run in that first round of playoffs here. So
Kingdom Hearts, I've only played it a little bit, but the music always was cool to me. Never got into it though, but I heard it was really cool.
They frankly haven't been able to make yet. Can they do that against Twisted Minds, a team? And by the way, top their group at the EWC, and then just fell apart. So this to me is a very telling game, and it will tell me a lot about how they've managed to make use of the break with this roster.
Yeah, we'll find out in just a second as the teams are getting ready. So are we. So please, Kevin, Mitch, take it away.
Let's go. I'm ready. It's match time.
Don't mind if we do. So, jumping straight into this now. Here's your map poll again to remind you, lose a pick, and it can be a map or mode. We are not locked into particular modes for particular maps, so that really allows teams, especially if they fall onto the back foot early, to craft a way forward that fits their strengths as much as humanly possible. Again, Gaming Gladiators have a lot to show us still. I think that team.
What's Gaming Gladiators roster? Do they show it and I wasn't paying attention? I don't even know.
Some losses in like stage 2 of EMEA that we didn't really feel was fitting of this sort of team. So they do need to take a big reach up. And I think if Twisted Minds are playing at their peak, then this actually wouldn't be close. That is just my question. Which version of that team do we get now? Have they had time to?
No, what's their roster? Not Diva Sim. Like, what's their actual roster?
TVNT, who, like I mentioned before, has been playing a lot of Diva.
That's what I'm asking.
That holds this team together, and that's a lot to ask of your newest player.
I think they've done well, though. I think it's actually not out of the question for the fans to lean.
I'm getting hungry. Should I have pizza today, chat?
I would have probably felt.
I think I kind of want pizza.
If they had changed their roster.
Why am I saying I want pizza? I have pizza in the fridge. I'm just thinking, like, do I want to have pizza or do I want to get something else and then save pizza again for tomorrow? It's a real tough decision right now.
Go back towards, the ironclad look of Twisted Minds from stage 1
because
they were the best team in stage 1. They won stage 1 EMEA. That's why.
So that roster. I didn't know. Is that a different name for them now?
You can even argue that in stage 1 they were the best brawl team in EMEA.
For GG, is that a different name for them now? They were like Team Peps, right?
Brawl team. One thing.
I didn't know they got picked up by an org. That's cool. Or is that just like a different name?
Unique to them and SSG is the fact that they are one of the best sim teams in the world. UB is is the shot caller and the captain of the team. He is one of the best sim players out there, and the sim look from Twisted Minds is one of their signatures. So if they can lean back in towards that, TVNT is.
But you wanted to get
someone
pizza
that
because
has
we
to step
talked
into
about
KSA
Domino's?
shoes. Not quite to Kellen because Kellen's got a very different hero pool.
I've been eating this like
So
square
if
pizza.
they
It's
can
been
lean
really
back into
good.
the strengths from stage 1, I think
Really,
Twisted Minds
really
are a
good.
team that you can still really.
Yeah, so this is like Team
consider to
Peps
be
kind of,
one
right?
the potential top 4 in this
Obviously, a
region.
couple
And
roster
unfortunately
swaps
for
here
them,
and there, but like
playing
basically
is
Team Peps
seeing
is
as
what
how
is
they
what
just
GG
can't
is
quite
now.
touch
That makes
SSG
sense.
despite
Okay, cool.
having
Then now
that
I
upset
understand.
win versus them. I think it was the Face It Masters 3-0 in the upper bracket, which SSG will tell you was a bit of a fluke, and I'm sure they would say that, but
You don't get
aside
pizza
from
that often,
Game
so it
Advantage
set you
haven't
off.
had
Fair enough.
any good results. You know, they beat the teams.
Did you say breadsticks from
and
you
they
say
lost to the
bread
teams pretty
ticks?
handily that they were supposed to lose to, and maybe a little bit.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I didn't know you could eat bread ticks. I'd be careful on that one. Now breadsticks, on the other hand, I'm a fan of those, but I don't know about bread ticks. That doesn't sound like a good time.
A bit more flattering.
That sounds like you go out into the forest and you drop a piece of bread, and that's what you're gonna get when you pick it up.
Itself to some more of those Symmetra-based strategies, right? Something we've seen SRP check go for.
What are we doing today? I'm just watching some OWCS matches. I'll decide after this match if I want to watch more. If I don't, I'll probably just stop after that and go eat some food and chill. We'll decide. I don't know what I want to do yet.
In those conditions. Here's your GG
They're picked up in June.
Once more.
Dude, that show you how disconnected I am from the scene sometimes when it comes to OWCS. Like, I just don't. I'm not able to pay attention to that stuff as much. I mean, it's also because like it separates so much time in between stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think that's going to be.
They like separate so much time in between stuff, so I don't know. It's
much
like
Peps in terms of other comps unless the map demands it. If we go towards a brawl map, and actually, I'd like to see Twisted Minds take us to more brawl maps because you want Lucio, you want the Lucio BAP combination between Bliss and Vigilante. Lucio is by far Bliss's best hero, right? But most importantly, you want to have those type of sim styles. If you can lock
All right, here we go.
the sim, enable quartz as well over towards something like an Ashe or a Cassidy. That's really the ideal sort of scenario because unfortunately, Quartz can't play the Sojourn anymore, which was
we're waiting for some time to
honestly, top tier in the entire
chill.
world. He can basically take it to anyone in the world, including Shy, on that particular hero. But now, in a bit of an Ashe meta, he needs to step up on that hero. And I think for the most part, he certainly has it. He needs to be dangerous. He needs to be like at least Kai level, if not.
They're taking their time to get this lobby going here, aren't they? This is wonderful. I'm just gonna.
Some of the other opponents that this team is definitely.
I'm just gonna put my feet against the wall and chill. This is. I love downtime. My favorite. Oh, downtime.
For either of these teams, it means that they get some time off. Right, if they can get out of this group comfortably, they can just sit and wait to see how the rest of these groups end up breaking down and prepare for their run into the main event. And we haven't really settled on what like the go-to meta is right now.
Well, I think's getting the WoW skins,
of course, to prepare that and also get an understanding of what fits their strengths.
Isn't the rumor it's going to be like Mercy and Kiriko?
Backline is Vigilante and Bliss.
Like Mercy, Kiriko, Pharah.
Who had a
They're probably the three.
Strong showing on
They'll be
Lucio
getting it.
in general. Very hard to catch Bliss off guard in general. Also very hard to pick them off. So this is a player with some serious pedigree, and we've seen that Twisted Minds have used that very precious import slot to bring them into the lineup alongside Vigilante. We're going to be waiting for our match here, folks. Just waiting for the lobby to get started. In the meantime, we're going to go to a break. We'll return.
Oh, you gotta be! Come on!
Winners match of the day. This is Group C. Twisted Minds up against Game after this.
I don't want to wait for the. Even look at Uber. He's like, I don't want to wait. Come on, I need to scroll my TikTok or something. Where's my Subway Surfers? Come on. I'm gonna go make pizza. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna eat pizza on stream. I don't care. I'm slamming some pizza. I'll be back in a minute, chat. If I miss the first minute, I don't care. It's their fault. I'm getting pizza. I have pizza downstairs. I'm not sitting here waiting. You're back. At the attention span of a 2-year-old. Beer me, chat.
All right, folks, thanks for rejoining us here at our last match of EMEA for today, featuring Gaming Gladiators and Twisted Minds. They'll be starting off on Samoa here. Two teams that we're probably expecting to play a lot of that Diva Dive when they can, but Samoa, obviously, especially if we head to Volcano, we still see that Malga composition make an appearance.
Yeah, Malga maybe towards the Ram as well. And that probably should be where TM find their groove. I expect them to be favored on Volcano because they're the much more practiced, well-oiled Brawl team. On the Dive, could be a little bit more 50-50. It's going to come down to how sharp Quartz is versus Exodio. That's actually going to be a very exciting matchup. You basically have this extremely young, up-and-coming, super strong Spanish hit scan in Exodio and a very known quantity, world-class hit scan in Quartz. So that matchup should be pretty decent. But I see a new play on don't mind Twisted Minds. It's actually Gaming Gladiators on the orange on the right side there. Is your Wolf? That's a funny one, Mitch. I wonder if Tread maybe reported a teammate or something. That's kind of weird.
Yeah. So Naga tweeted it. Tread reports him while they're in Korea, I think, and he gets forced into a name change. Obviously,
that's his second name change.
Naga's choice of moniker.
Now he's just your Wolf.
Yeah, it's a little ropey. So as he will for the time being, but we will refer to him, of course, as Naga, the creature of myth related to snakes, as those of you aren't aware. So it will be the Ramatra versus the Malga composition here. Twisted Minds run TNT out on the Ram. And Gaming Gladiators also have this Venture composition, so really that all-in with Malga look here.
Yeah. And it's very different. This isn't a typical Malga Brawl. This is an all-in comp, so this is closer to like the kind of Queen look we've seen before. First blood from FD got a little bit strange, but Gaming Gladiators will work with that.
Yeah, FD got aggression. Able to yield that first elimination, but Quartz is always a sharp shot. And Exodio gets picked up very early. Looked like a preemptive Suzu there thrown down as they were worried seeing Quartz swing that corner. He seems pretty unbothered and relatively unpressured right now as Twisted Minds get the point first.
I mean, TM surviving that is actually unreal. They really should be losing. Yubi comes back now over towards the Echo. And by the way, look at Quartz's damage. Already on 77. This is going to be a lightning fast Bob. Might even be outpacing Yoham on the other side. Might even be outpacing the supports in general as Vigilante looks like he will get first window. And on top of the fact that TM have point, I mean, that's just a huge boon because typically he would have had to use the window to retake.
Yeah, I mean, these
oh, wow, I missed 40 seconds while I went and got pizza and took pictures of cats.
Pressure as a result of those early.
All right, what did I miss? Oh, Malga. Wonderful. I'm back, chat. Thank you for waiting.
Excuse me. And Tread here just respects it. Plays that corner. Gaming Gladiators want to maintain some degree of
I gotta wait for the cooldown.
Didn't benefit from the
all right.
At all, but Twisted Minds have the coverage.
I mean, at least we're watching different comps, right? Oh, I forgot my damn water.
Obviously give ground, but only to dive into the back line, and it was joined by Exodio. Who's able to pop
I need water.
Take down Quartz and Vigilante, but Yubi swings on them.
How did I forget my water?
Finds great sticky bomb purchase, and it's a rare multi-kill with sticky bombs. Still not enough to slow down Gaming Gladiators.
There are no supports in game and do, so there is going to be a lot to sustain. That's not even counting the fact that Malga can lifesteal. So despite the good trades, it will make things a little bit more competitive as far as respawns goes. It will not allow Gaming Gladiators to get too aggressive towards the spawn. They have to respect that. And a decent amount to catch up between 15% and 68 over here. But very fast ults found by Twisted Minds. Probably just wished for a little bit more value on the Bliss sound barrier, which they won't have now as your Wolf, otherwise known as Naga, Exodio, double ult available on DPS.
Yubi here with a respectful distance being maintained as well.
I'm back.
Really
we got Blade. Here it comes. Look at me go. I'm such a good commentator. Rad, thanks for the 100 bits. I don't really like ranch in my pizza. I'm gonna be honest with you. I've tried it.
Already used. And
oh, let's go.
Makes enough room for Twisted Minds here to move up and take the point. In what should maybe be a losing fight, they've still got their tank ready to roll where Tread is sat on the bench.
Oh, wow. How is this going?
3v4 for Twisted Minds. They have the 3.
Wait. Thanks for the 100 bits. Thank you.
Have the firepower with Tread gone.
I missed Malga getting rolled.
It's
always a good time, right?
Onto the Venture. Don't know if the ult's going to be found here at all. TVNT taking a lot of damage.
FD got picked off, though, just playing on the top of that barrier there. Eventually getting removed, and Tread is low again, straight off spawn.
Oh my! The HP to be able to turn around and get that kill, I'm impressed. That was actually pretty sweet.
Gives the point back to GG.
Why does every comp use Lucio? Just speed boost. Speed boost is so good. A lot of players don't utilize speed boost in a lot of ranks, so like players don't know how to play with Lucio as much because of that. But it's because of the speed boost. Sets the tone, gets team fights going. Has a good enough ultimate.
Bliss is completely out
The
of line of
AoE
sight
heals
here.
are really good,
Vigilante, you can
and the
see
speed boost is super
he can only
important.
look on as his support teammate is brought down.
Otherwise, everybody would sit back and you'd fall asleep to
Space
like
in the breathing room
the
in
Zen
general
comps,
for
where you just sit
Gladiators
back for an hour and a half and
on a
spam.
sound barrier. So when push comes to shove, they can actually be.
I think Juno
proactive
and
in
Lucio will be
starting
meta.
up
Probably
this
not.
next fight.
I could be wrong though. I'm not gonna act like I know if that will be meta. I just think that like, why would you go? I guess the question is your decision is it worth giving up the utility of a hero like Kiriko and Bap to go Juno? Like, what would the utility be there? Is the speed ring enough? Maybe. Is like the locked on target stuff enough? Maybe. But I don't know. It's hard to say. What do I drink when I eat pizza? Water.
TVNT dying late might be an issue. Yeah, he's going to have to come back on a faster hero because if he stays alive, they can contest right now. Bob will get the touch. No ult online for GG.
Good damage on FD God from the Bob there. That's going to force him way away from the action. Eventually, Bob is down.
So nothing is so for Game and Gladiators right now. The one issue they're running into is they have no ults, right? So like, yeah, I was gonna say when they go in to make that deep dive play onto the back line, they're gonna get rolled. But like, I don't know. This is a pretty close matchup for the first round, I'd say.
TVNT, of course, after that switch can roam. That will be a Twisted Minds.
That was a pretty good.
The Ultimate Economy really
pretty good start.
them in their last couple of fights.
Gotta win this piece of the pool now.
Really well played by Bliss there. Discipline shown there in holding the sound barrier for the perfect moment. Wait until you start to really threaten the cap.
Is that healthy? I just drink water with I drink water with all my food. I've had people in chat like make fun of me for it, but like I have to usually drink water after I eat because I have a Tourette's tick that like I just feel more comfortable when I use water with my food or like with something to drink. Because I have a Tourette's tick at the same time. So
sticky doubles, stuff like that. Quartz as well on the fadeaways. Twisted Minds are losing, but somehow
I don't know what that means, Sylvan, to this day.
These things are really important for Twisted Minds to stay competitive in this game and keeping points alive. And the fact that they actually won that first cap despite having one member down. Remember, FD got had first blood and TM still got first cap.
Listen, a couple of nice moments. A big environmental kill in one of those fights to keep Twisted Minds in the race. So TM here pretty well established themselves with this Symmetra composition.
It's Symmetra Diva though. It's a little bit strange. Symmetra
Yeah,
Diva Lucio Kiri. It's not standard. You'd normally see a Tracer here from UB.
Comp can put
Am I sure that's on OCD? I can assure you it's my I can assure you it's my Tourette's. Yes.
They're going to be dealing with, of course, that echo. They'll be able to be pressured away by Quartz, who on the Cassidy is definitely forced.
I've had Tourette's since. That was the first thing that when I was a kid that I was diagnosed with was Tourette's. I was like 7 years old.
Quartz is definitely going to be dangerous.
There's no TP target though. That's the issue here. You can't actually TP onto somebody, so they're just gonna play for rotations. Yep. Okay, got some off.
I do have OCD though.
Scaring if they got that.
But maybe they can go hand in hand in some areas. But it is a Tourette's. Oh, nice shot. That was a good shot. I mean, what else can I say?
Quartz decapitates Exodial there.
Why the sim? TP strats.
That, Bliss can't really respond to. He sees that TP come out and everybody from TM just turn up on the right side of the map.
Pizza's starting to cool down. Feels good.
Like, what is that?
Feels good.
This particular fight. So FD God doesn't see the TP, and like I said, for Twisted Minds, UB can't really TP forward to find an aggressive push like you probably could versus a different matchup. So they got to play for off-angle TPs, put Quartz into interesting situations. You can play TP bombs, TP dead eyes here as well. So look over towards those plays.
Right.
Another neutral one by TM, 2 in a row.
And you said that we need to see Quartz at Kai level in this series.
He's
absolutely achieved that. Big impact here on the Cassidy. Gaming Gladiators have
my mic for a second, shall we?
Fight off their own. They've been sat there.
That was great aim.
They get descended upon.
Yeah, it's interesting because like I think like GG should be able to win against this comp initially, especially now that they've gone the Echo comp. Like they have the Echo comp, so like I'm not surprised to see them retake it pretty easily there. But we'll see.
And Vigilante out of the fight.
And Twisted Minds actually just barely missed out on Bliss having the sound barrier there, and FD God wouldn't have been able to match. So if Bliss had managed to get the ultimate maybe 3% earlier, they could have played that tempo-wise, kept that 40% going.
Yeah, watch
back
the fight.
Sure. Game Gladiators don't have many more options after that. Huge pickup by Tread to get Quartzes down. And got to get the hyper carries. It's Tread's job. Shut down those hit scans. That's what Diva does.
Exodial on an off angle here. Pushing that flank. Quartz can't afford to worry about the Tracer right now. It needs to deal with what's front and center.
I actually love the new High Noon chat.
The resource of their defense matrix.
It's great.
To force Tread to drop it. So Quartz gets a reload. That's about it. And eventually gets run down by Exodial.
Wow, that time it was bad. The beat time it was like a second off, but they did manage to trade. We'll see how it goes though.
The projector barrier thrown up here by the sim. It allows TVNT to find that pick on towards Yoham. Exodial has to traverse this back and forth to try and get that damage done, and it just slows the Tracer up way too much.
Well, High Noon got changed a few months ago, where you speed up more, but you take more damage. Like you get rid of the damage reduction. as you
Unfortunately,
speed and
just
the longer you
not
go.
quite having that
So you can
sound
get
barrier
speed
timing.
boost.
Similar thing with Bliss, as commented on a little bit earlier, but this time Bliss will have the sound barrier. He'll play that into the fight, or will find purchase as he's looking for in Game of Gladiators. Can't really do the same thing. And now Johan not quite there as well to match Vigilante.
See this flank angle, a much more dangerous one for Exodial now. We're still able to catch Bliss out, who overextends ever so slightly. Perhaps his Twisted Minds will repositioning with the teleporter. He missed the memo. That now leaves TM without that Lucio. Still, they are accruing this capture percentage right now, with FD God being picked off by Quartz. Numbers looking a little bit better. Still playing disadvantage for TM after Yubi drops down.
I'm in on Diva was perfect. Legit perfect.
Oh my goodness, TVNT able to take Tread down. They look so vulnerable getting popped out of the match.
And sorry, chat, for a little bit less commentary. I'm just eating. But this will give me more energy for the rest of the match, right?
Exodia has to go for the touch here, but double support ultimates need to be used. JG, that's a blunder. I mean, TVNT should not have been allowed to ult and live.
What a blunder!
Oh, gets caught out. Bliss able to finish the job here. No tracer for the touch. It's going to have to be Tread using his life as a resource to keep the round going. But TVNT instantly spots the Echo up in midair. It's going to be Naga copying, get another Diva. 2 on the field right now, which would be a problem if there were anyone else for Twisted Minds to back them up. But now it's a sound barrier used ham-fistedly for Game and Gladiators to try and stay here in the map. Doesn't look like it's going to pan out.
Yeah, that was kind of a rough first map for GG because it feels like they should win that.
And that is a Twisted Minds
like win like some of those team fights, but
what a clutch play! I mean,
I was gonna say Twisted Minds just clutched some team fights.
I think 2 rounds in a row, both of those sub maps, you have situations that look so good for Game and Gladiators, but they can't close it out. And certainly, if they do start to close it out, they're getting traded out. But the moment that did it for me was TVNT going for what was like a 3v4, 3v5 play. I did not expect him to go for the self-destruct. I thought, okay, just, you know, play for a little bit of stall here, collect your 70% plus, push it towards 80 or something like that, back out, reset, etc. Bro goes for the self-destruct, doesn't die as the Baby Diva, somehow kills Tread and takes his mech away, and then you have a situation where TM are suddenly purchased back into the fight in a situation that really should have gone to Game of Gladiators. And then the final fight comes through, and guess what? FD got sniped out by Quartz, headshotted away, and Game of Gladiators, that's their retake dead in the water.
Yeah, Quartz over the whole course of that series looked pretty incredible. And that moment there, I think, for TVNT,
good.
He's able to use the Bunny Blaster to work Tread's mech down just enough to stop himself from being run over by the opposite Diva before he can get back in mech, and then just exposes Tread, of course, to that self-destruct. That's the kind of play where I think they just lost Yubi in that fight, so they are down a player. You're exactly right. Quartz, incredible stuff, though, constantly punishing FD God. And this is a pretty nightmare matchup for FD God, the one where if he lingers in the line of sight of the enemy hit scan player for a second too long, he's going to be dead. Yubi had a good moment here, of course, looking back over towards Volcano, which, like you said, was a map around, rather, won by Twisted Minds, where many of the fights ended up being losing ones. But I think as the chips fell in that last fight, having the sound barrier still available for Bliss to make use of is the big difference maker.
Yeah, Bliss just outpaced.
And once again, chat, sorry I'm not talking. I know it can be dull, but I'm just trying to eat my food, so. I have 1 piece of pizza left, all right?
Having the sound barrier at the right time. Sure, Bliss also had one of those moments.
All right, Cherry Pie, thanks for the Futures Prize. Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you.
Probably will get shown in the highlights by Quartz. Is just, that's a stake in the heart for Game of Gladiators. Your retake is really, really... it requires the double support ultimates. You're going to get half that. You're Johan coming through the Katsuna rush, and you don't have the sound barrier to really bolster your team walking up. And meanwhile, TM just have full membership on that point still available, and players are really showing up here. We talked about who the members needed to be. That need to be the high.
I don't know what map they would go next, because what map would Sim not be good on? I think that's what they're probably going to think about.
I think,
I'm trying to think, like a Dorado? Probably like a Dorado?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, based on what we saw through the rest of the series today, it's been pretty uncanny, actually, just how good Quartz has looked so far, at least in that first map. And yeah, like, you've got to hand it to it. Like, TVNT has really, stepped up very, very well. I think there are shoes to fill, of course, with Kellen departing. And again, TVNT's look good. Bliss on a couple of occasions gets caught out, right? There's one situation where I think they're not able to catch the TP. Some of the TP plays, I think, though, looked pretty darn good on the side of Twisted Minds, like that random one where they sort of moved to the 3 o'clock position as far as the middle of the map's concerned, immediately just pop out of nowhere, kick off a Lucio. I think FD God has nowhere to go there. So there's little plays that they can make, which is kind of why we big up Yubi as being a really great sim player. Also being a shot call at the same time means that he can actually make these little plays happen at the drop of a dime. It doesn't require buy-in. It's like, you're doing this now, you're diving into this CP or you're going to know about it.
Iron Paws, thanks for the 12 months with the Freedom Prime. Summon Senpai Semdex, thanks for the 4 months. That tier one, thank you.
I said at the start of the game,
I think you'll finish your battle pass. You need 22 levels.
But we are not seeing Twisted Minds on.
Yeah, you can do it.
We're not seeing them on a bad day.
Just do your dailies, weeklies, and hope for the best.
You
Plus,
know,
your weekly stack now too. So like if you haven't been playing a ton, your weeklies that you missed out on, you can now get multiple.
Across the series, especially this next match.
You can get more weeklies and like levels up, if I'm correct, right?
In the fan voting said, right, they lean towards the Twisted Mind side, and I think if you have a TM squad that is stable, is consistent in terms of, you know, the roster first and foremost, but then in terms of consistency for where the strengths on the team are, and the fact that UB never swapped off the sim as well for that second round on downtown, I think was huge, because to me it doesn't seem right. It doesn't seem like the right hero to be played, but he's a master of the sim and he knows what he's doing, and they really made it work, and he just understands how to play that specific character.
And Senpai, thanks for giving us up. Thank you.
So,
appreciate it.
Game of Gladiators.
All right, this next map I'll be able to commentate the most. I have like 3 bites left, and then we're good.
We have seen a little bit of brawl versus brawl. No, technically no. Actually, it was like a Malga all-in versus a brawl. We've seen a bit of dive versus dive, and even though I think TM played the less conventional version because they'd sim cast, which is like strange. Tracer Echo is way more conventional. GG lost that, and it didn't look pretty.
Yeah, and in theory, like that sim should be extremely exploitable. She should be very vulnerable. She doesn't have static shielding to play around, so in theory, her ability to fight in the front line for long periods of time should be minimal. And yet, you know, GT were not able to exploit that element at all. They could not really dive in on UB, not consistently anyway, and not without.
Blizzard World makes sense too. So, although I think Sim gets a little bit more value on this map.
Do a damn thing about Sim's damage once she starts to ramp up. The defense matrix gets completely, you know, negated or ignored. So maybe that gives you.
All right, we're good, chat.
Still, I think it's really tough and it's really slim margins to try and play in that environment as Symmetra.
I think you're prone to dives, though. I think you're a very clear dive target. Sure, you could potentially TP out of a dive if you are on point enough, but that's also exploitable. You know, TP's a long enough cooldown that GG could do something about that. So when you're looking at dive versus dive mirror, I am expecting GG to be able to take down UB and Quartz a lot more than they actually did. But the main thing so far is the fact that you kind of have to target the DPS, because I think it's UB and Quartz that are making those trades happen.
All right, we're good. Thank you for your patience, everybody.
I go back and check.
I wanted to eat food because I was starting to like get that feeling of like I'm hungry.
Volcano. Well, guess what? Exodia gets traded out.
I'm hungry. We're good. You didn't realize you've been subbed to the Overwatch channel for 77 months? It's a long time.
And Blizzard World coming
long time between these maps, huh? They're really taking their time,
aren't they? Pretty dive map, I would say. It's a reasonably diveable map. So the Diva matchup again, most likely potential for some Symmetra play. We've seen Twisted Minds play some Symmetra here. They've done Sim plus Malga on this map. They're probably not going to go that far. They could play the Sim Diva again, or just go towards something a little bit more traditional.
Blizzard World's a tough map for me.
Teams definitely prefer, to go over towards Diva comps. We've actually, seen yesterday this map played a couple of times where teams.
I don't like second point.
Those Winston looks here, but that doesn't really seem like the direction that either of these rosters have wanted to trend in. But yeah, I think over the entire roster of GG, there's a lot to hang your hat on here. I think that challenging to play the Echo into a Cassidy.
Let's do it.
So I think that Naga is asking for it to some degree. And it's not any
fire too.
Yeah, it's right.
That's why you haven't seen the fire, and I don't think we are going to see a fire out of Naga if Quartz is on point, and Quartz is on point right now. So usually I would like to say, look, man, play the fire. I think fire is good in this meta, but versus a sharpshooter like Quartz, probably not.
How's
Yeah, definitely. So those are things to keep in mind, because Blizzard
any of the football games been good today, like the preseason ones?
Can be punished.
I know a lot of people are excited to see like
there's a question of what else
Daniel Jones play.
For our GG roster.
Apparently he's supposed to be a lot better.
Naga put together a DPS duo that doesn't mean that they're going to be subject to Cassidy or Ashe.
And they'll go Diva or Sigma. Sigma's a safe bet on the first part of the map, I would say.
And you highlighted that Quartz had that ultimate built up very, very quickly. There's a lot of extra value being accrued by those dynamite detonations. So that looked like it was a big problem. The amount of heal pressure it can put on like a Lucio-based composition is significant. So it is.
Man, they must really be taking their time here to figure out how they want to play Blizzard World.
Gaming Gladiators, after having lost the first one.
This is OWCS, yeah.
In this match, that should be one of the closer ones we see throughout our winners games in groups.
You know what we haven't seen, though? We haven't seen Exodia on the hit scan, because
he said the peach alcohol doesn't take like peach. I feel like any alcohol you get that's supposed to taste like something doesn't taste like it.
Exodia has been pretty
unless it's like
on the hit scan.
It just depends. I've tried that a few times and it just like doesn't. Yeah.
You have the capability to play double poke if you want to go towards.
Did Caleb Williams have some stellar plays for the Bears? Not surprised, very talented. I mean, the Bears will probably
into Quartz, but maybe if you pair it up with an Exodia or Ashe, then that's enough pressure to keep Quartz busy.
I mean, I think the Bears will be good because they signed tight end Keenan Allen.
with Naga looking to lock in the Tracer here, it does seem like Exodia will in fact play.
They have really
some
good receivers and they have tight end Keenan Allen, so they should be good to go.
Find some flavor on maps like, you know, this, and obviously Circle Royale has always been the home of Widowmaker, but we're starting to see Widowmaker come through in some other maps here as well. And Quartz might just play into it. I was
Anazen's an okay defensive comp. It's a very classic one. I feel like it's a very classic like defense comp. It's.
Right now, the Ash seems to be the
I feel like it's okay. I don't mind it here. I think second point you might get a little bit. So.
Nothing particularly out of the ordinary. The sim for FD goal.
Yeah, no, I saw that like Keenan Allen bulked up a bit during the offseason. I saw the comment. The first comment was, "Oh no, he discovered deep dish pizza."
How long until they see the Zen? How do they respond to it?
They're like, "Oh no, he discovered the deep dish."
It's a very long range type of composition for Gaming Gladiators. If they can abuse the sight lines, that'll be the play. But TM already actually have a lot of good positioning. Oh my god, treading mech already? What?
Yeah, I don't know about that treading. It lingers a little bit.
Yeah, I was gonna say a little bit too aggressive there again. Like it just feels like it was trying to do too much.
Exodial here has to give ground awfully quick, and this is a little bit of an uncomfortable.
Like their comp is so like reliant on like keeping your front line. If you lose your front line that quickly, you're just gonna lose the point.
Of course, because there's nobody to peel for the Zen. This has gone horribly wrong for GG.
This is Cap.
Your hype for the NFL season died with JJ McCarthy's meniscus. I hope he recovers and I hope everything goes well with that. But like you also have Sam Darnold, so like I would keep your hopes up. I mean Sam Darnold, he played quarterback. You know, so
Exodial had no angles to work through. I mean, you lose points straight away. What is your sniping angle? You got nothing to work with. And as I mentioned, Mitch, here, I expect the Quartz to play through and maybe match the.
Here we go.
And out it comes. We are going to see Exodial versus Quartz.
Like this is like going to be the important part. Ooh, the angle. This will be a good matchup.
This Widowmaker matchup definitely going to headline this second phase of the map. Something that is uniquely relevant here, maybe less so when we get into the last phase. You'd be very.
You know what sucks about watching like the Widow versus Widow matchup on Blizzard World? You just sit here, and that's basically what's going to happen. There's not going to be as much dives that happen, right? Like there's not going to be many dives. It's going to be very slow.
Even if you go all the way back to the B spawn, so that should be reasonably okay for Gaming Gladiators, but they want a little bit more than that. They don't have an ultimate advantage here. Vigilante is on pace with Johan.
So much free push, Kevin.
Yeah, you can pick whatever you want. Nice shots. I mean, I don't know what's going on in this game so far, but it just feels like GG is just like a step behind right now. And like they're really good, so I'm surprised to see the results so far. You know what I mean?
In this second part.
By the way, I don't think anybody on GG has an ultimate yet. What I mean by that is for the entire duration of their defense, they're only about to get their first ult now, and Quartz is just basically exploding.
First ultimate? Yeah, we've all been there, right? You know what I mean? That's normal, right, Chad?
5 minutes.
We've all been there before.
Naga's the only one that has ultimate. We're on C already, and Gaming Gladiators 4 members.
You know, it happens.
And why switch off if you're Quartz?
Kind of.
Now it's been working for you. Infrasight coming up here briefly for example.
Listen, they're a third-point team, all right?
That's not able to be reciprocated by Quartz.
They're a third-point team.
Sees the Widow go past. Quartz has a decent idea now. The Widow can't really see them. Anticipating potential grapple play up in that last.
Did football and sports go Steelers?
Look at GG. Look at how much of the map they have given up. This
Steelers are
going to sail comfortably.
Going to be interesting because they have.
Nifty got forced into some awkward positions.
They always have a good record. It just depends how we'll see.
Quartz has been dominant.
The emo's probably, yeah.
At least Exodia does have infrasight advantage. You might just want to pop that to alleviate some pressure here. It's required at this stage. Maybe he's concerned that Quartz is going to find the ult first, and he wants to be able to match. In fact, that's probably
this is. I'm gonna be honest with you, chat. Watching like the slowdown play style that you'll see here is gonna be tough. Because like trying to call like what they're gonna do is like it's a lot harder. It's more like, all right. So you're like, what are they gonna do? What's the strategy here? Rely on Widow to hit a shot. And that's it. Have fun.
She can clamber back into the cockpit.
Have fun.
So now we've lost a minute of that time that Twisted Minds were heading into this last phase with.
Like, it's very hard to analyze it to a certain point because it's just like, okay, they did make a swap to Lucio now. So what, like, Twisted Minds can actually play a lot faster, and that's exactly what they're trying to do. So if you look at their comp, they've now decided they're going to all-in rush the Zenyatta. Do not be surprised to see them all-in rush Zen. They know Zen has ultimate, but they need to force that out. And how do you force it out? You all-in rush them. That's exactly what they're going to be doing. They got to find the Zen first. Oh, nice shot. I mean, what else can you say there?
Goes down to Quartz anyway.
They want to find that they found him. They know where he is.
That Naga can hang around on these fights much longer, and that's allowed him to bring.
They know Zen has ult. They swapped off Lucio. Great. Well, there goes that play. Now they're back to playing slow again.
So even though Quartz finds that first pick, Twisted Minds eventually get ground to dust. And it's another minute off the
Hey, that was a good DMAC. That's good. I told you they're a third-point team. They actually gave up first and second point just to get the third point. They didn't want to waste their time, you know?
But if you're expecting a really dominant attack, that is starting to not be the case now for TM as TVNT.
I mean, they're still one team fight away from taking the point, so all it takes is a forced-out Zenalt right now, and then they can go from there. So.
TVNT trying to guard the flank route. Get in Naga's way. Having to do basically 3 things at once here.
Wait for it. All right, let's watch a Widow go for shots. Here we go.
With some damage follow-up.
Oh, damn.
Got out of LOS for a time now, and that Transcendence can be shut down by Vigilante with a well-placed Bionade.
There it is.
You went for a pulse there, unclear to see if a found purchase.
There's a Zenalt, and that was pretty much a necessity. They had to. I'm sorry. Did they just nano boost a Zenyatta ultimate? Did I see that correctly?
Not much else found there. Game of Gladius, he's alive for now. Let's see if
Did they just nano boost the Zenyatta ult? Yeah, their teamwork's on fire right now. They're popped. Did he fall off the map?
I don't think so.
Dude, what is going on right now?
Maybe just goes over.
Valdair, thanks for the 6 months of the feature run. Thank you. Is he switching?
Never mind.
Sticking to the Zen for the time being.
I must have missed something.
Refresh that hero selection. Okay, nano over towards TVNT.
Yeah, there must have been something that happened that like he needed to go off the map. Like that's not on purpose. Or it might have been on purpose. Like they did like to prevent something. Yeah.
Anticipate this. And we'll allow Tread
Still has devault here.
Still down to half health.
Quartz with a huge pick. Dude, I'm so confused.
They can play that much more aggressively. Naga's very lucky to get out of that one alive there. Just snuck around.
Oh, that Widow's dead.
20 HP.
And the purple. Oh no. Ana has no sleep, but it's 3 seconds. That's it. Ooh, with a bunch of time too. You want my hot take though? I don't think that like Gaming Gladiators played that horrible. It's just they had such a bad first point and they got snowballed on second. So like, don't be surprised to see them have a good attack, but you certainly don't give yourself good chances if there's a minute 43 in the clock.
You know,
You
maybe
just don't.
GG did a little something on A and B, but that's not the case. It was all on that C defense where 50 got probably
Like, that's basically what happened.
To be fair, you know, if you are back against the wall, the closer you are to.
So what happened here? How did he fall? Oh no!
The better it is for the actual Zen itself. So this is him. Ooh, how does he drop off? Okay, that's ridiculous. That's that reminds me of, I don't know if anyone else, the true Overwatch. But DJ gone as BAP on Busan Sanctuary just falling off.
Well, that answers that. There was no reason.
Not easy to do it all that.
Mio, thanks for the Preacher Friends. Thank you, Preacher. There was no reason. That was it. There was no. I was like, maybe there was a reason he did it. Maybe there was like a play on that. No, not the case at all.
Twisted Mind here. Pretty strong showing in the end. I think the Widowmaker, obviously, her impact peters out somewhat towards the end.
That was interesting.
And Gaming Gladiator stayed with the Lucio. Rather, the Zen. Rain, hail, or shine on defense. I think God finds a few picks here and there, but we generally label that outing as pretty exploitable, pretty diveable, pretty submissive, and well, you know the rest. So we'll see if Gaming Gladiator's here.
I'm sorry, what?
To make a good push through the map. A minute 43 to play with is very solid.
Did he say submissive? You know the rest?
To the Widowmaker, of course, so Tracer wasn't going to be a factor there.
Oh, I mean, we've all fallen off the map. I've fallen off the map.
Return back over towards the Lucio. This is a lot more conventional Lucio carry. The Tracer, Echo, Diva, Dive. This is bread and butter. This is exactly what Gaming Gladiators have been basically playing throughout. This, you know,
I mean, the Echo's good here. I don't disagree. I think like they just need to. Well, I think what's happened with Gaming Gladiators, they just need to like settle for a second because like they gave up first point defense for free. When the Diva just got immediately annihilated. Okay.
That's definitely where Johan feels they're most comfortable.
They're going for the flip here. What they're doing now is you're taking map control by flipping the map. This is a very common strategy.
This is a little bit uncomfortable.
Right?
Able to get out. Suzu deployed and
but like I think what's happened on this strategy is a lot of teams have played against it for so long now on the Blizzard World flip strat that teams know how to react to it, right? Like teams know how to react to it a lot better now, and like it used to be you would get caught off guard. Now you just know the proper rotation, and then you just do what you just did. So yeah.
Over here, pressured by Yubi, who catches him in the side room, and then instantly TVNT plugs the room to stop Tread from escaping, and he just dies and gives up the point. So
we'll see.
Another unfortunate start, at least on the attacking side, Mitch.
He's flown off the map many times. Yeah, it happens. I mean, it happens anywhere from bronze to pro play. It's just, you know, unlucky sometimes.
Self-destruct is not really valuable except for resetting the mech, but that is an extra life, and Tread's not going to have it.
They're just playing stacked, going the same.
Gaming Gladiators here want to wrap around again.
I want to see.
Same approach as that
what is Twisted Mind's rotation? See, look at the Ashes already. Oh, I like it. Good job.
No, okay, they try and catch
Great play. Great play. I love that they did that. So what they did was, remember how I was saying like it was like really obvious nowadays that teams know how to react to that? They pretended they were going that way, then they speed boosted on their rotations they met prior. Now obviously, Twisted Minds had a good reaction and made a good play on that one, but like that's much better than doing like the generic like go behind them and rotate around play. Right?
So effectively, I mean.
Now that play won't work again anymore. That was their one time being able to do that.
You hit him first, and you think you've got the dive on. You think you got quartz down, but then Vigilante gets.
Like that play won't be able to happen again, in my opinion at least.
Not a hit scam, but something that he does play a little bit. Yubi even getting a little bit frisky in spawn.
Good pressure though, a lot of time bought there by Twisted Minds. Gaming Gladiators down to 1 minute and 37. Pulse bomb to play with at the very least here, but Zodial has not really found safe flanker out so far.
Here we go, let's do it.
Despite Gaming Gladiators' best efforts to outmaneuver Twisted Minds, so they take a different approach.
That's the first ult, by the way. That's the first Kitsune rush online for UAM, so Game Gladiators finally have something to enter with.
Yeah, well, the reason why it's the first time getting Kitsune is because their team fights were lasting like you can't expect your Kiriko to have your Kiriko ult if your team's dying immediately. See how, by the way, see how they spent the 2 minutes going behind the whole time, wasted all that time, and now there's 3 minutes on the clock? Yeah, they have a buffer because they can just use beat. They can counter with beat if they need to. They're waiting as long as possible because they don't need it yet. But they will use it soon. Now they're going to use it. There it is.
Okay, I was on a self-destruct now. Sound barrier to make sure Tread can remake.
There it is.
Naga dupes a Diva. He's a TVNT though.
I think they could actually kill the baby Diva there. I'm surprised.
Excuse me. Twisted Minds can come back in with
I want to say that Gaming Gladiators can still take this because they have multiple defaults. Yeah, but even then, didn't matter. Didn't matter.
And the last best chance
just like that.
For Gaming Gladiators goes begging.
Yeah. No, they just don't have any more ults here. That was the best push. They even got given 2 ticks for free because Twisted Minds respect the Kitsune rush. Tread falling a C pair. He's not going to be the one touching. He's going to have to come.
They're going to stagger him as much as they can. I mean, they can touch point, but like, it's going to be so scuffed. Lucio and Tracer can maybe touch, but they already got the Lucio. Tracer's going to touch possibly. That's pretty much it. Yeah. That's tough. That's tough.
Doesn't even get to the point at all. Time is going to run out, and that will be the
I'm going to be honest with you. Gaming Gladiators are getting not their best game going so far. They're getting rolled. It's just like
in their time bank a dominant.
They didn't give themselves opportunity on that map. It's such a difference, like
who seem to be extremely
even for a team, like it's such a confidence booster when you can buy time and like hold the first point. But when you give up your mech right away on the first point of defense at the beginning of Blizzard World, it's just a tough matchup at that point. Like how can you bounce back from that when there's 2:43 in the clock? Like you need like every single second against that against Twisted Minds, and they just it's like they're still capable of winning, but Twisted Minds is just playing much better right now.
But the attack was just
completely
misplayed by Gaming Gladiators. You talk about the entire first attack.
And it was proper. It was great rotation by Twisted Minds that too. So
gave up their A point entirely, and you're looking at the game.
I'm surprised. I feel like this game should have been. I don't know. It feels like it should be closer, but it feels tough still. So, yep.
Twisted Minds that even like, okay, cool. You played that. We'll give you 2 ticks. You don't even have a single tick.
Now we wait 45 minutes for the next round. I hope not. We keep delaying the rounds by like an hour and a half.
And a tough one, of course, for Gaming Gladiators. We
hopefully
are going to drag the GG fans painfully back through a couple moments from this map. Quartz on the Widowmaker here. Happy to make the switch and finding some huge pickoffs. And you can see it's such a big map. This second phase is massive. When you have a Diva in between you
and now we wait.
And all this space to work with, Widowmaker becomes an absolute terror. Here it's a little bit
checking
harder.
my phone for a second while we wait.
And they end up losing it. On Virtual, I think FD God finding a pretty big pick. You notice he gets Transcendence there as Yubi tries to go for a Pulse Bomb. In general, though, eventually we see GG just get ground down. I think this is not great. I mean, we obviously don't want to see this for FD God. That really gives a big opening, I think.
Shouldn't the Diva have dive the Widow on repeat? It's not as simple as being able to dive the Widow on repeat, because like it's different in ranked where like rotations aren't perfect, but like people can see it happening from a mile away. Like the Diva diving the Widow there makes sense because there's no room, right? But when you're playing like really long range maps on like first and second, the dive on, it's not as simple as just dive the Widow, because like if the Widow has their monitor on, they can just grapple away. their teammate can boop a lot of the pressure. Like you have to get through multiple rotations and map control before you can even get to a Widow. And it sucks because like that's sometimes a part of Overwatch, and Blizzard World can be there. That's why I was also confused on Blizzard World as a map. But, I mean, it is what it is, and
I thought TM could be
so now their next map selection becomes even more important. Which way? What map do they play?
Yeah, and I think that GG are carrying on the time.
Like they clearly aren't as comfortable with the dive as they want to be. So like I don't think they're gonna pick Dorado.
In this region, right?
Like King's Row could maybe work, but then you're playing into their sim comp.
This is a really important.
So
this is definitive, and it's also
maybe bring him to a Koth, force him to have to play multiple comps. But even then, sim's good on Koth, so you probably don't want to play control.
Okay, there's
so probably no sim. I mean, probably no control.
Can we see GG take the next step to start to be?
I'm thinking like a Runasapi.
Be reckoned with. They've got one more map.
Like a Runasapi or like a Suravasa.
Right now
like something that's just going to be a little bit different.
I don't know what.
I feel like Suravasa would still play into the sim comp, but I think maybe like a push map. Yeah, maybe like Runasapi. Maybe Esperanza, but Esperanza plays. I don't know. It's tough to say. Because so far I haven't seen too much weakness on like the actual map so far, so it's hard for me to be like, oh, they're gonna go this map. You know what I mean? We'll see though.
Being Game of Gladiator said they're not winning on the the Tracer Echo kind of look. All of the D.Va stuff so far, all the D.Va mirroring has gone the way of Twisted Minds. Hit scan's gone the way of Twisted Minds. Like, where is the winning matchup here? You know, they got to find something they can cling on to that can actually give them a window of life.
Another map here, another chance at least for Gaming Gladiators, and their last one to stay alive in this series and prove that they can go to that next level. Stick around, of course, for our last map potentially of our EMEA show. Don't go too far.
Like to reset with the team? Yeah, it depends. It depends. Those are nice shots right there. But yeah, I don't know. You gotta like. Oh, wonderful! 3-minute break. Ooh, you know what they're trying to do? The admins are trying to extend this out as much as possible so they can get to the NA matches. Also, Chad, is it cool if I don't think I'm gonna watch the NA matches. I think I'm gonna end up chilling the rest of the day. I think that's what I decided on. I think that's my plan. Maybe go see if they made any more progress in the house today. Maybe get some stuff done. Maybe I can do I could maybe turn the puzzle stream on today. Yeah, I gotta finish setting that up. But I will see. I think that's the plan. Hopefully we get more maps here. Like hopefully it's not just another 3-0, but we'll see. We'll see. Yep. Watch any good shows right now? We're kind of like still trying to find shows. I know there's a lot of shows starting up. But chill with Sully? What do you mean? Sully's just chilling right now. So we're chilling. All right. Get my phone. Did I watch the new Boys season? I haven't even seen season 1. No spectating today? Nope. I usually do spectating at the beginning of my stream, so probably tomorrow or something. Or I don't know. Like I'm trying to think. Do I? Because I'm going to be going hard at the beginning of the season. Do I take Sunday and Monday off? I have to take Monday off. Because I have to do some stuff for the house. But do I take Sunday off too? I think I might. Because then I'm going to be doing like the 14-hour days. Like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So I think that's what I might do, but we'll see. We'll see. See how I feel in the morning. Because I'm going to be doing like the 12 to 14-hour days at the beginning of the season. So we'll see. We'll see. I'll see how I feel. No, the second channel isn't retired. It's just I haven't played much WoW on it yet. I could still maybe play on it, but like I would be AFK for a while, so I don't want to even do that. You know what I mean?
At risk of seeing a 9-0 map record across all of our EMEA winners.
I might get my voice in time too.
Okay.
Oh, Runasapi. Okay, so we guessed the map.
It's day 2.
Runasapi. See? We did it. We guessed it. We guessed it.
Despite riding off that momentum, Gaming Gladiators have crashed into a brick wall in this series against Twisted Minds so far, who seem to be pound for pound across all positions the better team, Kevin.
We really expected, at least for me, that this was going to be the close game. You know, okay, Space Station probably easily favored, not likely to drop a map at all. Same deal with Ants. Oh yeah, they're going to have the holes in their roster in terms of the one tricking, which, you know, is both something that people are going to love to see, but also you're not really going to find too many wins with that unless you're up against teams that will be surprised by it. But Game of Gladiators TM, Mitch, I mean, this was supposed to be one that had the opportunity to go to 4 or 5 maps, and I expected a lot more out of Game of Gladiators.
And they do have an opportunity here to step up, but it definitely needs to be
a better diva overall. Now my diva's my diva is good, but like pro level is next level. I always.
Quartz has been on fire.
Like, it's not even
this series, and TVNT has been on the ball.
Not even close because they're
excellent.
And also good and they're well practiced. My practice is trying to get my teammates to communicate in the top 500 game. While typing question marks while standing still and then throwing the game on purpose because they think somebody else is throwing, and that's the irony of it. They're the ones actually throwing.
This is kind of similar to what we saw.
We're gonna find this live. It would just be on the Overwatch esports channel. It should be at the top of the section. Yeah, I would normally watch any matches, but like I think I'm just gonna chill.
Kind of famous for him, actually.
Any matches should be good though.
Yeah,
it should be good.
Pretty crucial. Definitely something to look out for. This map, of course, doesn't have the impressive.
They got a good start. It's like a good trade, but they're.
It is a very pitched battle for most of it. A pitched battle that so
because they're running the May Ash comp, but they're going against the May Ash comp, which is Ash is good in this map.
The threat of the Diva is gone, and
they're just struggling. I mean, at this point, it's just like, what else can?
And GG are forced to a rout even after going up a player at the start of the.
I was gonna say they started off strong and then they still lost.
That's another thing. They go up a player, but then they go down way more because the counter.
Yeah. Then you can link it when it's time.
Much better. The Floyd Mayweather of EMEA so far is. We're looking at this type of battle. Maybe Gaming Gladiators are just in the wrong weight class as I also mentioned.
All right.
Level fight, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm ready.
Like that is Gaming Gladiators, I asked what was going to be the winning comp for them to play, and they're going to trust in the Lucio carry Tracer into the Echo.
I still think they have opportunity here. So they're going more of the Echo-based comp, but the problem is I feel like Ash is really good in this map. Everything I've seen being played in like, especially in like the OWCS like Japan matches, and I didn't get to see any of the Korea matches on Runasapi, but Ash is being played a lot, and I feel like the Ash comp against the Echo is going to be really strong. And you can play range, and then we just saw it. Quartz just got like 2 easy picks as Ash, like 2 really good picks. It's just like it feels like if you're going to go to this map, you also need to like play more of the Ash-based stuff.
Ham's coming up with ult, so they have
the
ability to do something here for Game of Gladiators. Not going to waste any time.
They don't have to worry about pulse bomb.
Vigilante holding.
Yeah, they're just playing the peel. They're gonna nano in the Diva like very soon. They're letting Lucio get the heals for a second, and then they're gonna go in with nano on Diva. They might try to beat out, but I think they're gonna go to nano on Diva.
TVNT survives, and now they get to use the nano into another fight.
There's the beat. So they did beat first.
Sound barrier comes out very early for Twisted Minds. They can really exploit this and tread.
Yeah, I think like.
Get rid of the Diva and your problems start to solve themselves.
Yeah, but they're not going to get the Diva. They might even let the Diva ult first. Yep, and there it is.
From Naga, and
like remember again, like the ball's like essentially in Twisted Mind's court now. Like they can just sit here and play it slow. They have a slight lead. They know that Gaming Gladiators are on their back foot. They know they're trying to force like team fights. So, Krasliel, thanks for the 32 months of the tier 1. Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you, Kras.
Is under pressure and has a sound barrier coming up as well. That's the one ult that you maybe want to counter beat for beat. It's going to be the
more interesting to watch with the bird eye view. I mean, they're
so good.
I wish they would bring back the spectator mode one where you could like actually watch everything. I wouldn't be able to, even if I wanted to be in like the spectator lobby, they'd force me to put a delay on. It just gets rid of the interaction part, which I don't really like. I mean, I get why you're going to put a delay on, but you know what I mean, right?
Doesn't build as fast because honestly they lose tread in that first fight, so there's no big body to keep constantly healed up. That's what throws these two Lucio players out of sync ult-wise. Maywall, they're very good there just to throw a curtain up on that high ground, denying the only really powerful position that the quote-unquote defending team can play from here. That's GG right now on the back foot. And that beat comes out without your Yeah, okay. Well,
I can't tell if it's a good beat or a bad beat. I want to say it's not a good beat. Yeah. They're just on edge. They're just trying to force plays now. It's straight up. They're just trying to force plays. They're like on edge a little bit, and they feel like they have to win team fights. They don't need to win. It all comes down to like patience and like. We've all been here, like straight up. We've all been in this moment where like you try to just force things that you don't need to, and like Twisted Minds, as long as they don't go and feed right now and they just play it slow, they're just gonna have such map control. Yep. They're just trying to force plays, and like one thing I always say is that if you're not winning on like team fights, one of the best things you can do though is like your ult economy. But you know what? They made a switch to Venture, and now look at this. Honestly, pretty good.
GVNT remains. Tread goes off the map, and it's.
I don't know. I think Tread went off the map on purpose. I think Tread got demeched and went off the map on purpose because like it would be too long to get the mech back, and then they'll have to give up the point. So.
Twisted Minds finally actually losing a fight here, so a much better look for Gaming Gladiators in what was otherwise a pretty dire situation.
Yeah, but Twisted Minds are going to come back with a Diva ult. They're probably going to just build up beat. You're going to see them slow it down for a second. They're going to wait to get beat, so you're going to see Diva. Diva's going to take slight damage. They're going to build beat, and then they're going to be able to be aggressive with beat if they want to. They have Diva ult as like a secondary if need be.
In reality,
but that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to get beat.
Shut down this all in, or at least break it up with a
but they can slow down. Remember, they don't have to. Twisted Minds doesn't have to force the issue, and they recognize that. And like, Kasune L's gonna come in about 5 seconds, if not sooner. There it is. They have beat to counter this, but they're gonna wait as long as possible. They're gonna go beat about 3 seconds. There it is. There's beat. Now they take the map back. They're going to say hold outs, hold outs. If they lose one, they're going to counter with Mail. If not, they're going to keep pushing it.
Which is a tough part of the map to play into.
So.
And they can be greedy too. They can disengage first, just absorb the Kitsune rush because they have Maywall, they have Blizzard as well if they want to play defensively.
That's exactly what's happening.
On that topic, I don't think Yubi can necessarily play the Blizzard offensively as they're going to get a lot more cleanup kills here.
A little bit of an ambitious Mail.
I think this is probably the wrong time to throw it out, but again, there's not a lot of great
they're not worried about their ult economy right now because they still have ults.
I was thinking,
like I would have saved the Mail. I think they had it, but it's one of those things where it's just like
an ideal place, but. Yeah, just throw that one out there. They were winning anyway.
They don't need to be. Their ult economy isn't as important right now. Is basically what I'm saying.
Sit on 4 ultimates, but no time. They're still like nearly 50 meters down.
So we'll see.
Going to be able to move once more now, but again, it is that somewhat high ground position. Can be.
It's even went flying. Here's the ults. They expect these ultimates.
Does throw out Bob in what looks like a bit of desperation here. And Treads with the bias. Even with
they use beat again.
Gaming Gladiators have to go for the self-destruct.
Okay, they counter with Nano because they can now because they use beat so early on a Diva.
Can't respond to pick
yeah, right now with Gaming Gladiators ult economy is just rough. It's just that can happen when you're playing like from behind. It's just like your ult economy becomes so much more difficult to manage because like you need to win team fights that you wouldn't normally need to win. So like they're gonna win this, but like look how many ultimates Gaming Gladiators just used, chat. I want you to take a look at the ults to get even control of the cart. Look how far they had to push look how far or how many ultimates they had to use. They have no ults, which means Twisted Minds can come back with a Mayo, beat, and Diva ult.
Gaming Gladiators a little bit more survivability.
They're gonna push it like 5 meters and they're gonna be engaged again.
In the same spot at the same time is pretty crucial when it comes to these all-in strategies.
Oh, okay, sorry, my bad. 10 meters.
Gladiators can threaten a checkpoint take, but they will have to contend with this high ground spot of Twisted Minds, who have an extensive lead on them already.
Yep.
Including that checkpoint taken.
This time, Twisted Minds can't disengage. Points under contest. Yoham's going to go for Kitsune Rush. Bliss has to beat straight away. And he's under pressure. If he goes down or he's low, it's going to come into question whether he can do it. He's going to play through.
Yubi has a decent Blizzard opportunity here, though, now with everybody fighting.
It's not going to matter. They don't need to. They didn't have any ultimates, so they know that because they can track the ults. So when they track ultimates, they just can't get back into it.
Definitely elsewhere, looking to pressure the Kiriko down outside of her cooldown rotation.
And they know that.
There's your elimination of the pilot.
And every time they bring this card back, it's another minute off the clock. And they don't even have the checkpoint yet. So, like, to give you an idea, Gaming Gladiators hasn't even gotten the checkpoint, which means that Twisted Minds has a free respawn. Because until you get a checkpoint, that's what happens.
You don't want to see team getting more meters here if you're GG with this amount of time left. It is still winnable. Typically, I like to call push early, but genuinely here, Mitch, Gaming Gladiators still have a shot, but it is only a shot in the dark. It's one of those moments where they have to play through pretty flawlessly from here on out.
Yeah.
Can't afford to let us go to triple digits for team.
They need to get an early pick. Basically, like, they need to get an early pick, otherwise they're just going to keep getting stuck. And Twisted Minds just needs to slow play it. They're not even worried about it. Oh, that's huge. That's what they needed. That's what they needed, but they can't give up the venture trade right away. The Mayo was eaten though. That's good. So now they have opportunity. Now they're gonna start having a bit of a they're gonna get back. Oh no, they're gonna have Bob and Window. Never mind. It's just tough because even if they're trading too much. They're legit trading too much.
Tries to drop a pulse bomb at the doorstep. Bag of poop lighted on fire and
damn.
Gets answered. The TVNT runs that tracer down eventually out of blinks.
Your birthday? Happy birthday.
Now again,
we have a great birthday. Heck yeah.
Bliss instantly going back though for a taxi. Of course, we've seen Vigilante switch to the Baptiste here. Arguably for more of that survivability within a small zone with that immortality field.
Yeah,
all right.
I think into the Venture, that's a smart call to make. Anna's super diveable from Venture's POV, so going over
window time in about 5, depending where they engage. They're going to window them to buy time. And then they have Diva ult, and then they're going to be able to build up their beat and their May ult. I mean, the Gaming Gladiators are just trying to build up Kitsune. That's it. That's why they're taking slight damage, not over pushing it, because they need to Kitsune to get all the space. But they can counter with multiple ultimates, like Window, during this Kitsune. Get ready for the Kitsune. It's going to be very, very soon, like 3 seconds. Okay, that's not what they're... That's tough.
It's hard to see an opportunity to get full value from that. Dynamite thrown there through the Matrix now.
They were doing so well, and then last second. You know what that was the equivalent of, chat? That's GG's. You know what that was the equivalent of, in my opinion?
The series, yeah, another 3-0.
The game just paused because they left, but the game's over. You know what that's the equivalent of? You know when you're the player who's like trying to prevent Doomfist from like getting the block, and then last second someone comes in just blasting and gives Doomfist the charge punch? That was the Lucio play right there. 96%. They play it perfectly. Everything's fine. And then last possible second. No, the server didn't crash. It's because they left the server. The server automatically pauses. So they call it GG's. So they already called GG's. All right, chat. I watched some of the matches today, but I am gonna go chill for a bit. Had a really good day today. Really good. It was a fun day of games. I had fun. I hope y'all enjoyed watching it with me. Tomorrow I might stream, tomorrow I might not. I'm definitely taking off Monday, but if you don't see me today or tomorrow, we'll be back Tuesday with the new season and very much long streams. And for people who like drops, I very much imagine that they will have drops. All right? I very much imagine they will have drops. All right? Sound good? So I'm going to hop off. Thank you again for an awesome stream, chat. Thank you for all the subs. Rip the TikToks, no? Oh, I mean, I can still do them, crap, but like I can do them off stream too. But thank you for all the love. Thank you for all the subs, all the bits. I really appreciate y'all. Streams have been unreal. So I really thank everybody for hanging out. Obviously a little bit shorter. We usually go about 10 hours, but like I said, new season's coming up, so it gives me time to get the voice back on track. Hit the follow button if you haven't. And yeah, chat, will I see you either tomorrow or Tuesday?
Yeah, the world keeps turning.
I see you either tomorrow or Tuesday.
Stars like ladders in the sky keep burning, burning. It's crazy how the storms keep raging.
Heck yeah, chat. Heck yeah, chat. That's what we like to see. Thank you again for another amazing stream. Hope you all have an amazing day or night wherever you're from, and I will see you tomorrow or Tuesday. See you later. Peace.